Welcome back to the channel. This is Trinity Storm and you are watching What If Naruto Was Born as a King of Beast. If you enjoy this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
All creatures have at least one leader. Whether it's a great god of heaven, a demon lord of hell, or the earth's ruling monarch. There are bosses to summons as well. A superior force of their kind that commands from the top. However, until roughly 15 years ago, one particular kind of creature did not have such a thing. It took the shape of a boy. Everyone had been enthralled by his breathtaking blue eyes. However, something occurred that day. Something that would never be explained until much later. Every dog, cat, mouse, and bird started to scream with joy and excitement the moment he was born. In general, this had left the people of Konoha perplexed. Over the following 3 years, things only became more bizarre. He was left an orphan. On the day of his birth, his parents passed away. Both were slain amid the terrible devastation of the ninja world. Someone who had figured out how to replicate the Hiroshin no Jutsu killed Minato Namake, which led to a confrontation with the unidentified nin. Next up was Kushina Uzumaki. Killed as a result of birth. Related complications. His ancestry was only known to the third Hokage. Over the following 3 years, the boy grew aloof. Due to the people's distance from him, they were terrified of his abilities, and their fear grew when he started using the element of fire to exhibit supernatural abilities. Abilities that were inexplicable. That's not all, though. Every time he passed by, animals of all kinds would bow to him, regardless of what they were or who owned them. The villagers started viewing the boy as a freak as a result of this. An alien power. Something that was out of place. This had deeply saddened the Hokage, but there was nothing he could do about it. Next came a moment that changed the course of history. It was an assault. Not your typical attack, though. The legendary Kyuubi no Kitsune launched the attack. Nobody is aware of her origins or the reason behind her appearance. However, the ninja were forced to defend themselves when she started to destroy the village. They had no chance. But once again something odd happened. As the fox stepped over the broken walls of Konoha, she laid eyes on the boy. He was standing there amongst the destruction and chaos defiantly and looking with fascination into her eyes as he tried to use his power to gain control over her and failed to do so. The third Hokage and the remaining forces of Konoha could only gape in astonishment as the fox stared down at the boy for a whole 2 minutes before turning and walking away with a satisfied grunt. That only served to scare the villagers more. What kind of child was he to be able to get the fox to leave? He obviously could not control the demon, but to get her to leave anyway? Even the Hokage found himself questioning the boy. Just who was he? What was he? For the next 3 years it got worse for the boy. The villagers were getting bolder, openly calling him freak and monster. They jeered at him and alienated him from their children. They began to refuse him service at stores, and he was viewed as a threat to Konoha by the council. Finally they drove him away. One day the boy had just vanished, finally running from the people and the fears they had for him. There is a story. It is a tale of a creature that dwells deep within the forest of death. It tells of a being of astounding power that rules the forest and will lash out at any hostile being in the forest. No one knows where this creature came from or even why it lives in the forest of death instead of the more lush and beautiful forests of Konoha. There is a couple that claim to have encountered the creature, but they gave vastly different descriptions of the thing. One man said it had a reptilian tail, huge white wings, and yellow eyes like a snake. Another man said it had canine-like teeth, claws, and a tail. It is said to have good control over the beasts inside and to be able to control fire. The Hokage has heard a lot of stories, whatever they may be. For 9 years, he has been thinking about the legendary king of beasts who inhabits the most profound areas of the forest of death. He was aware of the true nature of the object. He couldn't understand why no one else had figured it out yet. Hokage. Sama, the preparations for the second stage of the Chunin exams are done. Shall we get ready at the tower? The Hokage gave a nod. Yes, it shouldn't be long now for the contestants to finish their written tests. Let's go. Hi. His name is Sarutobi. Known by his nickname, the Professor of Konoha, he has more than 1,000 mastered jutsus. He proudly wears the title of Hokage and is one of the most powerful shinobi in history. He hurried toward the tower in the middle of the forest of death, accompanied by the proctors for the Chunin exam. His feelings regarding this year, there were a number of exceptionally gifted rookies, and he wanted to see how far they could go. That made him consider something else. If he was here, he'd definitely be participating. My, how I miss that boy. Since they knew who he was referring to, the other proctors remained silent. Hokage. Sama, why do you waste so much time worrying for a Him? He's not important. This turned out to be incorrect because the ignorant fool who had just said it discovered a katana at his neck, thanks to someone named Hayate. Do not insult him. That boy deserved none of the shit he was put through, he yelled. The same was true for Sarutobi. Perhaps the boy would still be alive today, dazzling the villagers with his radiant smile, if only they weren't so terrified of his strange power. He glanced to the side and noticed a larger, than normal wolf observing them with interest. Its fur was silver and its eyes were golden. It wasn't a pack member. He stared at the creature and then walked away. It was amazing to see the creatures of this forest. For that reason, this location would be ideal for a test, and since they hadn't been attacked, the king of beasts didn't seem to mind that they were in his forest. One of the Junin remarked, "I hope the genin can survive in here." The second exam proctor yelled, "All right, this year we're going to be using an older training ground for our second test. This will test your survival skills to the limit while wearing a crazy smile. Mitarashi Anko is the name of this woman. She holds the title of Special Junin and is 20.1 years old. Assassination is the specialty." She continued her speech while smiling down at the group of teens who appeared anxious. "Now those from the Leaf surely know what this place is. Are you nuts? That's the Forest of Death, the place where the King of Beasts resides. I ain't going in there," was yelled by someone near the back after a few nods. Anko smiled and walked away from the boy who was in a panic. He had a triangle mark on each cheek and short brown hair. He was pointing toward the forest while perched atop a massive floppy-eared dog. "Well, if you'd rather turn tail and run like a little puppy, then go ahead. Besides, the King of Beasts is just a story. No one has ever seen him so relax." The boy shrugged and looked over at his teammates. One of them was hiding behind a pair of shades, but they were all giving him the "quit now or die" look. "Fine, but I see anything weird and we're running away. I ain't fighting nothing labeled the King of Beasts," he said, perspiring. His teammates backed off, apparently pleased with his response. Anko laughed and replied, "Yeah, well, if you do meet him, describe him to me next time we meet. That is if he doesn't eat you, ha. Other teams, including those from Suna, Otto, and Kusa, were now also interested. As the redhead from Suna asked, "What is this King of Beasts?" "Yes, I too would like to know," the Kusa girl said, grinning eerily. Anko nodded and continued, "The story says that he arrived about 9 years ago. They say he has the power over fire itself and the power to control beasts and bend them to his will. Some say he can transform into said beasts, and they say he's some kind of powerful entity. There are a couple who claim to have met him, but I think they're full of it. Not even Konoha knows much about him. They just go on what others claim to have witnessed. Though I suspect that the King of Beasts is actually someone who was outcast by the villagers. A young boy that the animals bowed to whenever he walked by. And you're having us take a test in there?" the long-haired Otto girl inquired and answered. "Oh, quit whining. If the King of Beast does exist, which is doubtful, I doubt he'd be looking for his next human meal. Now sign these and get your scrolls so we can get this started." "I'm intrigued by this King of Beasts," the Kusa Nin remarked. "I agree. Power over fire and animals. It seems to be some sort of special ability. A Kiki Genkei perhaps? Well, perhaps. But for now, keep moving forward with the plan. I'll find Sasuke-kun. Hi." After that, the Kusa Nin vanished into the earth and flew eastward. Sabaku Soso. Ah. He turned to see 3 more Nin hiding in fear to his left as the black metal sand retreated back into the redhead's gourd. "Okay, we have the scroll, let's go," Gaara, one of his teammates, a young man with face paint and a black outfit, said. Gaara kept his eyes on the location where the other 3 were concealed before starting to collect sand. "I want to find this King of the Beasts." "Well, I don't know if that's a smart idea. Let's simply make it to the tower." Gaara scowled before uttering, "You believe I can't defeat this enemy?" "No, I'm saying we're in the middle on an exam. If you weren't my teammate, I'd kill you," Gaara said with a scowl. "Well, let's just get to the tower," the boy said with a simple shrug. "Okay, then let's search for the king. Hell, he might even visit the tower to see what's causing all the commotion." Gaara sighed after turning to face his teammate. "All right, let's go. And I feel content right now, so be lucky, 3 in the bushes." Then he vanished, leaving a shivering dog and 3 astonished genin. Totally oblivious to the presence that was observing everything, the teams engaged in combat and even killed one another throughout the forest, using every weapon in their arsenals and stealing the belongings of their vanquished opponents. When he entered this ancient forest full of great and ancient beasts, He started the process of rising to the top of the ecosystem, and he became the established leader of many different species. You see, the rumors and the story are true. There is something living in the forest of death, and he does have the ability to control animals. He is their leader. The Alpha. The top creature. No one else is strong enough to defeat him and assume the role of king, so he stays at the top. Every beast bows before his presence. When a big silver-furred wolf came and made a series of yip growls and small barks, he knelt down and gave the wolf a big slab of meat. When the wolf had left, the being stood up straight and looked up at the sky, where a pair of sapphire blue eyes were revealed by the moonlight that had finally come from behind the clouds. He instantly threw that thought away, thinking that this was his home. He thought about the last 4 days since they had entered his domain, during which they were conducting some sort of test, probably to improve their survival skills, even killing one another. He had seen a few teams employ odd abilities, but these abilities also seemed familiar, and he recalled that some of these creatures were strong and unusually so, such as the one that smelled of snakes or the old man who had run through earlier. These creatures were fascinating to him, full of strange abilities, and he recalled seeing the one that smelled of snake attack a group and bite one of them in the neck. He also recalled the power that quickly emanated from that one. He was distracted from his thoughts when a large, two-legged reptile, resembling a vicious, evolved iguana with a set of evil-looking claws on its feet, appeared out of the bushes. Its golden eyes shone with great intelligence, as evidenced by its body language and the series of clicks and growls it made while holding one of the creatures in its mouth. Discovered him dead. Can I consume him? He gave his consent after verifying that the creature that resembled him was, in fact, dead. Without any delay, the reptile jumped right in. When he found him, he had no doubt that the creature he was eating was far from dead, but he didn't really care because those creatures were taking a survival test. If they couldn't survive in his forest, they would be eaten. He gazed down at the reptile with affection. This one was still young and bold, searching for the next thrill. But when the smell of blood suddenly hit his nostrils, he stiffened. He would normally ignore it, but he could smell the pure joy the attacker had exhumed while attacking, and it made him a little angry. Someone was attacked again, but not by any of the creatures in his forest. It appeared that one of the creatures had attacked another of its kind. He hurried to the location, leaving the raptor to eat. When he was certain that there were no more of those creatures in the area, he lowered himself from the tree and looked at the form before him. If his senses were correct, it was a female, and she was breathing heavily and unconscious, with a deep gash across her stomach and blood streaming out like a tiny stream. She didn't have much time. He raised an eyebrow when she said, "Uohhhoo Orchi. Marua Euro." Apparently, the Orochimaru had done this to her, but whatever. He ripped her shirt off in a flash and looked at the cut, which was nasty and showed some of her insides, but it was easily cured. "Chakra," he whispered, pressing his hands to the suture. A moment later, he felt the woman sigh from the warmth, but he chose to ignore it as a green glow radiated from his hands and covered the wound in its light. The female's eyes opened slightly more each minute as the wound healed, which took 5 minutes. After finishing, he got back up and sighed, wondering why he had helped this creature a Euro, possibly because she had been attacked for a purpose other than to test her survival skills a Euro. And he was staring up at the sky when a sharp object grazed his cheek. "Who are you? Hey, what do you want?" When he looked back at the woman, he noticed that she was standing and glaring while holding a small, sharp object that was made of a harder substance, like stone or bone. When she opened her eyes, she saw a stranger gazing up at the sky with a contented expression on his face. She realized that she had been ripped off, and she jumped to the wrong conclusion right away, throwing a kunai at him before jumping to her feet. "Who are you? Hey, what do you want?" She screamed at the stranger, but all other words died in her throat when his eyes met hers. His eyes were the most beautiful blue she had ever seen, and she held back a gasp as she looked at him more closely. He was about 6 feet tall, had an incredible body build, was dressed in a loincloth, had a fine tan, and his hair was absurdly long, hanging a foot from his feet as he stood on a branch and swayed in the wind. His fingers were clawed and ready to use, and she could tell he was tense. For a moment, he narrowed his eyes at her, then sighed and turned to go. "Hey, hold on." His eyes were aflutter with confusion as he stopped and turned back to her. "You're going to respond to some questions I have. To begin with, who are you and why did you rip my shirt off?" She gritted her teeth as he just kept staring and then grinned, almost as if he were laughing at her. "All right, young boy, do as you please." She disappeared. Did she really think she could win? Hey, he'd show her. A few seconds later, a kunai was at his throat, and he couldn't help but smile even wider. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, It's not that I don't appreciate you healing me and everything, but you're unfamiliar, sir, and there's a dangerous criminal named Orochimaru running around out here. Therefore, it makes sense that we would bring you in for interrogation. He wondered how he didn't see them coming, but they shrugged it off. These creatures were reckless, and it was time to put them in their proper place. He turned his head and hissed loudly, making the female gasp and jump away, but it wasn't quick enough because his right arm suddenly changed into a snake and wrapped around her. 3 more people suddenly dropped down, all wearing cloaks and porcelain masks. Hey! When the female gasped and stabbed the snake arm with a kunai, he grunted and dropped her. The other 3 ran forward, determined to save their comrade, but it was all for nothing. His left arm changed into a gorilla's with a grunt, and he smashed all 3 away with a strong swing. You are employed by Orochimaru? She jumped up and held out her arm. He was taken aback when multiple snakes rushed at him from her sleeves. Who would have guessed she had such a talent? His snake arm changed back into a huge turtle shell and deflected the first blows. When she saw that, her eyes widened, but she remained strong as the snakes encircled him. What the hell are you? He responded by having his hair come to life, enveloping him and protruding in all directions like a porcupine's spines, displacing the summoned snakes. After recovering as well, the 3 others launched their assaults. Kaden. Gokyaku no Jutsu. He flicked his fingers lazily as he watched the fireballs move toward him. When the fire abruptly stopped, the 4 Konoha gasped and changed into clawed hands before charging back at them. Only 2 of them were spared a fiery death because they were so shocked. The Anbu in the cat mask and Anko. What is he? I don't know. We must report this to Hokage, Sama. Their conversation was cut short when their enemy let out a brief howl, appeared to change on the inside of his neck, and then hissed loudly for a few seconds before changing again and making an odd vibrating call. They saw his hair and both arms grow back to normal, and 2 tails a euro. A scorpion's and a wolf's a euro. Sprout from his back. When a small army of wolves, raptors, and snakes sprang out of the bushes and gave them hungry looks, they gasped. His eyes turned black and beady like a bat's, and he started talking to the beasts using the appropriate sounds for the right kind of animal. However, the biggest surprise was when a massive pair of white bat wings appeared from his back and gave a powerful flap. They appeared to nod before focusing on the 2. Anko had a startling epiphany at that moment. This was no Orochimaru's lackey. No, they had to contend with something else. She questioned the other Anbu. Yugo? Why? Yes, Anko? Yugo asked, attempting to remain composed. Run. Without hesitation, the 2 took off. Their fear was odorous to him. He tasted it in the air. Hell. He would give these creatures credit for their strength, but they were no match for him. He had instructed his fellow pack members not to murder them. Give them a good scare, please. He came to the conclusion that the creatures told stories about him because he could tell they had some sort of idea who he was. Maybe the word got out from the other few people he had previously met. He smiled and watched from above on his wings as the 2 females ran frantically toward the building in the middle of the forest, with wolves and raptors following closely behind and snakes snarling at them from the trees. He loved the chase so much. It was so invigorating. He saw the 2 dash into the building and forcefully close the door before he fell from the sky and let out a few wry growls and grunts with his fellow pack members before they all scattered back into the woods. Maybe he ought to enter. Observe the creature's sudden fascination with this structure. He has visited the place multiple times and has never found anything that caught his attention. He wasn't in the middle of a test, though. Perhaps it was just another test component. After his body stabilized, he approached the door. The raptors clicked nervously, but he ignored them. When the doors slammed open and Anko and Yugo rushed in, Sarutobi had just finished announcing that the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams was underway. He and a few others were watching as the first match was about to start. If the quantity of twigs, scrapes, and dirt covering their bodies was any indication, the 2 were unkempt, and their faces displayed a mix of excitement and fear. All eyes were on them at once. Anko shouted, "Hokage! Sama!" as she ran to the center of the arena, much to the chagrin of the 2 genin who were prepared for battle, totally oblivious to the fact that her shirt was torn, exposing her breasts and resulting in multiple nosebleeds. While frantically fighting the urge to bleed from his nose, Sarutobi glanced at the 2 ninja and raised an eyebrow. We met him. Huh? We met him. It was incredible. You should have seen it? Sarutobi leapt to his feet in surprise. Met who? Orochimaru. Where is he? Well, I met Orochimaru too and he nearly killed me, but that's not important. I met someone else, Hokage, Sama. Now that everyone was listening, the Junin for Otto didn't appear to be very pleased. Not important, Hokage. Sama. Anko, I and 2 other Anbu who are now dead had a run-in with the fabled king of beasts of the Forest of Death, Yugo said as he took the stage. Some people gasped, and a few people said, yeah, right, from a few of the genin. I wouldn't lie about something like this, Anko said, giving the genin a fierce look. He had the most stunning blue eyes I've ever seen, and his yellow hair was incredibly long. He could change parts of his body into different animal parts and was wearing a loincloth. He had a master's control over fire and was able to move quickly. When the Anbu attempted to grand fireball his ass, he literally bent it to his will. He was a fantastic fighter, and I recognized him when he used various animal calls to summon wolves, walking iguanas, and snakes from the forest. W. What color was his hair again? The Hokage exclaimed, gasping. Despite appearing a little uneasy about the Hokage's unexpected uneasiness, Anko responded, it was yellow, sir. Sarutobi fell to the ground and muttered to himself, is it possible? If so, then I was correct. What, Hokage? Sama. The doors suddenly flew open once more, and the legendary king of beasts entered the arena, his long hair dragging on the ground as he surveyed everything in front of him. Both women exclaimed, that's him, as they leapt to Sarutobi. Everyone looked at him and gasped. The guys just gaped at his tanned and toned body, while the girls all flushed. He's our age, snapped Otto Genin, who had spiky hair. The Beast King gradually glanced at the creatures in front of him before meeting the elder's eyes. They looked into each other's eyes for a full minute before the elder finally broke out of it and smiled broadly, saying something that would make many people gasp once more. Naruto. When Sarutobi had uttered that name, the arena echoed with shock like a wave. While some of the older generation was immediately transported back to the times when they had tormented him, many Konoha Genin were immediately transported back to their childhood, when a little yellow-haired boy would proudly explain his aspirations of becoming the Hokage one day. The man who had insulted him in the Forest of Death a few days earlier and who Hayate had threatened was one such individual. One thought crossed his mind as he glared at the boy. I thought we got rid of that freak. A few of the girls were deep in contemplation. Hyuga Hinata, a young lady, was one of them. Naruto.kun. It's really Naruto.kun. I can't believe it. Oh my, he's so scantily clad. Oh, I'm gonna Euro. She passed out without giving it any more thought. Haruno Sakura, a young woman with pink hair, said, holy shit. That's Naruto. I remember that kid. He was annoying and loud and he sucked at school. But now a Euro. Yamanaka Ino thought, just look at all that hair. No way, he's gorgeous. The other females were also thinking along similar lines. Kurenai, in particular, was trying to contain a nosebleed. However, the girls were not the only ones with a lot on their minds. With his aquamarine eyes examining every inch of the boy's body, Gaara was closely observing the blonde. He exuded strength, which increased his desire for combat. Uchiha Sasuke gave the blonde a raised eyebrow. Was this the Beast King? Given the strange events leading up to his disappearance, he assumed it made sense, but to make such a big deal out of it? In his eyes, this blonde boy was still just a dobe. A fool who didn't deserve the tales that were told about him. The same thing occurred to a man named Kakashi. He recalled how inadequate the boy had been prior to his disappearance, even though he was endowed with a peculiar power. If he had only spent 9 years hiding in a forest, he would not have been able to gain much strength. With a shrug, he returned his nose to his perverted book. An Orochimaru in disguise was almost giddy. Like Gaara, he had never seen this boy before but could sense the power concealed in those bewildered blue eyes. I wonder how he would take a cursed seal, Kukuku. Everyone just kept staring for 5 minutes, and he did the same. Then, however, an entirely unexpected event occurred. The blonde was attacked by a genin named Inuzuka Kiba, his big dog Akamaru, and a young man named Aburame Shino's Kiki beetles. Numerous people shouted words of surprise and caution, but they were disregarded. Another surprise occurred when the three arrived at Naruto. The bugs gathered around him lovingly as Kiba and Akamaru bowed. Kiba bowed his head and said, Naruto. Sama, while Akamaru repeated the same in his own tongue. As the beetles crawled all over him, Naruto chuckled a little and patted the heads of Akamaru and Kiba. Jaws would have fallen through the ground if they could unhinge. No fucking way, exclaimed Tenten, a young woman. A few Otto Nin were giggling uncontrollably. While Dosu and Kin just stared, Abumi Zaku angrily exclaimed, I don't believe it, he's bowing. He's actually bowing, ha ha, he really is a dog. Oimut, what the hell are you doing? Kiba glared as he looked up at the Uchiha. He's my king. Sasuke squinted before asking the question that had been on his mind the entire time. What the fuck are you talking about? Kiba looked at him and replied, it's instinct, Sasuke. All of the Inuzuka have it. We are more in tune with our baser instincts than most. In a sense we are more dog-like than human. I can't really understand why, but I can smell his superiority. It's a Euro strange. He emits a feeling that commands me to submit to him. There were some whispers at this point. With a sneer, Sasuke snatched Kiba's collar and pulled him upright. I bet your clan would laugh at you if they saw this. Kiba smiled. Nope. They did exactly what I was doing. Something you should do as well. Please. An Uchiha bows before no one. You're too conceited, Kiba said, yanking Sasuke's hand away from his jacket. Sasuke shoved Kiba aside and approached Naruto directly, getting in his face. The dog believes that you are a king, don't you? Hold on, Uchiha, don't do that, Anko shouted, but it was too late. Sasuke retaliated by punching Naruto in the face with such ferocity that he flew back and struck the wall. Peeved. Normal. Like I said, he's nothing, Kiba. Sasuke. Scowled Sarutobi. Never attack someone who doesn't deserve it. I apologize, Hokage. Sama, said Sasuke, crossing his arms. Everyone makes such a big deal out of the incredibly strong king of beasts. I felt I ought to knock him down a few rungs. Many were disappointed because they believed Naruto to be strong. Well, appearances can be deceiving. The point is not that. That boy isn't. Naruto appeared in front of the Uchiha out of nowhere, punched him hard in the stomach, causing him to throw up and fly backward, so that Sarutobi's words were lost in his throat. My goodness. He moves quickly. In an attempt to catch his breath, Sasuke squatted down and clutched his stomach in agony as he skidded to a stop. Naruto himself approached the Uchiha with a neutral expression. He said, I can't understand, much to the surprise of everyone in the room. I'm not a moron. Living in a forest does not preclude me from speaking. Gasping for air, Sasuke scowled. Naruto smiled as he turned to face the young man. You're weak. Still a puppy. Still in the hatchling stage. What? I will demonstrate. Naruto simply stepped aside and then leapt away, sailing over everyone and to where Sarutobi stood as Sasuke leapt to his feet and charged at him with a kunai. No chakra was used by him. A young man named Rock Lee let out a startled cry. It was vague at first, hardly perceptible, but it became much more distinct over the course of the following few minutes. Everything began to return to Naruto when the elder uttered that word. Recollections. Things that had seemed so foreign to him suddenly became familiar to him, including faces and names he had previously not understood, as well as the meaning of the word Naruto. When the boy, his dog, and the swarm of beetles approached him and referred to him as their lord, it also brought back more memories. He had become lost in thought as the memories continued to flood his mind. He would readily make friends with a stray animal wherever he went in the past, and even large tigers and packs of wolves would bow down to him in front of large crowds of people, frightening them and making them react badly. Everything returned. Then he saw the group of people in front of him, most of whom he knew, and he recalled that he had once trained with some of them in a technique called Sinbi. No, not Sinbi, Shin.O.bi. One final memory returned to him after the man known as Sasuke had insulted the Kiba and gotten in his face, using a tone of superiority. He remembered using more of their language than just the word chakra, and even though his vocabulary wasn't very extensive, it was sufficient to make his point after he punched the boy across the arena. He couldn't help but smile when he leapt to the elderly man. Saying, Gigi Hokage, Sarutobi's eyes widened, and the elderly man embraced him tightly without saying anything more. It is absolutely fantastic to see you after all these years, Naruto. Naruto smiled and combed his hair out of his legs. Yeah, good see you too. Sasuke, meanwhile, was deep in contemplation. Naruto no baka, what the hell have you been up to? How powerful are you now? My stomach hurts. In any case, I'll eventually find out. I have to pass this test for now. Despite Naruto's release, Sarutobi continued to smile. So why have you come here anyway, Naruto? I was getting worried that you might be dead. Naruto gave a headshake. Not dead. Got chased away. Became pack leader for forest. Became alpha. Then he turned to face Yugao and Anko, who were still uncomfortable. He grinned as he said, had fun chasing. Anko was in his face and immediately lost all sense of discomfort. Fun? You terrified us for fun. Naruto gave a shrug. You started it. Anko let out a growl, but the Hokage's hand waved him away. Anyway, I'm sure everyone has questions, but we're still in the middle of an exam. Save your questions until afterwards, please. Everyone agreed to hold off on asking questions until later, despite a few moans. As he squatted on the railing and looked down at the arena, a lot of ideas passed through his mind. He considered asking the elder, but changed his mind and chose to simply observe. What was the point of this? Pitting them against each other. Was it for the crowd's enjoyment? Did it serve a higher purpose? The matches came and went one by one, and Naruto had been taken aback by some of the abilities a few times. The red-headed man with the iron sand was vicious and bloodthirsty, and he was also powerful and resourceful. However, the one in green was also no pushover. He was shocked by his ability to open the inner gates, as he had no idea that people could do such a thing. The Sasuke, who was still furious over the punch, completely destroyed his opponent by blasting the poor man with a fire dragon. The two females, the Sakura and the Ino, were quite amusing. They engaged in a long fight, declaring their love for the Sasuke before knocking each other out with powerful blows to the jaws. He gave the dog boy the benefit of the doubt, even though he was disappointed when the Kiba lost to the Sai. Those painted animals were a formidable opponent. But when the Shino defeated the Zaku in his match, he was pleased because he reasoned that someone with his level of skill, who was much weaker, had better be prepared to prevail. Even though he was most affected by the match between the two dubbed Neji and Hinata, he remained silent despite his disapproval of the Neji's treatment of his fellow pack member because it was not his place to do so lest he start an unneeded argument that would result in the deaths of more creatures that were similar to him. The elder had phased out and then returned in front of the group of genin, congratulating them on passing the second stage of the exam and explaining that they had a month of training to begin before the final part of the Chunin exams were to take place. One by one, they battled one another until only half of the genin who entered the tower were standing in a line. The whole thing intrigued him. Maybe he should go to these matches in a month. He was aware that they would tell others about him after they left his forest, but he didn't mind. How is he doing? One of the masked nin was staring at Naruto when he turned to look at him. Sarutobi gave a shrug. How about him? If he wants to, he can come. However, shouldn't we? Even if you wanted to, I doubt you could make him accompany us. 3 Anbu and a special Junin were easily defeated by that boy. I feel regret killing those Toayuro, not mean Toayuro, was Naruto's response upon hearing this. It's okay, but I'll need to do something in the future, said Sarutobi with a smile. Enjoy yourself for the time being. Flaunt yourself in front of the girls, hee. Sakura, Hinata, Ino, Kin, the Otto Nin, and a few others blushed and ripped their gazes from him at this point. Even Naruto just arched an eyebrow. Anyway, I need Genin, the winner, to come here and pull a card from this box. Your next matches will be determined by this. Naruto could hear the impending face-offs. Neji vs Sai. Kankuro vs Shinogara vs Sasuke Temari vs Shikamaru. Shino vs Kankuro Dosu was also given a free pass. He could sense their excitement and desire to brag. He found it amusing that they were so animated. At last, they relaxed and started talking to each other. When Naruto saw that nothing more was happening, he concluded that he had had enough. He recalled that these creatures, known as shinobi, were fascinating to watch. Unfortunately, he would have to go back. Already, his forest was calling to him, and the animals that followed him began to worry about their master. Naruto smiled slightly at the elder, who was laughing as the Anko and Yugo enthusiastically recounted their experience with him. That also made him smile a little. At least they no longer detested him as they once had. He landed in front of the door after jumping off the railing. However, a voice interrupts him as his hand reaches for the knob. It was a quiet, shy voice with a hint of disappointment in it. Why? You're leaving? Already? Naruto spun around and fixed his deep blue eyes on the Sakura's bright green eyes, which were suddenly startled. She stood in front of him with her hands behind her, her head turned shyly away as she blushed and peered out from the corners of her eyes. Time to return, Naruto said, glancing down at her. Home in forest. Been gone too long, uncomfortable. Sakura gave a sympathetic nod. But do you have to leave so soon? I mean, we barely got to say anything to you because of the exams. Naruto raised his head thoughtfully. His mind was filled with memories of this woman. Her pink hair and big forehead made her a shy girl with low self-esteem. She was a girl who shared many characteristics with him. He began to reflect. Sakura's eyes were hopeful as she gazed at Naruto. She had a strong desire to catch up with the blonde. She hadn't seen him in such a long time. He had also become incredibly attractive. she mused. Only he could pull off the loincloth and extremely long hair, smiling. When Naruto abruptly spouting a pair of enormous black feathery wings and his eyes turning gray, that smile swiftly changed to a gasp. He can transform, shouted Tamari, the sand nin. Similarly, Kiba smiled and made similar exclamations. Sakura caught Naruto's glance as he said, I apologize, but I leave now. The whole room watched as he circled above them after he launched himself into the air with a powerful flap of his wings. Like a vulture that had spotted a carcass, he circled twice before flying straight to the door. However, a wall of black sand rose up and collided with him, interrupting his path once more. Gaara declared, fight me, as he materialized in the center of the arena as a whirlpool of sand. Naruto sprang to his feet and slowly pivoted to confront the young man with the red hair. His wings had retreated into his back, and his eyes had returned to normal. He growled and brushed one of his 2-foot long bangs out of his eyes before turning to go once more. Gaara was not at all pleased with this. Nobody was going to ignore him. Not even this guy who sounds like a legend in the village. He saw the Beast King circle his sand and make his way back to the door. I said fight me. Gaara then launched a strike. Although Naruto was somewhat taken aback by the Gaara's behavior, he wasn't deterred. Several people in the room wanted to fight him, and he knew it. It would only be a matter of time until one of them lost it and struck. He wanted to leave in part because of this. He felt it was time to go back to his forest after seeing what he had come to see. He sensed the urge to kill coming from one of the masked shinobi and the Gaara. In addition, he sensed that Sasuke and Dosu were pushing him to fight, and he was starting to feel uneasy in the shinobi's lustful stare as they guarded the Auto Genin team. The man was powerful and had the odor of snakes, the same thing that had endowed Sasuke with his peculiar abilities. But when the Gaara shouted, I said fight me, he became increasingly irritated. Who exactly did he believe he was? He enters his forest and challenges him to a fight. Did he believe that the sand made him unique? Because it was independent? However, a series of cries of, look out Naruto, interrupted his thoughts just before a large, heavy, and extremely hard object slammed into his back and pinned him to the wall. He felt himself being gradually pressed against the wall by the cold metal, as though attempting to gradually crush his body into oblivion. He growled, I have no time for this, as his body started to turn orange. Gaara looked on with dismay. Why all the excitement about this Beast King? To see the fool slowly crushed against the walls by his sand? It's embarrassing? He disregarded the Hokage's glaring but slightly pitying expression, as well as the cries of the other shinobi telling him to stop his stupid actions. This infuriated Gaara, who seemed to be receiving a warning look from the elderly man that said, do not take Naruto lightly. You will pay for it dearly and I pity you for the ass beating you're about to receive. Old man, I'll destroy this fool right before your eyes. Tamari, Kankuro, and Baki were starting to feel a little uneasy. The more that transpired, the more likely it was that Gaara's sand would come to life as his second personality emerged. One day when Gaara was 6 years old, his iron sand Kiki Genkai and his split personality fused. The boy had been working alone and using his unique talent to make a variety of cool statues when a woman appeared in front of him and tormented him mentally for hours, accusing him of being a pitiful imitation of her power. This personality was produced by the ensuing desire for vengeance and murder. Additionally, his desire for death and bloodshed was infused into his sand because he had vowed to use the iron sand to eradicate the woman from the world. It was like the birth of a new bloodline limit. However, he was unprepared for what came next, even with the help of intelligent iron sand. It was unexpected. The buildup was not felt by any of the shinobi in the room, the strength. However, when Naruto let it loose, that was definitely something to take notice of. Fire that was so hot that it glowed white burst out with such force that the forest was rocked by a shockwave. Holy shit. Superheated globs of melted rock, metal, and air resembled a maelstrom. One might have questioned whether Gaara's sand was actually sand at all because it liquefied so quickly. His once blue eyes were now glowing orange with power and rage as the melted debris flew away from Naruto in all directions, almost killing multiple people. His hands were clenched into fists, and his hair was flying in all directions. Everyone had frozen, including Gaara. This was the legendary Beast King, indeed. Naruto was encircled by a ferocious spiral of fire that alternated between orange, blue, white, and back. The group of shinobi had never seen anything so beautiful. You annoy me, Naruto said, advancing a step. Want fight so bad? Fine. I show why I rule forest. The loudest, longest, and most peculiar call they had ever heard was made by him as he raised his head. It sounded like a cross between a gorilla's mating call, a howl, a scream, and the clicking of a rodent. After finishing, he grinned at Gaara and remarked, "We fight, gather metal sand." Control over their bodies left Kiba and Akamaru, and before they knew it, they were standing next to Naruto, prepared to battle. The Kiki beetles of Shino were identical. They gathered on Naruto's person after leaving their house. "What's going on?" Temari exclaimed. She most certainly did not anticipate seeing this. Gaara glared at the Beast King after gathering his sand and everything else composed of metal. "I control metal. I'm not easy to defeat." With a simple smile, Naruto remarked, "You control but one thing." The door suddenly flew open, and they entered. Numerous species poured into the room, including wolves, snakes, foxes, coyotes, scorpions, birds, bats, raptors, flies, chipmunks, squirrels, mice, rats, lizards, and many more. From the door, countless creatures of all kinds poured into the arena, rapidly filling the floor. All the shinobi could do was jump to higher ground and gasp. "But I control many," Naruto concluded. Only the other people in the room were as shocked as Gaara. Naruto had an army in front of him, ready to strike. He was totally encircled, and the creature appeared to gain strength from Naruto's fire. Incredible!" simultaneously cried Baki, Kurenai, and Kakashi. Ino exclaimed, "That Sand Nin is dead," with a horrified expression on her face. "Gaara, get out of there," Kankuro yelled. He had never seen anything like this in his life. Naruto grinned as his hair changed into porcupine quills and his left hand's fingers became 5 long snakes. That wasn't all, though. His face lengthened and took on the features of a raptor, and his legs bowed back and assumed the shape of an eagle. Gaara felt terrified. What on earth is he? He wasn't a person. He possessed a power that no human could match. He stepped backward. With a laugh, Naruto leaned forward. It was his command, attack. Then it took place. Some species shouldn't have been able to keep up with the creature's rapid advances. After reaching their destination first, Kiba and Akamaru attempted to Gatsuga the redhead, but the sand blocked their path this time. A huge scorpion was removing its stinger from his leg when he looked down and exclaimed, "Arg!" But before he could react, a powerful fist smashed through his sand and into his head. He flew back and got caught in the talons of a massive condor. The bird released itself after the sand struck it in the chest, but it was all for nothing. As Naruto and his beasts methodically destroyed Gaara, the shinobi held onto the walls and ceilings and watched in wonder. His sand was pretty much worthless. There were simply too many adversaries to contend with. Gaara's situation was only made worse by Naruto's constant melting of it. But Gaara was strong and unyielding. He killed many animals with his sand, which slashed out at everything. His reflexes improved, and it appeared that its defenses and durability increased throughout the battle. As he ducked under a tiger's slash, he formed an arm of sand and smashed a number of raptors away. A big snake's blow was deflected by his sand shield, but Naruto's own attack was unabated. Immeasurable pain filled his entire being as his burning fist melted through the sand and buried itself in his stomach. Temari exclaimed, "Gaara," as the redhead was flung backward into the awaiting throng of Kiba and a pack of 30 wolves. For the next minute, they continued to beat him until Naruto gave them the order to stop. Impassive, Naruto disappeared and then reappeared with Gaara by her throat. The animals paused their attacks and watched expectantly. Gaara scowled and attempted to hit him with more sand, but it melted as soon as it touched his body. He was in terrible condition. In his entire life, he had never felt the smallest bit of pain, but now that he was hanging nearly lifeless from Naruto's snake fingers, it was all he could feel. He didn't want to experience that emotion ever again. After dropping the young Sand Nin, Naruto said, "Understand now? Ia Euro not weaka Euro stronger than Masta Euro you no match for me." "Hell yeah!" Kiba yelled as the beasts howled out their agreements. "W Wada Euro or Y.U?" Gaara wheezed as she looked up. Naruto raised his head thoughtfully. "Not Soraya Euro born with strange power, born with bond to animals." "Buddha Euro what about the fire?" "Same thing. Ia Euro think it because fire wild, untamed and free, like animal. Fire is animal spirit." Gaara gave a feeble nod. "Ia Euro see. You a Euro really aren't human. Or rather a Euro." Naruto bowed and arched an eyebrow. He said, "Chakra," as his hands started to turn green. Gaara was largely healed in 10 minutes. His wounds were treated, and all of the various poisons were eliminated from his body. Even though he was still severely bruised and his sand was slowly but surely reforming from the twisted, melted, and hardened metal that was scattered everywhere, he was no longer in danger. The other shinobi slowly approached Naruto and his beasts after descending from their perches on the walls and ceilings. A few of them let out a growl, but Naruto's command in their tongue silenced them. Naruto grinned and returned to his normal self. "I apologize," he said. "I not mean to scare, just put upstart in place." Gaara snarled and said feebly, "Shut up. No apologies are needed. You merely were defending yourself," Sarutobi said as he walked up. Some of the beasts grunted in agreement. Grinning once more, Naruto looked around at the other members of the group. While some, like the Anko, the Ino, the Kin, and the Sakura, were staring with admiration, the majority were still visibly stunned. He arched an eyebrow, but remained silent. The forest's females were always drawn to the strongest members of their species, after all. Maybe that also applied to the shinobi. "I leave now," he said as he turned back to face the Hokage, then turned again and made his way to the door. "Wait, Naruto." Naruto looked in the Hokage's direction. "Will you come visit?" After what felt like an eternity of silence, Naruto finally cracked a smile. "I might." He was gone after that. Within a few minutes, the beasts gathered their fallen comrades and vanished as well. Shino's Kiki beetles, Kiba, and Akamaru stayed behind. Kiba blinked a few times as though emerging from a trance after Naruto vanished, and then his face lit up with amazement. His voice was full of excitement as he yelled, "He could control me too." Arf! Shino was absorbed in his own chatter with his creatures. The shinobi left the arena and made their way back toward Konoha as the shock of everything gradually subsided. Yes, there were certain stories that had to be told quickly. Kabuto and Orochimaru sat in a secret room in the tower. My now this is a most stunning development. The Beast King Kukakuku. Extraordinary. I never thought the fabled King of Beasts would be this powerful at such a young age. Kabuto repositioned his spectacles. Orochimaru. Sama, do you know anything about this boy? The Sannin of the Snake smiled. Not a thing. However, I did stumble upon an old prophecy when I was younger. It stated that at long last, after eons of waiting, a person would be born. He or she would be gifted with the power to control the common beast. He would unite them and bring them greatness. It stated that this fabled new lord would be looked down upon by the lords of the other realms and that he would have to prove himself to them. It is said that the Lord of Beasts would be gifted with the very spirit element of the animal and his power would grow to astounding, unfathomable levels. He would force the other lords to recognize the power of the beast if he had to. And this Naruto is that person? Orochimaru gave a shrug. I do not know. For all I know, it could just be a powerful Kiki Genkai. I really do not put my beliefs in folklore and legends. However, I will keep an eye out for that boy. He is very powerful. That is something I cannot deny or simply overlook. What do you plan to do? Orochimaru gave a shrug. We'll proceed with the invasion as planned. If the so-called King of Beasts interferes, I'll deal with Hima personally. The arena was now deserted, and the sound of sadistic laughter reverberated. As soon as the shinobi emerged from the Forest of Death, chaos broke out throughout Konoha. As the group hurried home to their loved ones to excitedly discuss their encounter with the Beast King, stories began to circulate. As rumors began to circulate, villagers and shinobi engaged in adamant conversation. I heard he killed 2 Anbu easily. I heard he looks like a blonde Adonis, hee. Everyone was talking about him. The 7th Genin Cell team had returned quickly to Konoha for some rest. They were exhausted from the entire ordeal in the Forest of Death. Sakura's shock over what she had seen had not gone away. The strength he showed. The total authority he possessed over the forest's creatures. However, she wasn't certain that they were all under his authority rather than merely following him voluntarily. In an attempt to understand their feelings, she looked to her teammates. Naturally, Sasuke was furious. But she knew why. The Beast King had degraded him with a single blow and a few well-chosen words. She was aware that he was either thinking about how to become as strong as Naruto or cursing the blonde for possessing a power greater than his own. Sai didn't know. He had absolutely no emotion on his face. Maybe it had to do with his background. Since his father, Danzo, is the owner of Root Anbu, he inherently instilled in his son a lack of emotion and an insensitive disposition. Although Kakashi was obviously lost in his perverted novel, she could tell that he was also thinking deeply. She started, Kakashi. Sensei? Kakashi raised an eyebrow as he turned to face his student with the pink hair. She was about to ask her question when she was interrupted. If you want to get trained, you'll have to find someone else. I have to train Sasuke for the upcoming final rounds. When Sakura heard this, she scowled. Did he really believe she wanted that stupid, conceited, and perverted sensei? She stormed off, huffing, rather than asking her question. She shouted, "Fuck it then," and jumped away, bringing out her second personality for a moment. With a sigh, Kakashi turned back to face Sasuke. Sai had already left, most likely to receive instruction from Root and his father. "Well, let's go. We have a lot to cover." Sasuke just grunted and followed while his thoughts once again drifted to Naruto. "I will get stronger. If that Dobi can do it, then I will too. I won't fall behind you." Sasuke winced in pain slightly as the seal on his shoulder began to react. Kiba and Akamaru walked home in a daze. The Beast King Yuro Uzumaki Naruto could control him. He could control Akamaru. He could control the entirety of the Inuzuka clan. It was such an exciting feeling knowing he was so closely linked to one such as the Beast King. But at the same time it was frightening as well. He and his clan had also taken part in mistreating him in a desperate attempt to stave off their instinctual urge to submit to him. They denied the fact that Naruto was their lord whether they liked it or not, and they desperately did everything to make sure the boy stayed away from them. They Yuro were cruel to him. "Oh man, how am I gonna tell mom and sis this? They're big fans of the Beast King. And what if Naruto remembers what we did to him? Oh man, what a drag. Shit, I sound like Shikamaru." "Kiba. Kiba. Hey, you're back." Kiba was startled out of his reverie by a sexy woman who smiled at him while sporting a partially unzipped Chunin vest that showed off her well-proportioned breasts. Like Kiba, she too had red triangles on her face, and she had 3 dog partners following close behind. "Oh, hi Hana.ni. Chan." Hana paused and raised an eyebrow at his less than enthusiastic voice. "Something wrong, Kiba?" she asked. But before he could answer, another woman appeared. She had a feral beauty about her and wild brown hair. Her dog partner stood beside her looking powerful and respected. Inuzuka Sume grinned down at her son and was getting ready to enthusiastically ask if he was proceeding on to the final rounds when she saw his expression. What's your problem?" Kiba just sighed and said in a low whisper. "Iya Yuro, I met the Beast King." The 2 women gasped and were instantly upon him with questions. "Really? He's real? What's he like? Tell us. How powerful was he?" Kiba couldn't resist grinning. At the moment, the 2 were ecstatic. However, it was time to spoil the occasion, despite his strong desire not to. "Mom. Hana. The Beast King is so powerful I doubt a small army of ninja could take him on and win. His control over fire is at a level that is not human, and his mastery over the creatures of the Forest of Death, or any animal for that matter, could cripple both the Aburame and the Inuzuka clans and anyone who summons for that matter. I've never seen anything like what he can do. He can even transform." The 2 women's eyes were dreamy as they looked up. Sume remarked, "Now that's one hell of an alpha male." Hana merely gave a nod. Kiba smiled, then let out a sorrowful sigh. "You're right. But Mom, Hana. The Beast King Yuro is Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto Yuro." Sabaku no Gaara thought while sitting in the trees with a view of a training area. The Beast King had done something to him that he had never experienced before. When it came to him, his sand was completely useless. Something he had never before believed was possible. Just what was he? His sand abruptly slipped out of his gourd and started to solidify into a shape that floated in front of him, until at last a black-colored representation of Gaara emerged. This other Gaara's smile was a beacon of hatred and bloodlust, and his eyes shone with a sadistic gleam. "Don't worry about that fool Gaara. He was strong, way too strong for us." Gaara gave a nod. "Yeah, Buddha Yuro, what was he?" The sand gave a sadistic smile after looking up thoughtfully. "Maybe we'll find out when we're killing our victims during the invasion, huh?" Gaara gave a nod. "Or maybe if he leaves that forest and aids Konoha, his power will attract that demon bitch so we can rip her head off once and for all." Hardening his resolve, Gaara nodded. "Yes, that would be most satisfying." A sudden yell stopped the sand from seeping into the gourd after it had started to laugh evilly. The girl with the bright pink hair came into the training ground, and Gaara looked down in surprise. Had she not been speaking to herself in 2 pretend voices, he would have laughed at this pitiful kunoichi. One sounded sad and angry, and the other sounded brash, arrogant, and overconfident. Both Gaara and his iron sand, animated second personality, were taken aback. "Well now a Yuro, this is interesting. Why, I know I'm weak. This last few days have shown me that a Yuro, and seeing someone like Naruto, who was absolutely nothing all those years ago, become something of a local legend only makes me feel worse. they exclaimed as they watched Sakura punch a training log. The log split in two as she hammered on it once more. Her voice changed to one that screamed, "Oh, shut up, you stupid bimbo. You are weak. You are pathetic. You spend so much time fawning over Sasuke that you completely neglect your job. You even neglect to use me now, so quit your bitching and do something about it." Sakura let out a sigh. Her second self was so brutally unforgiving, even at the age of 5 when she was initially created. That reminded me of something. She was a quiet, reserved girl who was easily offended. Because of her large forehead and the distinctive pink hair of her clan, she was constantly the target of cruel jokes from others. This led to the development of this second personality. She had thought herself ugly and deformed. Her confidence was non-existent and her voice never rose above a whisper. She bottled up her sadness when around others, then released it all when she got home to her mother and other clan mates. She remembered telling her mother that she regretted joining the ninja academy and that she was going to withdraw. But then something happened the very next day while in the flower arranging class. It was meeting Yamanaka Ino. The day she met that girl was the day her life changed. Ino's confidence and loud voice completely overwhelmed Sakura at first, but as she got to know the girl, she gradually calmed down. Ino was a wonderful influence on Sakura. She had convinced the pink-haired girl to keep going along the shinobi path. She had made her more forthcoming. She had helped her a lot. Sakura, however, remained steadfast in her conviction that she was not as attractive as the other girls. It was her character. However, she later gained a significant boost in confidence, which ultimately cost her the friendship with Ino. It manifested as a competition for the affection of Uchiha Sasuke. Her psyche was totally and irrevocably altered by this newfound confidence, leading to the formation of a new personality in an attempt to change who she was to fit Sasuke's purportedly idealized image. Her initial meek personality battled for dominance with this new one, which was born of great confidence and a short fuse. Her personality was split all the way down to her soul as a result. Schizophrenia borderline with split personality disorder. Although many people suffer from this mental illness, the Haruno clan is most affected. This kind of split could be caused by any amount of mental stress because the clan members' psyches are so delicate. However, the Harunos have a tendency to split all the way down to the soul, in contrast to typical personality splits. This is uncommon and very dangerous. Although it only affects one person out of every 500,000, it is very common in the Haruno clan. Sakura's potential is essentially unknown because she is her clan's first ninja. Sarutobi, however, believes that the Haruno clan has the capacity to rank among Konoha's best ninja clans. They're highly intelligent, highly adaptive, almost immune to genjutsu, and very quick learners because they are essentially two-headed. They also frequently have flawless chakra control and photographic memories. Gaara, who has the same illness as Sakura, recognized her enormous potential. She seemed like a kindred spirit to him. Furthermore, it was evident that she had not fully realized her potential because her second personality was still present. As he leapt down and landed in front of her, he couldn't help but smile. Ah! When Gaara fell from the sky, Sakura staggered back and landed on her ass. She said, What do you want?" With a mixture of outrage and fear. She still remembered what she had done to Lee, but she also didn't like that someone had witnessed her pouting. Gaara drew closer, bending to look her in the eyes. Those emerald eyes were determined and filled with fear. Her muscles were tense, and Gaara could see her second personality coming out and preparing for battle. He remarked, "You're like me, W." "What?" gasped Sakura. All Gaara did was reach out and touch her cheek, something that, for some reason, she couldn't stop. She just looked directly into his eyes. They were supple. It was completely different from what she had witnessed in the preliminary stages. They were entirely different. She became increasingly confused as a result. "Tell me." He wiped a nearly dry tear from Sakura's cheek, and she looked at him, perplexed. "What caused your personality to split?" Her eyes were full of a sudden realization as she gasped once more and scampered back a few feet. Gaara grinned, but there was a hint of nauseous expectation in her eyes. She was unable to speak. She was experiencing a rapid heartbeat. Now everything made sense. Why did he have such warm eyes one moment and murderous ones the next? Why did his sand appear to be living? When Gaara saw her finally pull it together and get back up, he grinned. "I can help you grow strong." Her mouth opened and closed, but no words came out as she gazed up at him in astonishment and trepidation. Gaara approached her with a few steps and extended his hand. "I have seen and heard of your plight. I myself went through a similar phase, if only for an extremely shorter amount of time before I found my drive. Tell me, what is your drive?" What do you desire most in the entire world? Sakura was on the verge of answering right away. Sasuke was her top priority. She was going to say just that. However, she was stopped by something. Gur's second personality was that. Is it truly Sasuke you want? Or just the image of Sasuke? His confidence? His skill? His ability to cope with the harshness of life? She then thought of Naruto. His power, his confidence, his ability. The other genin too all had something in common. Confidence. Everyone around her didn't have a single doubt about their skills. They knew what they wanted and they reached for it despite whatever life might throw at them. Sakura looked up in thought. What did she want? Was it assurance? No, there was plenty of that in her second personality. Was Sasuke involved? Was he something she wanted? She had lost her knowledge? She glanced back up at Gaara, who continued to extend his hand. In an attempt to gauge his motivation, she took a chance and asked him, Uma, what is it you want most in the world? Her question appeared to surprise Gaara, but she quickly moved on. He said, I want one thing and one thing only. Once I get that I will finally be able to go on with my life, after raising his head in contemplation. Then he bushed his hair from his forehead with his up-reaching hand. When Sakura saw the kanji for vengeance etched on his skull, she gasped. I will have my revenge on the bitch that ruined my life and caused my personality split. I will use my sand to rip her limb from limb. Gaara extended his hand once more as Sakura put her hands to her mouth and gazed at the tattoo with wide eyes. Now tell me what it is you desire most? Sakura cast her gaze to the floor. She had a lot of ideas before she came up with her response. Sasuke was not what she wanted. Not if he didn't give her what she wanted. Love, she faintly said. Gaara's invisible eyebrow went up. Love? She gave a nod. Yes, love. I want to be adored, to be acknowledged. I want everyone to desire me. I want everyone to love and admire my power. I want to be strong. I want to find a soulmate to no longer be the brunt of jokes. To no longer be seen as a weak nobody I want to be loved and the confidence that will guide me to that love. She had started crying again by the end of her tirade, and her hair was casting shadows over her eyes as she looked down. Sobbing bitterly, she said, Pathetic huh? With a sigh, Gaara dropped to her knees. He brushed away her tears with his outstretched hand. No, it's not a pathetic desire. She let out another gasp and looked back up at the Sunanin. To want to find love is not something you should be ashamed of. Love is one of the great paths to power after all. Sakura's eyes got wide, causing Gaara to smile and stand up, holding his hand out once again. This time Sakura wasted no time in grabbing his hand. Let's go Thina-sensei. Yeah, I want to see what your plan for me is. Gaara chuckled and vanished with Sakura in a swarm of sand. They were completely unaware of the two that had been watching, with huge eyes. The day Gaara truly revealed his true self to assist a young woman was a day Temari and Kankuro would never forget. The fact that this threatened the invasion didn't even seem to register with them. Kankuro whispered, I can't believe that just happened. Temari just gave a head nod. Hana and Sume recoiled in disbelief. Naruto was not a name that was easily forgotten. Hana was in the same boat. Naruto? Why you mean a Euro? Kiba looked down and nodded. B Buddha Euro, no that can't be Euro, but it is. Sume fell to the ground. She questioned, Kiba Euro, does he remember? Kiba gave a headshake. I barely remember that day. I'm not sure if Naruto does. But if he does, he certainly does not care. A nearly frantic Hana cried out, why would he not care? The entire Inuzuka clan once tried to kill him. Kiba let out a sigh. If he does remember and does not care, it's because he knows we no longer have the power to harm him anymore. What do you mean? Kiba grinned as she looked up. The Beast King can control us. He really is the Lord of Beasts and anyone linked to them. If he wanted, he could make us his slaves and we wouldn't be able to do anything to stop it. With a single command and assertion of his amazing powers, he could force us all to kill ourselves. Sume and Hana both gasped. No way. Kiba gave a nod. Yep, and now the only question remains is what are we going to do? Sume cast a critical glance at her son. She questioned, what do you mean? Kiba let out a sigh. I have already decided to be loyal to him, to be a part of his pack. We practically have no choice anyway. Sume let out a defeated sigh and looked up. Yeah, Euro perhaps. Sume, said Kuramura, her dog partner. Are you sure? Absolutely sure you're ready to submit to the Beast King? To finally obey your baser instincts and become a servant of the one who is destined to lead our kind to greatness? You know something, don't you? Sume said, glancing down at her dog. Kurumura laughed and continued, if you accept your Euro fate, then I and the rest of the dogs will tell you the true legend of the one dubbed the First Lord of Beasts. A legend that has been passed down through the generations of every different species of beast on the planet. Sume, Hana, and Kiba gazed down at their dogs in astonishment. Sume and Hana appeared uncertain, but Kiba had already made up his mind. I need some time a Euro, Sume muttered after what felt like an eternity. Yea a Euro me too, Hana responded. Very well, said Kurumura with a simple shrug before turning to go. I recommend visiting the Beast King in his forest. It could aid in your decision making. Hana and Sume were only able to nod. Change of scene. Propped up against a large tree, Nara Shikamaru was lost in thought as he looked up at the clouds. Like everyone else, he remembered Naruto and his strange power, but until earlier that day, he had never considered that Naruto might be the famous Beast King, despite the fact that all the signs were there. Sigh, troublesome urban legends, getting all over dramatic and far-fetched. Then he reflected on what he had witnessed in the Forest of Death. Perhaps the rumors weren't as unbelievable as he had assumed, but he had dismissed them as stories to keep kids in bed because of the way people had previously described him. There was no reason or logic to what they were talking about. It sounded like a collection of fairy tales, which he had never been interested in anyhow. If people had been a little more level-headed than he was, he wouldn't have disregarded the stories and would have concluded years ago that Naruto was the Beast King they all discussed. Now that he had facts instead of drunken nonsense, it was clear that the clues had all been there. Oh well, he had his answer. He let out another sigh and was ready to close his eyes when the sound of a scream sounded. Now what, With a sigh, he stood up and looked over the hill he was resting on. He saw the sound girl he had beaten in the preliminary round, and she was in terrible shape, with her clothes ripped to pieces and her face bruised. She was running madly toward the Forest of Death, with some older sound nin pursuing her. What the devil? He didn't ask anyone. Avoid me, I'd rather not be sacrificed, no. Girl, you have no choice. Now it's your mission. Orochimaru. Sama's Edo Tensei will use you as fodder. No. Get out of here. The girl ran into the forest after slamming a kunai into the nearest ninja's thigh. Come back here, woman. Shikamaru sighed once more as he saw them all disappear into the trees. Should I follow them inside since the girl is in trouble? This is such a drag, man. An unruly girl who is refusing to be sacrificed. He stood up and popped his neck and back a couple of times before disappearing into the tree's shadow, mumbling more. After all, he wasn't the type to abandon a woman in danger. Without hesitation, she fled into the Forest of Death, feeling betrayed, angry, and sad all at once. Orochimaru had killed her teammates in cold blood, saying that their usefulness was over, and she fled when she realized what she had done to them. She didn't know what to do. Was she really going to die, or was she really just a pawn in her master's eyes? Orochimaru had known she was there and had sent some of his goons after her. This realization almost made her give up, but her will to live had overcome it. Just as a hail of 6 kunai sailed toward her, she leapt over a big bush and ran to the right. I will not perish. Not now, she shouted as she ducked under another barrage of tiny ninja weapons. Rethink, bitch. Zankua. Kin was slammed in the back and lifted 6 meters into the air before she slammed into a tree with great force. She had no time to react because she was so shocked to learn that someone other than Zaku had the surgically implanted air cannons. All she could do was try desperately to catch her breath as she fell back to the ground and smashed into it hard. With blurred vision, she glanced up to see her 6 pursuers circle around her. It's time to end this little game of yours, even though you gave us quite the chase, girl. Stop crying about it because you're going to die, bitch. With Orochimaru. Sama, everyone has a role to play. It just so happens that yours is a pawn's. Then the 6 started making fun of her. Now hurry up. Sama Orochimaru is awaiting his final pawn. Kin closed her eyes in desperation. She was truly going to die after being betrayed by the person she believed to be her entire world. Hey. What? I am immobile. What? I am also immobile. Oh shish. I can't either. What's happening? After opening her eyes in shock, Kin saw the 6 sound nin fighting valiantly against an unseen force. She was about to express her own perplexity when the solution appeared in the form of a sluggish, irritated voice. The statement read, Cage main no jutsu success. No goddamn way. Kin exclaimed as she noticed her eyes widening and leapt to her feet. You. Yes, it was. The same Konoha Genin who had humiliatingly defeated her appeared in the shadow of a massive tree, his hands in his pockets, and he gazed at her blankly before letting out the raging sound of nin. All of you kept me from observing the clouds, unruly group of ninjas. Shut it, you pathetic little Konoha genin, sneered the group's leader. Pathetic, huh? Shikamaru simply sighed. Pursuing a girl with 6 mature men makes you seem like the more pitiful ones. Furthermore, why is she being used as a sacrifice? Fuck you. When Orochimaru Sama obliterates this village, you'll know. Not very intelligent either, Shikamaru sighed once more. You don't let the enemy know about your evil schemes. The group's eyes widened at this. Yeah, that's right. You screwed up, and you know what else. The nin gave the young man a hateful glare. A scowl abruptly appeared on Shikamaru's face, and shadowy hands moved up their bodies and up to their necks. I don't like it when men pick on women. As the hands continued to choke them out, the 6-sound nin started to gasp for air. Ak-en no Euro. All 6 of them died after a few minutes. Their throats shattered. Kin's eyes were wide. Could he use his shadow for that? Stay out of trouble next time, you troublesome female. I can't be there to save you all the time no matter how cute you are, Shikamaru said, glancing at Kin. Kin frowned after blushing. I don't need to be saved, asshole. Whatever, just stay out of a Euro. His words were cut short when many birds landed on the branches above and a big pack of wolves appeared out of the bushes. What now? Kin exclaimed. Shikamaru sighed as he studied the creatures in front of him. We're in the forest of death. Naruto must know we're here. Kin went cold. D.do you think he's a Euro hostile? Unlikely. He probably wanted to know what all the commotion in his forest was about. At that moment, the wolves advanced and gathered on the sound nin's fallen bodies. Shikamaru remarked, or they could be looking for their next free meal, as the wolves started dragging the bodies into the forest. Kin remarked, I think we should go. A smaller wolf tugged at Shikamaru's pant leg just as he was about to agree. The wolf had golden eyes and was black. It was trying to communicate with him by growling a little. Being the brilliant person that he is, Shikamaru quickly deduced what the wolf desired. Come on. It wants us to follow it. What? Just come on. Kin let out a sigh. Since she had nowhere else to go, she decided it would be wiser to stay with the man who had just saved her life, even though she didn't like this. As the two of them followed the pack of wolves farther into the forest of death, she instinctively took Shikamaru's arm. Shikamaru said, I think they're taking us to Naruto, after he recovered from his mild surprise at the girl's sudden grasp of his arm. Kin simply nodded and moved slightly toward him. Following the wolves for more than 30 minutes, the two observed that the wolves appeared to grow larger and more intelligent as they moved farther into the forest. Shikamaru soon discovered that the forest of death is far bigger than it appears on the map provided to them for the Chunin exams. Either that or the forest that led to a bigger forest that was concealed behind Konoha. As he approached a huge clearing and what appeared to be a crater, his thoughts were interrupted, about 100 feet down in a valley. What was in the crater, however, was what truly caught his attention. Oh my sweet Kami, Kin exclaimed, gasping. Their responses appeared to amuse the wolves. Naruto abruptly fell from the sky and landed in front of them at that moment. His wings were retreating into his back, and he was smiling maniacally. He spoke in the best human language he knew and pointed with his hand to the utopia before them. Welcome a Euro to Beast Kinga Euro home. You here for train? The two gave him a perplexed look. Naruto raised his head thoughtfully. After that, he heard a hummingbird rapidly chirping in his ear. Naruto looked at the two in front of him and smiled once more as it flew away. Birds observe village. Birds say shinobi train for month. Wolves found you in forest. You train? Shikamaru and Kin both had an epiphany, but Shikamaru was trying not to moan while Kin's excitement was growing. He gestured to Kin, pointing to the half-eaten, dead Otto Nin, and said, Naruto. San, we weren't training. I saved the girl from some enemies. Only by accident did we find ourselves in the forest. Want train? Naruto asked after giving them that same smile. This was what Shikamaru feared. How could he possibly say no? His day also got off to a great start. Training with Konoha's fabled Beast King. Hell yeah. Come on lazy boy, let's do this. Kin exclaimed as he was about to respond and offer a clever explanation for why not. Shikamaru was forced to stop swearing. Great, I make you strong. Make you like Beast. Naruto smiled. Then, disregarding Shikamaru's moans, Naruto led both genin toward his house. Ironically, Sakura and Gaara showed up in a field of dried out cherry blossom petals. The sun was shining brightly on the trees, which were bursting with delicious maroon fruits. Sakura staggered back a little and glanced around wildly. Gaara said, "Calm down. I'm not going to injure you," his eyes gleaming with laughter. Sakura inhaled deeply twice before resolutely addressing the situation. In a whisper, "Sorry," she said. "Do not be afraid of me. I will train you. I will not hurt you, regardless of which personality is in charge at the moment," Gaara said, taking a step closer. Sakura was only able to nod. She was completely intimidated by Gaara's aura. He exuded authority, but in a bad way. Unlike the beasts he hangs out with, Naruto had a wild and joyful aura. She was already quite interested, though. Gaara had a disorder known as split personality. Similar to her, his sand came to life because it was imbued with the second personality. He sought her out in an attempt to exact revenge on a demon. He approached her and gave her authority. Her second personality cheered inside her, and she found herself smiling a little. Abruptly, Gaara gestured around him. "Look at these old, dried out petals from cherry blossoms." She gave a nod. "I will teach you a euro how to turn them into Sonda euro." "Why? You can teach me that," she exclaimed. "With flawless chakra control and a second soul living inside your body," Gaara said, nodding. "It is feasible. The cherry blossoms around you will absorb your more aggressive nature. Chakra will be used to break them up into nearly invisible grains, which you will then harden. Additionally, you will work on your own self, assurance and strength. Although I was born with the iron sand ability, you may be able to mimic it with your second personality by connecting with the aspect of the world that best fits you." Sakura was at a loss for words and could only inquire, "Why?" Gaara said, "Curiosity," after looking up. "I heard your spirit calling. I'll be of any assistance to you. I want to find out if the Shukaku's ability can be replicated." Sakura straightened out and approached Gaara after staring at him for a full minute. This must be the original personality. He was so gentle and direct, but in a positive way. "All right, sensei. Educate me." Gaara's smile was almost imperceptible. A man in his mid-20s, Kakashi Hatake is regarded as one of Konoha's strongest ninja, having mastered 1,000 jutsus. He is the creator of the well-known Chidori and possesses the dreaded Sharingan. He was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6 and then to Junin a few years later. Despite his seeming incapacity and sloth, he is actually quite clever and crafty. Born into the noble and powerful Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha was somewhat similar. He is a clever and sly boy with a lust for power, and his only goal in life is to exact the revenge he so richly deserves on his brother Yuro. That is, to bring the Uchiha clan back to its former glory. However, he has been dealing with a problem lately, and it is getting worse every second. When Sasuke clutched at the cursed seal on his neck multiple times, Kakashi couldn't help but worry. Ever since he brought the young man out here to train, Sasuke has been having more and more issues with it, and the boy resisted it fiercely. Kakashi could see that the boy didn't want anything to do with the seal. It was attempting to possess him, and Sasuke's pride as Uchiha prevented him from letting anything control him other than his desire for vengeance. Sasuke was aware of the powers that the cursed seal would bestow upon him, and he knew that if he accepted Orochimaru's seal, he would undoubtedly become extremely powerful. However, after seeing Naruto's power, he started to doubt himself. Naruto was a boy without any ninja training, who slackened off in the academy when they were children and acted like a complete idiot, but he did possess a special power when it came to animals. Years later, Naruto is arguably the strongest being in Konoha. If he could do that, surely he could too. He didn't need to borrow some snakefag's cursed power. Naturally, he had a bad reaction to the seal and resisted it constantly, sensing that it was attempting to take control of his body. He grunted and turned to face Kakashi, saying, "All right, what are you planning for me?" "You're aware of the Chidori, correct?" Kakashi asked with a smile. "That's what I'll teach you." Sasuke gave a nod. And over the course of the following few days, Kakashi and Sasuke worked on improving his speed to the point where he could perform a respectable Chidori. During their training, neither of them was aware of the third presence, which appeared to be dozing in the deep ravine below. "All right, Sasuke, you're almost there. Try using a bit of Lee's taijutsu to help improve." Sasuke nodded as he instantly recalled the moves he had successfully imitated from Lee in his brief challenge prior to the Chunin exam's first stage. He and Kakashi didn't seem to give much thought to the fact that he had essentially stolen Lee's hard-1 taijutsu. With his Sharingan burning in his eyes, Sasuke simply focused on gaining the speed required for the Chidori. He once again resisted a pulse from the cursed seal as he ran through the training grounds while the gravity seals glowed on his legs. It was rapidly turning into a bothersome After arriving at the Forest of Death, Sum and Hana wasted no time in jumping over the fence and entering. After hearing Kuromaru's counsel, they made the decision to visit the Beast King before determining whether or not to submit to him. For them, it was a significant choice. Their decision to join Naruto's pack and give in to their baser instincts meant that they would be more loyal to him than to Konoha and the Hokage. Nothing less would satisfy their instincts. This was not something they were particularly fond of. The two women avoided some of the more vicious animals that are known to prowl through the forest while leaping through the trees with the elegance and skill of any elite kunoichi. After a few hours of travel, they finally picked up a scent. The scent of blood was it. After considering the possibility that it might be a poor Genin's corpse from the Chunin exams, they decided against it. The scent of wolves also completely overshadowed this scent, which was more recent than the others. Their curiosity overcame them, and they followed it. They gasped at what they discovered. It was a circular crater that was roughly 100 feet deep. However, the gasping was caused by what was inside the crater. It was a picture of beauty that could only be depicted in paintings, a paradise. Hundreds of different colored birds squawked joyfully as they flew through the air carefree, while huge luscious green trees swayed in the cool breeze. Numerous flowers painted the entire area in a range of golds, reds, pinks, purples, and oranges, while black bears and white tigers relaxed. Every single plant was practically radiating life, and the crater was dazzlingly adorned with rainbows and clean, fresh air from a magnificent waterfall and a crystal clear river that ran through the area. And there was a big hut in the middle of all of this. A pack of 30 wolves and a number of large snakes were protectively resting around the hut. Hana and Sume hardly suppressed their gasps. They had never seen a piece of nature like this before. Hana said, "Be beautiful," while placing his hands over her mouth. Sume was only able to nod. I'm sure Naruto lives down there." Sume gritted her teeth and nodded. "Come on, Hana. We came this far. Let's finish." Why yeah. Both of the women felt their anxiety rising as they approached the crater's floor. How did Naruto behave? Would he give the order to attack the beasts that were currently relaxing around his house? What if he did recall? What would he think of them? As they reached the bottom, they couldn't stop thinking about these questions. By the time their feet touched the ground, they were on the verge of panic. Before beginning their journey to Naruto's house, they exchanged anxious glances. They instantly became tense as a number of beasts jumped to their feet and gave them a look that said, "Who are you? What do you want? Intruders." Hana said, Mom? I'm not sure coming here was a good idea," as the tigers and bears approached. "No, you think?" Sume asked in a caustic tone. "What do we do? If they attack, we fight and run like hell. How the hell are we supposed to do that? Look at all of them." "Just shut up and follow my lead." As the two Inuzuka women stiffened and got ready to attack, something landed behind them and made a strange sound, which made the beasts retreat and take up their old positions. They both froze. "Who are you?" "Not expect Morea Euro visitors." The voice was authoritative and slick. The broken speech was the only issue. The two women slowly pivoted to confront the newcomer. When they saw him, they gasped. He had beautiful blue eyes that seemed to glow in the sunlight, and he was 6 feet tall. Beneath his tanned skin, his muscles rippled and his long yellow hair glinted. He was flawless. He stared at the two, looking perplexed and a little irritated. Two other individuals were draped over his shoulders. Shikamaru, who surprised them, and a girl with long hair. Both were unconscious and covered in bruises and dirt scrapes. "Why you here?" Naruto asked, glancing at the two women. On the other hand, Sume and Hana had fallen asleep. They lost all sense of awareness the moment they saw Naruto. They were powerless to stop the intensity with which their instincts took over. Both women's instincts cried out, "Alpha," but they resisted. Frantically. And lost. Sume and Hana fell to their knees and bowed before Naruto before he could inquire again why they were present. Both of them huffed out, "Naruto. Sama," in ragged breaths. This abrupt action had startled Naruto, but his surprise quickly gave way to laughter. He skirted them and made his way to his hut. "Come," he said. The two women did not hesitate to follow. The two Inuzuka women appeared to be amusing the other beasts, as evidenced by their eyes. The two women gradually regained some control over their instincts as they followed Naruto into his hut. Oh my god, Naruto exuded strength, authority, and vitality. In the back of their minds, their instincts were screaming. The constant cries in the back of their minds, "Alpha male," "mate material," forced them to control their desires. After placing Kin and Shikamaru on a big fur mat, Naruto chuckled quietly and turned back to face the women. With their heads bent and hands on their laps, both were seated on their knees. Both women flinched and then sighed as Naruto approached them and gave them a tender pat on the head. "Names?" he inquired. Both women gave him startled looks as they looked up. "Hana Inuzuka. Sume Inuzuka." After a moment of apparent surprise, Naruto asked, "Why you here?" They were at a loss for words. Simply inform him that they were there to determine whether he was deserving of their company. Yes, that didn't make sense for obvious reasons. If anything, Naruto would be determining whether or not they should accompany him. We came a Euro to meet you," Hana said in a nervously tainted voice. "Meet me? Why?" Sume slowly raised her head and met Naruto's gaze. "We've heard a lot about you a Euro, we know you're the Beast King." Naruto huffed and crossed his arms. "Hear lots about that. People call me King of Beasts. I not get it but know my power a Euro, you dog women, right? Like the Kiba?" Slowly, they nodded. When Kiba claimed to have met Naruto, it appeared that he was telling the truth. After taking several sniffs, Naruto knelt down. Before doing the same to Sume, he lifted Hana's face by her chin to meet her eyes. Sume seemed a little more canine-like than Hana, Naruto observed. They both flushed as he gazed into their eyes for a full minute, then he got back up and grinned down at them. He said, "Walk with me," and left the hut once more. After exchanging glances, Sume and Hana followed him outside. By now, they were barely able to control their cravings. They were starting to get overwhelmed by it. Naruto. Sama, they both thought, breathing more and more raggedly. It has turned into an issue. Officially, it was. Sasuke fell to his knees, howling in agony, and Kakashi could only watch in disbelief. After 3 weeks of instruction, Sasuke has grasped the fundamentals of the Chidori. He had the move down, but he still lacked speed. But every day the cursed seal had been behaving more and more violently. It reacted more the more Sasuke refused to use it in spite of his sinister thoughts. Sasuke had decided that he would become strong on his own without the cursed seal's help. However, the cursed seal was negatively impacted by this vow because it went against his very nature. It grew more powerful as it tried to take Sasuke, and it was triumphing over the Uchiha family. Sasuke gazed up at Kakashi while gripping the seal. He shouted, "Kakashi, get a Euro away," as a purple mist began to emerge from the seal. Kakashi attempted to object, but was forced to leave the area by a powerful chakra surge. Shit. No. Sasuke-kun, why do you resist me? You know I could grant you power. Without me you are weak. You are pathetic. You will never kill your brother at this rate. Accept me. Use me. Submit to me. The cursed seal's voice was strong. It spoke to him all the time, exploiting his vulnerabilities and anxieties. It was weakening his resolve. Severing his resolve. Ia Euro, I won't. The purple mist started to pour more intensely from the seal as another wave of pain ripped through his body. From the seal, black marks started to appear on his right arm, neck, and side of his face. No, damn it. Was useless now. Now that the seal had been activated, the voice in his head was practically a siren. The seal took full control of his body as he fell to the ground and started to convulse, completely enveloping him in the black lines of flame. Sasuke screamed so loud it broke the earth. The purple chakra, the voice, and the seal. He was theirs. There was nothing left for Sasuke to do. It was a strong seal. He sensed it creeping into his thoughts. It was securing its roots deep within his spirit. He jumped to his feet, clutching his head, exclaiming, "Oog! No, get out of my head. Kukakuku, it's too late, Sasuke-kun. You're mine now." Orochimaru's voice, slick and mocking with a trace of sinister desire, was heard. I detested that voice, Sasuke. He detested the way it seemed to echo around the neighborhood. As Sasuke persisted in his battle against the voice and the seal, his body throbbing with the corrupted power, the purple chakra grew more intense. The Uchiha hardly noticed the changes taking place in his body. His skin turned a purplish gray as the markings grew. His irises turned yellow and the whites of his eyes turned black, and his hair grew wild, long, and shaggy. It's no use fighting at Sasuke-kun. Sasuke gripped his head more tightly. No, it's not. Get out. Get out. When Kakashi got there, he saw Sasuke stumble backwards as a massive hand-shaped wing exploded from his back and tightened its grip. "Sasuke!" shouted Nin, the copy. Sasuke shook his head frantically as he turned to face Kakashi with those altered eyes. "Stay back. Sasuke." The hand wing tightened its hold on Sasuke, who fought against it, as he kept trying to break free from its grip. He staggered back. When Kakashi saw the cliff and the ravine, he gasped, but it was too late. As Sasuke staggered over the edge and plunged into the shadows of the ravine below, Kakashi gaped in disbelief. She had slept for more than 3 decades. She chose to hibernate because there was absolutely nothing to do at the time. She had not yet reached adulthood. An extremely boisterous young lady who was at odds with the other 8. She chose to sleep through everything 30 years ago because there was nothing interesting happening. It didn't matter. She also had no desire to return to her dull life in Makai. When she opened her eyes, she saw a faint power radiating from above. It had a snake-like odor. She pondered for a moment what it could have been. Was that a demon? It felt like one, for sure. C-class at most. Quite mediocre. For several minutes, she listened to whatever was up there scream a few times, seemingly in agony. That demon might have been engaged in combat up there. Oh well, it didn't matter to her. She had just closed her eyes once more and was about to fall back asleep when something slammed down in front of her. She had previously sensed the demon. The serpent. As they studied the form on the ground, 2 golden eyes gleamed in the darkness. A huge white and golden dragon with 8 long reptilian tails emerged from the shadows and took a few sniffs, causing a rather loud gasp to reverberate throughout the darkness. The dragon cried out, "It's a human," in a young, feminine voice that betrayed her adolescence. She gave the human a tail bump. It was accurate. Yes, it was a human. However, there was a problem. The tainted aura was taking over him, one that, she realized, was neither entirely natural nor entirely demonic. Likely transplanted from somewhere else. But there was the smell of a snake. A strong Habi Hanyu must have done this in an effort to turn people into slaves. She was unable to fully comprehend everything. Humans and Hanius were incredibly complex. They added unnecessary complexity to the situation. As the appendage that grew from his back squeezed his body, the human let out a painful groan. She arched an eyebrow. Thus, he had not yet been completely overcome by the aura. To be able to resist it for this long, this person must have a strong spirit. Even if his body had been taken in a complicated way. She laughed softly and grinned. Perhaps it won't be so boring after all. She then slammed the human with the tips of all 8 of her tails, filling his body with her yukai. The impact was immediate. In a moment, the snake Hanyu aura vanished. The black markings entirely disappeared from his body, and he was nowhere near strong enough to match hers. She heard the aura scream in agony as the transparent, twisted figure of a man with golden eyes and pale skin rose from the mark on his neck and vanished into thin air. The marking itself then disappeared. His eyes returned to normal as the appendage on his back turned to slime and dropped to the ground. She wasn't finished, though. When he changed back into something more respectable, she grinned and pumped more yukai into his body. His eyes became slitted and golden. The bangs of his hair grew another foot and turned white. 2 horns grew from his forehead, curving back like a dragon's, and his neck developed scale-like markings. His skin became somewhat paler than usual, and his fingernails became thick and pointed. A long, reptilian, bladed tail grew from his tailbone, and where that handwing had been, a large, white dragon wing that shimmered with a substance resembling golden dust appeared. At last, his canines extended from his upper lip and grew long. As she looked over her work, she laughed. "There it is now, he would be all right." She said, "Hee, you're lucky you're so damn cute," as she started to get smaller. His first thought was that he was all right. The voice from the cursed seal had vanished, and his body was no longer in agony. He began to wonder what had happened. He was aware that he couldn't possibly repel it. He believed that he was doomed. He looked around and sat up. He didn't even realize that his vision was much better than it had been. "What a euro happened? Hi there, handsome." The sudden cheerful voice rang out through the darkness, and he spun around tensely. But he gasped at what he saw. He had never seen a girl as beautiful as this one. He was making her appear to be 17 or 18, but she actually looked a few years older. Her golden hair was styled in a braided ponytail and hung waist-length. She had golden eyes that gleamed with promiscuity and playfulness. She wore a spaghetti strap half-shirt and a black leather miniskirt, which accentuated her ample breasts and exposed her flat stomach. Her skin was almost as pale as Orochimaru's, and her full lips were smeared with purple lipstick. She was built like a glove. The enormous golden dragon wings, 8 tails, claws, and fangs were what really struck him, even though One spoke of power concealed behind that delicate form. Furthermore, her aura was far stronger than anything he had ever experienced. His question was unavoidable. "Wo Euro, what are you?" She gave a little giggle and walked confidently towards him. A seductive smile curved her lips. I am the second strongest demon lord of Makai and rival to the Kyuubi. You can call me Naomi. I'm known in the Ryu no Hashimata. Sasuke let out a gasp. She approached him and quickly produced a mirror. And you handsome have just become a demon. 2 days from now it will have been a month and the final rounds for the second part of the third stage of the Chunin exams will arrive. I wonder how much they all have improved. Sarutobi was excited, but he could hide it well. All of these genes showed great promise. He was confident that they would perform a fantastic show and that they would all become extremely strong in an attempt to catch up to Naruto as a result of their encounter. He had another thought after that. The legendary beast king of beasts, Naruto. The boy had strength. He was all that the legends said he was. Sarutobi wasn't an idiot. On the day of Naruto's birth, he went to investigate why the animals appeared so delighted about his arrival. Textbooks and ancient scrolls didn't teach him much, but he did call upon Enma to find out what he knew. After expressing his astonishment, Enma told his summoner everything. Including how, in the event that Naruto and the humans ever clashed, any summon who was mute would side with him. That was Naruto's kind of power. Naruto had the power to affect even ordinary summons. Sarutobi let out a small sigh. Naruto was unaware of his current course. Or perhaps he didn't believe Naruto was aware of how impressive his title is. He observed from the tower as numerous foreign diplomats, all excited to witness the impending battles, kept pouring into Konoha. Undoubtedly, the majority were curious to see how the final Uchiha would fare. Sarutobi pondered the extent of Kakashi's progress with Sasuke. He hadn't noticed any signs of several genin, now that he thinks about it. There have been reports of the sand genin Gaara using a field of cherry trees nearby. Yoshino and Shikaku Nara also paid many visits in search of their son. It seems that Shikamaru disappeared a day following the preliminary rounds. Anko appeared preoccupied with something. The Hyuga Council appeared determined to punish the branch house genin Neji for his complete defeat of the heiress, and the body of Hayate Giko was recently found. Most likely, Orochimaru's accomplice did it. Everyone in the village was tense. As he carried on with his paperwork, he let out a small sigh. In 2 days, things were bound to get exciting. There was no doubt about that. He recalled how he had met these two. Even though he was still a puppy, he recognized them. They were almost like him, connected to animals, inhabited by animals. He recalled how delighted he was to see them conversing with dogs, and he eagerly went up to them in the hopes of making some human friends. However, he did not want what transpired to occur. As they began to bow to him, they appeared frightened of him and to be having physical difficulties. He initially believed they might have been teasing him. However, he recalled that the dogs had told him to go. That because the Inuzuka members were attempting to resist their instincts, it wasn't safe for him. One actually regained control of her body at that point and slammed her foot into his sternum. He recalled that as each person got better, they joined forces to try to beat him to death. Hours passed while they worked, making fun of him, asking him why he had such authority over them. He recalled telling them that they were also impacted because they were partially canine and that it was simply something he was born with. Saying they were not part dog only made them more irate. They were people. They refused to bow to anyone, particularly a child. He recalled how their dogs sincerely apologized to him when he woke up in the trash. He also recalled glaring as he stormed off, fire leaking from his mouth with each raged breath. Even now he felt a little irate when he thought about it. However, he calmed down after seeing the Hana and the Sume. They fully accepted him as their lord and alpha, and they truly felt regret for what they had done to him all those years ago. The Shikamaru and the kin as well. Despite their refusal to bow, they addressed him as Lord Naruto and Naruto-sama. Their alterations were the cause of this. Naruto was aware of his full potential as the Beast Lord. While in the forest, he had learned a number of skills. One was the manipulation of fire. Another was transformation. And he was able to remake Kin and Shikamaru thanks to one of these newly discovered abilities, bringing them all into his ranks. Nor was he ignorant of his title. He was aware of the predictions made about him. How was he unable to? He has the ability to communicate with animals, and they were all more than happy to give him the specifics. He rolled with it even though he still didn't fully understand. For an instant, he pondered whether he would ever get to meet any of those other lords. He seemed to recognize the demon lords, and the lords of Tenchi sounded interesting. But he was unable to determine why. He ignored those ideas as he focused on the 4 people in front of him. He told Kin and Shikamaru, trained good, and the latter sighed with relief that it was finally over. "I'm most proud to call you beasts," Shikamaru said. Please don't call me a beast, which made Kin laugh and put her arm around his. Naruto smiled and gave him a pat on the head, and something that made him look bad. As Naruto turned to face Sume and Hana, a smile never left his face. Tell the Kiba to visit. He can become beast too if wants to. Naruto nodded and seized her in an embrace after Sume nodded and said, I will Naruto. Sama. Hana, who attempted to playfully nibble at his ear, came next. Take care Naruto. Sama, she said, smiling lovingly. Sume licked her lips and said, and remember that our offer is still there. We'd be more than willing. She was always hot and bothered by the idea of mating with such a flawless example of an alpha male. Every time Naruto was around, she seemed to get hot. The same applied to Hana and a lot of the female animals that prowled around his house. Naruto felt a flush come over his face. He understood what they were discussing. They tried to fuck him in the middle of the night 2 days after they first met him because they were so motivated by hormones and instincts. They were both completely nude when they arrived, and they exuded lust. Although he had to concede that their bodies were attractive, he refused to mate with any woman. He would need to see the woman's strength first. Furthermore, he hasn't had much time to thoroughly test Sume and Hana. Even though he was able to calm them down and help them control themselves, the flirting and repeated offers continued. The two Inuzuka women were watched by Kin and Shikamaru. Because they were female, Shikamaru was unable to fully understand why they were so overwhelmingly drawn to Naruto, but Kin was able to. She knew exactly how the two were feeling. She trained with Naruto, just like Shikamaru. He did more than just improve their fighting skills, though. He literally changed both of them, and he changed the two Inuzuka women even more. As a result, she became more aware of her baser instincts and her surroundings. Before forcing herself to get a grip, she almost ended up in Shika's bed multiple times because she was aware of what her animal instincts wanted. She was initially a little terrified of these novel feelings, these primal cravings, and these overpowering emotions. Her human mind was not accustomed to it. She was accustomed to clear-headed, rational thought. However, she hurried into things more frequently with this new perspective. She was jittery and felt the need to prove her superiority over other people all the time. She took advantage of whatever scared her, particularly when hunting. Finally noticing something, Naruto advised her to learn to control her instincts rather than to be afraid of them. Learn to use her human mind to make them work. These emotions were how beasts lived, he told her. It came naturally. She thus realized what Hana and Sume were feeling as she gazed at them, who were releasing pheromones that only animals could sense. She was able to stop pursuing Shikamaru after that. Shika was liked by her. A great deal. She wasn't entirely comfortable with wanting to fuck Shikamaru every night, and she was certain that he felt the same way, but the fact that he had saved her all those years ago only served to fuel their love. Her bestial side, however, was adamantly opposed. Naruto grinned as he glanced at the four of them. Having some humans in his ranks at last made him happy. He was able to make use of one of his previously underutilized abilities. They were fresh and better now, standing in front of him. He was pleased with himself. He made a playful shooing motion with his hand. Now go. Have humans Toa Euro shocked? Sume grinned. Oh, I'm so excited to see Kiba's face, it will be invaluable. I just hope my mom doesn't freak out and kill me, Shikamaru sighed, and Kin grinned, adding, don't worry Shika-kun, I'll protect you. I'm not sure that's a good idea Kin. Kin simply laughed as she and Shikamaru disappeared into a pool of darkness. Sume and Hana both smiled and said, show off Nara, before turning and jumping back into the forest of death and up the crater walls. Naruto simply stood there grinning while a tiger nuzzled his cheek. Naruto couldn't help but think about those four. They were sure to shock the humans once they appeared, and his name would start to spread outside of Konoha's walls. He knew that once this happened, he would have to leave his forest more frequently to prevent various people from constantly trying to join his ranks, attack him, or test his strength, and that these conflicts and encounters might alert the so-called lords of the other realms to his existence. He was still a little skeptical about some of the beast's prophecy. For starters, he didn't really believe in angels and death gods, and the idea of demons seemed absurd to him. However, something in the back of his mind abruptly disagreed with that, insisting that he had actually met a demon once before, though he couldn't recall. Even though he was the king of beasts, he still had to hunt occasionally to eat because that was how any beast survived. He grinned and rubbed the tiger's ears as he developed a pair of bird's wings. Lord Naruto, the humans begin their contest after the sun has fallen and risen twice. As the hummingbird conveyed its message, Naruto nodded. Will you be watching? After shrugging, Naruto flew over the forest of death. Maybe, he replied. As the caged bird seal on his forehead took over his senses and filled them with incalculable pain, Neji Hyuga collapsed to the ground, shrieking in agony and gripping his forehead. "This is what you get for trying to kill the heiress lowly servant," he said. Neji swore and spat at their feet, and a moment later, his body was twitching on the ground again. He could hardly see the three elders using the seal on him, their smirks never disappearing from their faces. It had always been this way. They had shunned him ever since they had learned of his talent for Jayukin, focusing on him because they couldn't accept that a lowly servant could have blood that was purer than their own. A gentle female voice whispered into Neji's ear as he lay there writhing in agony and fervently hoping to escape the fate that had been dealt to him. "Are you truly ready to leave me? Neji-kun, I believed I could rely on you." The elders seemed determined to kill him with that seal for his impudence, but before they could do so, Haishi entered and firmly threw the old fools out before placing an unconscious Neji in his room. At first, Neji ignored the voice, thinking he had more important things to worry about, such as his brain turning to jelly in his skull. Like a bird longing for freedom, he woke up and found himself staring out the window. "Gosh. Am I doomed? To suffer a terrible demise at the hands of some pitiful elderly idiots?" He asked himself that question. Neji-kun need not be the one. It is possible to alter fate. That time, Neji answered the voice. "No, you have a predestined fate from birth. You can't alter it. I'm very flattered to have such a handsome young man believe in me, but I also much tisk at you," the voice said with a sigh. "Do you not believe that I am adaptable? Then what is my fate then, since you know so much? Your fate is to die by those old men if you continue to disrespect them as you do," was said after a chuckle. "I have no respect for those ancient artifacts. Instead, they ought to respect me. But you think that because it's your destiny, it won't ever happen? Exactly. My current situation would not have arisen if my father had been born first. But Neji-kun, your fate can be changed. Why should I think so? What? Even though they think they could change, I've witnessed how hard some people try and always fail. Even the heiress, a helpless, pitiful young girl, attempted to defeat me in an attempt to disprove me. However, she will eventually become the head of the Hyuga clan. Life's unfairness demonstrates to me that fate is unchangeable." The voice sighed, and then Neji felt a gentle, loving embrace, with a slim arm encircling his torso and beneath his arms, a pair of firm breasts against his back, and the sensation of breathing in his ear. "You're complaining about how unfair life is? That is a little immature." Ignoring the woman, Neji crossed his arms and sighed. "I have witnessed millions of fates, Neji-kun. Many people's lives came to an end, but there were countless other possible outcomes. Neji-kun. Fate is not predetermined." Neji's eyes had grown enormous, and whoever was holding him exuded a power that he had never experienced before. Enough to make even the Hokage recoil in terror. After 3 minutes, he managed to speak. Wo Euro, are you?" The woman smiled and turned Neji to face her, and he gasped at what he saw. She was beautiful, with flowing white silk robes, short light blue hair, and a glowing ring floating above her head, as well as 2 enormous white feathery wings that were spread out and radiating a soothing, warming energy. "The realm of heaven has 6 lords, including me. I have authority over everything pertaining to life's journeys, and I determine your life's course based on your choices. The goddess of fate, if you will. I've come down to get to know you because I'm intrigued by your spirit and dedication to me, Neji-kun. There aren't many people like you anymore." Neji could only stare in shock. This was the goddess of fate? Wait, there was a goddess of fate? He knew that fate existed, but he didn't know that it had a goddess. With a smile, fate drew Neji near to her. "All right. I release you from your cage and give you a portion of my power. Neji-kun, make me proud. I'll be there to see you in the championship game." Then, with a brilliant flash of light, Neji was permanently changed as she planed her lovely, soft lips on his forehead. Whoa! Neji shot out of bed and fell unceremoniously to the floor, bashing his skull on the ground. It was that dream again, the happiest moment in his life. Nearly a month ago when all of that took place, it was still fresh in his mind. The day the goddess of fate turned him into a tenshi. None of the other Hyugas could believe it. Not even when they came crashing into the room during his transformation. They still stared whenever he walked through the compound. His glowing blue halo and snow white wings attracted the attention of everyone. Thus is the reason he didn't go outside into Konoha. He didn't really need that at the moment. The elders had been furious, demanding to know where he had gotten such power. Neji had merely smirked and said, "Fate." Haishi was the only thing preventing them from attacking. Not wanting the elders to know that his caged bird seal was gone, he made sure the bandages were firmly in place over his forehead. Not just yet. No one was likely to have changed this much, so he was curious to see how everyone would respond. Heh. He was excited to show off his new form. He was unaware that two other competitors were having the same thought. Fate smiled lovingly from above as he watched Neji get ready for his fight in 2 days. Naruto pondered how Shikamaru would fare in the Forest of Death. Outside Konoha, Miles Naomi grinned and offered to drive Sasuke and a still shocked Kakashi back to the village. Unaware of the pair of golden star pupil eyes narrowing and gleaming with insane bloodlust, Sakura smiled and hugged Gaara in a field of cherry blossoms without petals, then vanished in a swirl of pink sand, thanking him for believing in her and wishing him luck. As he rested in the river, Naruto pondered further. While some of the animals wanted to go and watch the humans fight, others urged him to stay in the forest. He understood both sides, but he was curious because he thought that humans had some pretty amazing abilities, which the Shikamaru, Kin, Hana, and Sume had repeatedly demonstrated to him while they were with him. He was excited about the idea of adding more humans to his ranks because they could teach the beasts how to use their chakra. Naruto himself wasn't particularly interested in learning ninjutsu because he already had the fire by his side, and the only thing he found useful for chakra was the healing he could do with it. However, if beasts like the wolves or the raptors learned to use chakra. He smiled. Unbeknownst to Naruto, a very strong entity was also considering him in the same way. She almost sneered at the thought of meeting Uzumaki Naruto, the first born lord of the animal, because she knew that his potential was too great to be wasted on such unworthy lower life-form creatures known as the animal. Animals were essentially nothing more than prey. They had no special abilities and only served to annoy any demons they dared to challenge. But that boy was different. She sensed it in him all those years ago. He had the potential to become a legend, but under the wrong banner. Perhaps it was time to go and reintroduce herself to him. He had been hanging around animals for far too long, and the only thing left to do was to do so. Surely, if he still lived in that pitiful human village, those humans would lash out. Her tails flickered with excitement as she ate a group of lions, thinking that even creatures as supposedly majestic as lions were nothing more than food to her. She had to convince Naruto to join the demon side because he would perform so much better there, by her side. She would visit him in a few weeks. Lowly creatures are not worthy of such a powerful being, she thought as she drifted off to sleep, a final demeaning thought about animals. I'll turn him into a demon. We'll feast on you all together, my friend. It was going to be so simple, and she dreamed all night about her and Naruto killing everything that stood in their way. He must have been tired of wasting his time with such petty animals. She was unaware of how mistaken she was. The Chunin exam's final matches start in 2 days. Orochimaru planned to use the sand to attack Konoha in 2 days. Neji, Sasuke, and Shikamaru would reveal themselves in 2 days. And for Naruto and many others, the story starts in 2 days. Despite his old student's intimidating presence, Sarutobi sighed as he sat in his office, knowing that things would get exciting in 2 days and hoping that it would be for the better. It's nice to dream, but I've learned that eventful days usually never mean anything good, he said, closing his eyes. Yugo, who was obviously shocked, rushed into the room as the doors suddenly flew open. You won't believe this, Hokage. Sama? The woman started, but was interrupted. Hey, get modest, old man, because I'm coming in. The voice was immediately familiar to Sarutobi. It was another that had disappeared a month prior. Go ahead and enter Sume, he said, observing for a moment that Yugo still appeared stunned before learning the reason. Yugo tried not to look, but Sarutobi was not so fortunate, his eyes bulging out of his head and his mouth moving like a fish's. The entire village already knows as they strolled through like nothing was wrong, Yugo said. Before him, Sume and Hana Inuzuka were literally transformed. Their hair was wilder, their canines were longer than usual, their nails were sharp, and their bodies appeared stronger, but that was insignificant. What mattered most was that they both had fluffy dog tails wagging behind them. What on earth went wrong? Just milliseconds before he called Anbu to look for them, he yelled, "How did you do this to them?" Sume smiled, and Hana smiled, gazing up with a dreamy expression. Naruto. Sama. N. Naruto? Sarutobi's eyes widened. Hana replied. And simply hold off until the Nara boy appears. Sume remarked, his changes were even greater. Sarutobi, Yugo, and the shinobi concealed behind a potent genjutsu all let out a gasp. Still in disbelief over what he had witnessed and heard 2 days earlier, Sarutobi sat in the cage box and gazed down as crowds poured into the stadium. What the devil was going on? Naruto seemed to know a lot more about his title than he had initially claimed. Sume, Hana, and apparently Shikamaru had been changed by Naruto and placed in the ranks of beasts. They were no longer wholly human. Sarutobi thought about this for 2 whole days. When the council learned of this, they would be horrified, and there was no way in hell that this would not cause a commotion. If they had previously thought of Naruto as a freak and were a little afraid of him because of it, what would they think when they discovered that he could successfully steal the allegiance of anyone he wanted? Their fear and poor judgment would skyrocket, causing conflicts that Konoha could not afford to be attempting to create. Sarutobi was so engrossed in his thoughts that he essentially ignored the Kazecage's arrival and remained silent when the man advised him to think about finding another Hokage soon. Hell, he didn't even notice that a tall, white-haired man had landed beside him. However, the Kazecage did, and his expression was concerned. There was a lot of excitement as people flocked to the stadium and took their seats. The feudal lords were particularly thrilled because they were looking forward to the most anticipated match of all. Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara of the Desert. Bets were made, polls were taken, and shady deals were made. Along with a few others, they eagerly watched as the genin began to appear on the arena floor. Sitting in a cluster near the front of the middle section of seats, Ino, Kiba, Hinata, Choji, and Tenten made remarks regarding the genin in front of them. My Sasuke-kun will undoubtedly prevail in this contest. As she pumped a fist into the air, an ecstatic Ino exclaimed. Are you certain? Neji is, after all, a very strong foe. He could prevail. Furthermore, there's Gaara. Kiba said, that guy swells with power. Ino crossed her arms and sighed. The victor will be Sasuke-kun, once more, Ino said. Geez, you didn't even mention Shikamaru, Kiba sighed. He's your teammate, right? Ino, you're erratic. Hey, dog boy. Stop talking. Even though I love Sasuke-kun, I'm not the person who bowed to Naruto in public. Hey, I was unable to resist. You can attempt to be an Inuzuka without feeling obliged to bow down to him. Hinata blushed at the thought of Naruto's nearly nude, defined body, while Choji simply laughed. How about we just observe now that you two have finished fighting? Tenten, a little irritated, suggested. The others glanced down at the genin and nodded. Only to discover that Neji, Shikamaru, and Sasuke were all gone. What the hell? There are almost half of them gone, Ino shouted. Geez, please stop talking. Kiba clutched his ears and said. Shut up, pig. My ears hurt from your voice. Ino gasped at the person in front of her as she turned to shout a scathing reply. Sakura. Whoa. Tenten was also taken aback when Kiba said this and Choji stopped stuffing chips into his mouth. With a sly smile, Sakura sat down beside Ino and said, Yes, I know I look good, but please stop staring. Ino shook her head to bring herself back to reality. Sakura had undergone a complete transformation, with her red dress and black spandex shorts gone in favor of a black miniskirt, fishnet shorts, black leather boots, pink fighter's gloves, a pink wrap that uncovered her belly and covered her chest, and a long black sleeveless duster that barely scraped the ground. Her hair was short from her time in the Forest of Death, and her headband for Konoha was still on top of her head, but the most striking change was the enormous hourglass filled with swirling pink sand strapped to her back and the blood-red kanji for love carved into her forehead. What the devil? Sakura simply grinned and remarked, I found someone who could relate to me. After that, he assisted me in rearranging my priorities. I owe him a lot of money. After Sakura said that, Ino saw that the sand inside her hourglass swirled more, and she had an epiphany as she gazed down at the statue. Like form of Gaara on the arena floor. Sakura, who did you train with? Sakura simply grinned and said, I won't tell you if you haven't figured it out yet. Kiba trembled in terror, saying, what the devil is she thinking? Choji simply turned back to face the stadium after nodding. He was more concerned about Shikamaru's absence. She had come to see one person today, even though the other 5 had laughed at her. Oh well. A woman with short blue hair and a very attractive figure sat at the tops of the seats in the stands. Good luck, Neji, she pondered. When everyone had finally calmed down, Sarutobi got up, his inner thoughts temporarily silenced. Gentlemen and ladies. I am honored to have all of you present today as the Sandaime Hokage so that you can participate in the last section of the Chunin exams. I hope everyone enjoys themselves and finds the matches exciting and entertaining. Let's get the tournament started right away. There were applause from the crowd. After Hayate's tragic death, Genma took over as proctor and looked at the genin before him. Well, 3 of them are missing, he said. Although Genma was a little irritated by their tardiness, she chose to overlook it. I hope the Hyuga gets here before I begin his match. All right, everyone. Face the audience with pride. You guys are the stars today. All of the genin smiled a little. All right. Let's start the tournament's opening match. Hyuga Neji and Sai report to the floor. Everyone else goes to the waiting booth. As the others made their way to the waiting area, Sai, who had changed somewhat as well, waited emotionlessly with a black vest on and a black katana strapped to his waist without a sheath. His opponent was a Hyuga, and he felt prepared because Danzo had taught him a lot about fighting the Jiyukin. I apologize for my lack of punctuality. His opponent's voice rang out as a sudden burst of light from the sky blinded everyone. Sai was a little uneasy. I had to get dressed for this occasion, he said. What kind of power was that? Danzo hadn't informed him that any Hyuga could perform that kind of shunshin. And as the light dimmed and the audience gasped except for the Hyugas, it only got worse for him. The woman with the blue hair couldn't help but grin up in the stands. No way, no way, Anko screamed, what the devil is this? After finally putting his thoughts about Naruto, Sume, and Hana aside, Sarutobi found that they were returning, and all he could do was mutter in a shocked voice, what is this? Did Naruto? No, the Beast King is not responsible for this. The cage appeared both thoughtful and astonished. With his massive white wings folded behind him and the halo glowing above his head, Neji stood facing his opponent with a smug grin. His wardrobe had completely changed, and he no longer wore the traditional Hyuga robes. The kanji for fate appeared on the back of his upper body armor, and his forehead protector was altered, replacing the fabric with a very long silk strip of cloth that was also decorated in those symbols, and many women couldn't help but gape as it billowed in the breeze. He was now wearing white pants and no shirt, and his stomach, chest, neck, and right arm were all covered in bandages decorated with dark blue, ancient-looking symbols. A white chest plate and a metal guard that covered the left shoulder and upper arm completed the ensemble. He is an angel. How on earth did that occur? He's absolutely stunning. Sai couldn't help but wonder despite being trained as an emotionless shinobi. Where did you acquire this ability? He inquired. Neji simply grinned more and uttered the words, fate. It took a minute before Genma, who was still staring at Neji with wide eyes, started the match and then bounded off. Tenten turned to face an astonished Ino up in the stands and asked, do you still believe Sasuke can win? She asked with a smirk. Ino was about to respond when Sakura replied with, Gaara will win. They were all so taken aback by this statement that they turned their focus from the angel-fied Neji to the kunoichi, who was now brandishing sand. Where had Ino's sudden interest in that insane Sunanin come from? After all, wasn't Sakura one of Sasuke-kun's biggest fangirls? As though sensing Ino's query, Sakura simply shrugged and said, believe me, I've seen how strong Gaara is. He is stronger than Sasuke. In fact, neither is anybody else competing in this tournament. Although Sakura was astonished by Neji's metamorphosis, she didn't display any visible signs of emotion because, in her view, Gaara was the most powerful person down there, and he and his second personality infused metal sand. She didn't know when Sakura had met Gaara or concluded that Sasuke was weak, but she didn't like it. Ino scowled and huffed. This sudden interest in Gaara wasn't normal. Tenten and Choji turned back to the arena floor, where Neji and Sai had started fighting. Sai slowly drew his katana after circling his winged opponent. Interesting, Hyuga Neji. Is it possible for everyone in your clan to become a Tenshi? No, Neji, who was observing his opponent, said, I got this power from someone else. With a nod, Sai said, I see. Then, speeding faster than most genin should be able to do, he charged at Neji and slammed his foot into his chest. It seems all that angel stuff is just for show, Sai replied. After huffing and assuming a fighting stance, Neji said, says you, and then he used his Byakugan. Try it again. Sai did just that, but this time Neji was ready, and as Sai's foot hit his face, Neji struck back with his own attack, his palm slamming into Sai's foot and sending him back a good distance while also channeling chakra into the boy's leg, which had already almost rendered his leg useless. Sai hissed in pain as he landed. The two continued to intensify their battle for 10 more minutes, during which Sai threw out jutsus in the form of earth spikes, fireballs, and ink drawings. Because of his bloodline limit, Neji was able to easily avoid the attacks and counter with his own, and his fighting style, which was more focused on taijutsu, caused him to spring forward whenever there was an opening and strike with a palm or a deceptively devastating poke of the finger. Sai, being his son, was able to avoid the strikes with the swiftness and grace of an elite, and his emotionless gaze never left the angel Hyuga in front of him as he drew his katana. Hyuga Neji is very impressive, but it's time to stop holding back, in my opinion. Show me the strength of your angel. Then, with a great release of chakra, Sai raised his black katana and smirked for the first time, and before Neji's eyes could widen, Sai's weapon was in his shoulder. The crowd let out a startled gasp. I didn't even see him move, several people screamed. Neji hissed as he poured more chakra into his eyes, causing blood to flow from his shoulder. He moved so quickly. Fine then, Neji thought as Sai disappeared, raising his katana and preparing to strike again. Without having to see his opponent, Neji knew what he was going to do and responded appropriately. Neji's tenketsu began to spin as Sai's weapon struck him, causing both white and normal chakra to explode. And when Neji shouted out his attack, the Hyugas in the audience could only gape in shock. Kaden. Sai's eyes widened for the first time that day as he slammed into the swirling chakra barrier, feeling his katana shatter on impact, dousing the entire area in ink as Neji's attack flung it everywhere. He said, "You're not supposed to know that move," as he struck the wall with force. For the first time that day, Neji's wings spread wide and rose high as he hunched over, and he glared as the ink dropped to the ground all around him without a drop touching his body. Obviously not. I work for the main house as a servant. I'm not allowed to enjoy such comforts. I therefore taught myself. The Hyuga gasped in surprise. Fate is a bitch, so they say. Despite being a slave at birth, I have the most potential. It looks like I could be the best Hyuga ever. For a long time, I believed that I was not destined to attain such greatness and that it would never happen. Despite my abilities, I believed that fate was unforgivable and that I would always be a slave. Neji was clearly going somewhere with this conversation, and the audience fell silent as they listened. But I just found out that's not the case. Fate is very adaptable. She is a very forgiving and compassionate person. I can now choose my own destiny because she gave me the gifts. I owe my life to that lovely goddess. The blue-haired woman's face flushed up in the stands. Reaching up, Neji ripped off his head covering, exposing his bare forehead to the world. Haishi and all the other Hyuga gasped. However, that isn't possible. The wind was starting to swirl around Neji as his grin became almost sadistic. You're correct, he declared, it's time to stop holding back. Neji became irritated at Sai's expressionless face and glared slightly before saying, let me show you what I mean. As she felt Neji's angelic chakra flare, Fate watched in admiration, wondering what he had come up with and assuming he had been training his new power. I will show you the power I have gained. As Neji started to turn white, the whole audience watched in awe. His partner was right beside him as he ran toward the stadium at a speed he didn't usually use. Shikamaru and Kin didn't say anything as they got closer to the stadium, but they were silently grateful that no one was around to freak out over their appearance, which would have taken up their already limited time, as they had completely forgotten to alert the Hokage to the danger that the sound would bring. Taking Kin's hand, Shikamaru leapt into the nearest building's shadow. At that moment, a huge white light spire rose from the stadium's center. As soon as the spire of light shot into the sky, Sasuke and Naomi snapped their heads to the right and both of them growled in their throats. Sasuke didn't know why, but the feeling of this energy made him angry and made him want to get rid of the person who was holding it. Naomi, on the other hand, knew exactly what that energy was. It belonged to one creature, the demon's mortal enemy, their polar opposite, and the yang to their yin. Kakashi asked the question that was on Sasuke's mind while looking at the light. What's that light? Naomi's glowing eyes stayed fixed on the light as she answered, stifling her natural urges. Angel, she said. What, angel? Atenshi? Are you real? Naomi nodded, which, given her current shape as she sailed towards Konoha, appeared to be a pretty intimidating move. Yes. However, I fail to see why an angel would be. It seems that a Tenshi lord in your village has changed to human. What? Yes. You appear to have Sasuke-kun as a rival. Smirking and licking his lips in anticipation, Sasuke was relieved that otherworldly beings were not transforming him alone. This should be fun. While Kakashi hoped that whoever had changed wasn't someone Sasuke would view as a rival and vice versa, Naomi simply giggled, hoping that one day people would laugh at him as he realized how foolish he was. When Naruto's head jerked up, he looked toward Konoha and felt the energy in the air, which at once felt powerful, dangerous, and unstable, as well as calm, tranquil, and pure. The beasts around him had also snapped to attention. What is that? As the white light started to go out, he asked himself. Not ever felt before. The animals were equally perplexed and a little uneasy, and Naruto could relate to them. This sensation wasn't caused by chakra, or rather. A worried tigress rubbed up against his leg and said, "Master Naruto a euro." Naruto grinned and scratched the cat's ears. "Don't worry, not to worry us." When he said that, the tigress appeared to calm down. She was concerned because she knew that her king had been considering going to the human's house ever since they arrived in the forest, and she believed that whatever was releasing that energy was not human. This was concerning to her because the beasts were already a little afraid of humans, especially the weaker species, and if the humans were interacting with something stronger, that was reason enough to keep them well away. Naruto was stronger than whatever that was, but she and the other beasts weren't concerned about her king's safety. She flopped onto her side, allowing the beast king to rest his head and back there. She noticed that he was occasionally looking toward the human's house. When Neji said that he was holding back, everyone thought that his speed would increase a little, or that he might start to unleash a lot of the jutsus he had learned during the month of rest and training. They even thought that he had somehow recreated or invented a lot of new Juyuken techniques. Shock couldn't even begin to describe the feeling that everyone was experiencing right now as Neji unleashed his power. The Hyuga prodigy's halo glowed as brightly as his eyes, and his hair and bandages billowed wildly, adding to his majestic appearance. However, what they saw was obviously something else, as the white chakra swirled around him like a tornado as his wings gave a powerful flap and launched him 30 feet into the air, leaving behind empty blank brilliantly glowing voids in their place. The energy swirling around the area kept Sai blind and confused as he stared up in shock as Neji hovered above him, his wings flapping periodically to keep him suspended in the air. "You see?" With that arrogant grin, Neji said, "the instant your name was drawn against mine, you were destined to lose to me." A long, double-edged sword materialized in a flash of light when he raised his right hand, and a knight's shield with a white dove adorning it appeared when he raised his left arm. "Prepare to lose." With awe and excitement, Orochimaru watched as Neji disappeared and used his wings to decimate his opponent as if he had been doing it all his life. Sai was no match for Neji's extremely impressive skills. "What is this power? It's unlike anything I've ever seen. Imagine the possibilities if I could make something similar available to me." Kukakuku. Neji was unaware that Orochimaru had discovered another target. He knew the blonde had nothing to do with this, but he felt his excitement growing despite the fact that the other participating genin were in a state of shock, unable to speak, and even silent, including Gaara. This power display was unlike anything he had ever experienced, feeling very different from the power the beast kind had wielded. A woman's golden star pupil eyes narrowed in rage as the energy swept over her in another section of the village. "What on earth is a Tenshi doing here? You were a worthy opponent but you cannot face the power of fate," Neji said as his eyes returned to normal after closing multiple tenketsu on Sai's body and aiming the tip of his blade at his throat, ending the fight. "Now surrender." The whole arena was silent as Sai nodded his head and admitted defeat. Neji sighed and his sword and shield vanished in bursts of light. They were all still struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Tenten began clapping at last. That was incredible. Sarutobi was still looking at Neji, trying to figure out where he got that power, when he remembered the boy saying something about fate. It was almost as if he had met a Euro. No, that was not possible. A goddess of fate existing. It sounded ridiculous. She yelled with a smile as she got up and cheered some more. Eventually, the rest of the crowd started cheering as well. However, this could all be connected to Naruto and the Beast Prophecy. Before he could ask in shock what was happening, hundreds more shadows began to gather there, receiving terrified yelps from their owners. The entire stadium watched in horror as the shadows eventually formed a large pitch-black void in the center of the arena and began to form a pillar. He was about to congratulate Neji on a spectacular battle when something started happening down on the arena floor. Neji, Sai, and Genma's shadows began moving around on their own before suddenly shooting over and condensing together in the middle of the floor. With whatever this was, Neji was ready for battle and his weapons had reformed. He had no intention of being taken by surprise. He gasped a moment after turning on his Byakugan to try to see what was in that darkness. "It's you," he told. Two people were left behind when the darkness burst outwards, transformed back into shadows, and went back to their owners a second later. Faye. And here I thought Kin and I would be the only people change. How troublesome that the Hyuga of all people would gain some sort of special power. Both the disguised Orochimaru and the rest of the audience gasped at what they saw. Ino had enormous plate-sized eyes, She screamed, "What the fuck happened to you, lazy ass?" Kin poked her pointed ears with her fingers. "Keep it down, will you? Sheesh." Shikamaru gave a shrug. It was that troublesome beast king. Fate looked at Shikamaru and Kin with wide eyes up in the stands. "The Euro Beast King?" When Shikamaru saw that everyone was staring at him, he sighed and exclaimed, "Do you mind? Sheesh." "Hey, what do you expect when you come here looking like that?" said Ino. It was accurate. Nobody in the stadium believed what they saw, much less who had hurt the two. Some people began to look at Shikamaru fearfully, in contrast to the entity that transformed Neji, because they knew what the Beast King was. Kin and Shikamaru both appeared to have been crossbred with panthers, but Shikamaru more so than Kin. Shikamaru was far more mature than Kin, who had pointed ears, sharper canines, more cat-like fingernails, golden eyes, a midnight black tail swaying behind her, wild short hair, and clothing similar to what she wore at the preliminary round. His teeth now protruded from behind his upper lip. He had cat-like, slanted, yellow eyes. His feet had changed from being human. They were now covered in black fur and had big black paws. He had identical hands. They resembled the fur and retractable claws of a panther, but they were still very much human. He even wore pads on his fingers and palms. His hair was oily black and glinted in the shadows, and his ears were long and pointed with a layer of fur on the outside. He was much more muscular than before and had a long panther's tail. He was dressed very differently now. His vest had disappeared, leaving only the fish netting, and his pants were frayed at the bottom. There was a brown fur cape over his shoulders that hung more to the left than the back. His favorite decorations were two deer antlers that protruded from behind like wings and hung down, covering the majority of his left arm. His right arm glinted with his forehead protector, and his abdomen was covered in white bandages. He let out another sigh as he turned to face the Hokage. "While I know my Euro appearance warrants many questions, we have more important issues to worry about." Then he pushed Kin, who looked around anxiously and watched the cage. "I'm Kin Suchi from the village hidden in the sound, and I have some very important news about your village and mine. Ahem, right now." With a gasp, the cage began to growl, saying, "You little wench." Orochimaru signaled Kabuto to start the operation ahead of schedule. Sarutobi became tense after observing the cage's behavior. "Yes, what is it, young lady?" With a sigh, Kin clutched Shikamaru's cape anxiously as she readied herself to say the words that would put her in permanent danger. "Orochimaru will attack Konoha with his villages Oto and Suna. The summons is already being called forth, in my opinion." "What?" With a sudden sneer, the cage rushed towards Sarutobi. "Right now," he shouted, and a moment later, a battle that would shake the world started, and all hell broke loose. Kakashi and Naomi emerged in a flash of golden flames just as Sasuke did. "Destroy everyone!" Orochimaru shouted as he and Sarutobi leapt to the ground and ordered his 4 bodyguards to form a barrier. As Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naomi arrived, Shikamaru and Kin suppressed a gasp at the Uchiha's new appearance. Their acute awareness, which they attributed to their altered personalities, ensured that they didn't miss anything, but they didn't have much time to fret about it because Suna and Oto Nin were hurrying into the stadium. Kakashi and Sasuke launched an immediate offensive, and Naomi simply smiled and took off with a shout, "Handsome, show them what you can do." As Gaara and his siblings fled the stadium, Sakura followed them, and Neji was already in the air, making his way to the gates where a number of enormous snakes had materialized. Shikamaru, whose hunting instinct had come out, saw Sakura jump over the walls after the Sand siblings and said, "Kin, stay and assist Sai and the others. Do not let yourself get captured either." Kin flexed her claws and scowled, saying, "I can take care of myself." "Good." Shikamaru grinned and vanished into the darkness. His eyes glowed golden and purple chakra swirled violently around him while his killing instantly froze several battles. When they looked at him, they gasped and began to shake in fear. Sasuke's single wing spread out wide and he gave an ear-splitting roar. His match. He never got to have it. Heads were going to roll. "It's AD. Demon." One shinobi shouted a second before a fist struck him in the face. "You're correct. And I'll show you why you shouldn't give him a demon's fight." Together, the Junins and the other genin were attempting to safeguard the injured Lee and the sleeping citizens. "Where's my forehead, damn it?" As she ducked beneath a kunai swipe, Ino yelled. As Asuna Chunin attempted to slam into his armored chest, Shoji simply grunted. "I'm not sure, but we have more pressing issues to be concerned about, like surviving," Tenten shouted. For a moment, though, she wondered where Neji had gone. Shino leaned against a nearby object and disappeared, his almost veiled face smudged with contemplation. As the Anbu watched helplessly due to the barrier, Sarutobi grunted against Orochimaru's sword with a glare. Orochimaru, you are a monster. The Hokage screamed as he kicked the snake Sanin hard in the chest. That's not a very kind thing to say, Kukakuku-sensei. I believed that we were allies, a group. Stop talking. I'm going to do what I ought to have done earlier today. Your dreams come to an end here, Orochimaru. Orochimaru grinned and assumed his fighting position. You won't win, Sarutobi-sensei, not even with all of these unique kids you've kept hidden from me. After that, I'll take them all and apply them to my personal goals. I am eager to dissect them, Kukuku. Sarutobi grimaced and made several hand gestures. The winds that blew through his house caused cerulean eyes to open, muscles to stiffen, and his nose to twitch. The word, blood, he whispered. He leapt to his feet and took several more sniffs before saying, shinobi blood. The scent of conflict, a massive battle, alien odors that invaded their nostrils, and multiple sources of non-human power were all detectable, and the beasts surrounding him also stiffened up. He heard people dying as their enemies destroyed them, and he saw smoke rising into the sky. Initially, he dismissed it as a test the shinobi were taking, but after a few more minutes, the smells worsened and the smell of death sharply increased, and the village's beasts filled the forest with fear and anxiety, some of them hurt and caught in the crossfire. With his eyes narrowed, Naruto braced himself for the enemy to flood his forest, but the shinobi never arrived. Naruto calmed down and got ready to sleep again. It had nothing to do with him or the beasts, and he wanted to avoid the humans and their quarrels. But all of a sudden, a different smell entered his nostril, Sayuro. A scent that actually made him more irate. The elder, the Hokage, was in danger and was dying, and it was the smell of his blood. The air quickly heated up, and Naruto's eyes turned orange. He didn't really like most of the shinobi, but the Hokage was the only one who liked him at all when he was still a little child. He thought about the four he had trained, and his packmates were in danger. He growled and squatted down, his body exploding with fire. With a long blue sword piercing his chest and the imposing figure of the Shinigami, Lord of the Underworld, hovering behind him, Sarutobi coughed blood while holding Orochimaru's shoulders. Orochimaru scowled as he attempted to persuade the Kusanagi to complete its task of impaling the Hokage, but the summon Enma held firm on the blade even though it sliced through his hand. The Shinigami was about to finish the task for which it had been called upon when he sensed it. Heat and power filled the entire village, and a roar that was more terrifying and louder than anything they had ever heard came from the Forest of Death. Enma froze, Gamabunta, Kakashi's dogs, the snakes attacking the village, and all of the village's pets froze as well. Fate gasped, Naomi's eyes widened and became excited, the Shinigami turned to face the source of the noise, and the woman pursuing Gaara gasped. A smirk twisted Neji's face as he spun around, still hovering in midair and oblivious to the sputters from the shinobi below. As the heat spread throughout the village, Sasuke grinned and unwrapped his tail from a sand shinobi's neck. With a start, Shikamaru muttered, Naruto, Sama. A spire of fire shot straight up, instantly evaporating the clouds above, leaving everyone else to gape in shock and terror. The Shinigami's eyes widened as Sarutobi smirked at an obviously worried Orochimaru and uttered the one sentence that would notify yet another realm of Naruto's presence. Looks like you pissed off the king of beasts. The fire changed from orange to blue to black to white before disappearing as something blasted out of it and sailed into the sky at amazing speeds, leaving everyone in wonder and awe as they watched it spiral up into the air. Sarutobi and Orochimaru both continued to stare, momentarily forgetting one another. Since Enma remained frozen, the many lords that lurked in Konoha chose to watch from a distance. As she heard the mortal old man announce his line to the Pale One, Fate thought to herself, so the Beast Lord does exist. This ought to be interesting. I wonder why Neji-kun never told me of this. While Naomi's thoughts were similar, they also went something like, ooh, I'm so glad I decided to stay awake. I would have missed this. This wasn't well received by others, particularly the shinobi who were invading. At the purple barrier enclosing the Otokage and the Hokage, they saw the Beast King soar through the sky at previously unheard of speeds. They then gasped as his flaming form became increasingly apparent, as Naruto was flying head first and with large feathered wings folded tightly against him. He had no use for them. Like fuel to a missile, a dome of fire spiraled around him and pushed backwards, causing his long hair to whip violently. He had a comet-like appearance. Sarutobi leapt away and off of the Kusanagi with a bloody spurt, taking advantage of Orochimaru's distraction. With a sly grin and a cough, he declared, "I'm not getting caught in the middle of this," retreating into the dense forest that the first Hokage, who had been resurrected earlier, had created. He then surrounded himself with a strong, multi-layered earth dome for protection. Before Orochimaru could react, Naruto crashed into the barrier with such force that anyone not rooted down with chakra was thrown by the shockwave that resulted. Then, a second before the fire itself exploded outwards, converting almost everything nearby into glass and ash, the barrier cackled and exploded in a display of fire and chakra. Only 3 of Orochimaru and the Sound 4 survived the conflagration, which came too quickly for them to react to, while the dome surrounding Sarutobi turned to glass but protected him. "My God!" cried the Anbu captain, who had the foresight to order him and his team to flee long before Naruto had even approached. Another exclaimed, "Such power! Unbelievable!" The villagers who hadn't already started to perspire as the heat wave swept over them froze in disbelief at what they had just seen. All that the goddess of fate, the Shinigami, and the Hashimata could do was stare in disbelief. Excitement and anticipation were rising in their bodies as they thought about what they were seeing. They were witnessing the legend of a new lord being born. Despite the tiny glimmer of fear that had surfaced inside of him, Orochimaru smirked at what he saw as he lowered the Rashomon gate that he had managed to summon just in time. It was a ruin of ash. The roof he was standing on was nothing but a glass bowl that was still partially glowing. The smoking skeletons of 2 of his sound bodyguards, one with 2 heads and the other with 6 arms, were visible to him as he looked around. By hiding behind an earth barrier a Euro, now made of glass a Euro, that the big one with the orange hair had constructed, the other 2 had barely survived. Despite being severely burned, Tayuya and Hirobu were still breathing despite being unconscious on the ground. Their cursed seals were attempting to stabilize them, as Orochimaru could see. Waves of heat and smoke rose into the sky, and there was the sound of embers cackling. Right now, Naruto's senses were working overtime. Ignoring the shinobi in front of him, he began sniffing the air in search of the elder. He was at it right away after he finally identified the old man's scent, which was concealed beneath a glass dome. Naruto's arm changed into a gorilla's, and Orochimaru saw it smash through the thick glass with a strength that a typical gorilla could never have used. The old man was gently pulled out of the barrier by the large fist that was wrapped around him. As he carefully placed the elder on the ground in front of him after lifting him out of the glass, Naruto experienced a sensation similar to shock. The Beast King could see the life evaporating from the Hokage's eyes, and the Kusanagi's stab wound was still leaking blood. For the time being, Naruto only paid attention to the elder, but he also mentally noted that he would later find out what the floating ghostly creature hovering behind the Hokage was. "Gigi Hokage," he said, grinning subtly. When Sarutobi's eyes met Naruto's, all he could do was smile with delight. "Hello again, Naruto. I'm glad a Euro I could see you again one more time a Euro before a Euro I die." Grasping his wound, the Hokage cursed himself in his mind for lacking the strength to carry on or even to get the Shinigami to extract any part of Orochimaru's soul. It was simply too much for his aging body to handle. As Naruto evaluated the elder's injuries, he felt a wave of sadness rise within him. He had been stabbed all the way through his lung and through his chest. Several bones had been broken, possibly in a previous fight, and blood was accumulating in the lung at an incredible rate. "En Naruto a Euro, have you come a Euro to help us? Have you come to lend a hand a Euro in stopping this invasion?" Naruto watched, a little perplexed. He was being asked a question by the elder, however, he was unsure of what. When the pale-skinned shinobi spoke, he searched his mind for the definition of the word invasion. Orochimaru's courage returned and he was able to speak again as he observed the interaction between the Beast King and his former sensei. His shock subsided with every second that went by, as the village and his own allies were still getting over the blonde's fleeting display of power. "Kukuku, so you are the infamous Beast King, impressive." Naruto's gaze was fixed on him immediately. The orange and blue irises were flashing. He said, "Who you?" in a rough tone. Orochimaru was once again agitated by this, but he persisted. "I am Orochimaru, Snake Sanin and soon-to-be conqueror of this village and master of every jutsu in the world and then some. And what my old sensei means by invasion is what I am doing. I am taking this village for myself and will kill all who stand in my way." Then he gestured downward. "The people down there who are wearing the symbols of sound and sand are the ones who will put an end to this village's kukakuku." Naruto followed Orochimaru's gaze and saw that every eye was locked on him in fear, excitement or astonishment. He saw the corpses of many shinobi both from the village and from the two that the Orochimaru had pointed out, and he also saw that for the moment, no one was fighting. His mind was on overdrive, the meanings of the words finally coming to light and hitting him with realization. The village was being attacked, the land being invaded by enemies. The home of the shinobi and therefore his home in the forest were in grave danger. The elder thought he came to help when in reality he merely came to see why the old man was bleeding to death. He had known a large-scale fight was happening, but he didn't know it was because of an invasion. The shinobi village wasn't his home. He cared little for it in reality. The village was the territory of someone else and therefore a piece of land not belonging to him. It was his neighbor, neither enemy nor ally. The place held little happy memories for him, but he did not blame them for it. Many other species treated differences the same way. However, he couldn't help but sigh in sorrow as he stood there gazing down at the village, which was nearly in ruins, with numerous enormous snakes at the walls and various human and animal presences lurking around. He turned to face the elder and knelt down to meet his eyes. He said, "This once," and Sarutobi's eyes widened. "I'll assist the village once. For elder." He then covered the Hokage's wounds with his hands and uttered the word, chakra, which caused the wounds to start healing. Orochimaru drew the kusanagi as his eyes narrowed into a glare. "No, the elderly man will pass away." Naruto glared and spread his wings as he flew into the air, ready to sever the Hokage's head, but he was stopped when a fist went through his stomach, sending him over the edge and down to the ground below. Orochimaru yelled, aware of what was about to happen. "As soon as you cross someone, kill them all." With those words, everything started up again, with battles breaking out right away and the snakes tearing down the Konoha wall once more. Orochimaru raised his gaze to his opponent. "I promised to look after you if you got in the way of my plans. I'll keep my word." He made a series of hand gestures before slamming his palm into the floor. Jutsu no Kachiyose, as a giant talking purple snake materialized, killing numerous people and bringing Orochimaru up to his level. Naruto watched in awe. "What in hell do you want right now, Orochimaru? Damn it, you had better make sacrifices." Then he glared at Naruto, saying, "Who are you, brat?" Before he could finish speaking, Naruto materialized in front of him and fixed his gaze on him. His voice would have frightened anyone. "Obey me," he ordered, and Manda gasped as his control left him and his instincts made him submit, much to Orochimaru's surprise. He was so shocked that he didn't even try to block the foot that struck his temple. As Naruto took Orochimaru's place on Manda's head, he flashed a savage smile complete with fangs. "Orochimaru. Beast King is who I am. You idiot for attempting to use a snake. I was asked to assist the village by Hokage. This time, I'll do that." Orochimaru scoffed and said, "Stop talking, boy. So far, all I've seen are a number of sophisticated fire techniques. Try something different." Naruto grinned. "Fine." Then they sensed it. Naruto's presence spread like a dense fog throughout the village, his influence permeating every insect, dog, cat, pig, chicken, bird, horse summon animal, and the entire Inuzuka clan, as well as Kin, a far-off Shikamaru, and the Aburame clan's hive. His energy felt nothing like chakra, but rather something else entirely, something that not even the other lords could recognize. It wasn't fire, but it felt equally wild and unbred, which was something that Naruto still hadn't fully mastered. He then raised his arm. A flaming tail extended from his lower back, and a helmet covering the top of his head appeared, shaped like the upper half of a wolf's head. Orochimaru watched in wonder as fire exploded from it and gathered around it, taking the form of a transparent, fiery, glowing gauntlet with claws more sly than a raptor's. The heat alone was causing his body temperature to fluctuate, but before he or anyone else could continue to stare, Naruto's wings gave a powerful flap, sending him skyward. "Now confront the beast's wrath." Then Naruto made a call, but it was different from the calls he made to the animals when he battled Gaara or spoke to any of the beasts. Instead, it was a lovely melodic blend of a singer and a bird. Because of his closeness to the Beast King, Manda was the first to be impacted, and the words that were mixed into that blonde boy's call tormented his mind. "Combat. Take out the shinobi posing a threat to the community. Get rid of them all. Time to die." He smirked as he turned to face Orochimaru, who just managed to avoid the lunge from his own summons. And he couldn't resist those orders. Not from this one. What a brat. The entire forest surrounding Konoha was affected by Naruto's call. All of the animals and insects there froze as their king's order struck them, and as they all turned to face Konoha, pictures of the target of their attack filled their minds as they started to move. Shikamaru froze as Naruto's order destroyed his instincts and mind. He wanted to turn to face Konoha, but reason told him that he was already pursuing enemy shinobi, so he smirked slightly and carried on, following the scent of one specific person. The other Konoha ninja around him stared at him in disbelief as the Inuzuka became utterly monstrous in his attacks on the shinobi. Good God, what did that blonde boy do to him? Kiba immediately began to attack the sound and the sand shinobi with even more ferocity than before, and Akamaru did the same, unleashing barrage after barrage of Gatsugas on their enemies at speeds they normally could not. One shinobi inquired, knowing that the strange noise was related to the Inuzuka's sudden ferocity. When the sounds of thousands of different animal cries assaulted their ears, everyone froze, and the beasts of Konoha began to react all around. As the skies turned black and countless birds rose from the forest canopies before descending upon the village in a massive swarm, Naruto smirked down at Orochimaru. From his position, Sarutobi could see what Naruto had brought upon Konoha's enemies, and he knew that there would be no survivors. He watched on with a shocked expression on his face. He mumbled, "Orochimaru, you poor dumb fuck," with his eyes shut. From their positions in the sky, Fate and Naomi, as well as Neji, who had flown back towards Konoha when the snakes abruptly switched sides, watched from above, oblivious to one another, concentrating only on what was going on below, and Neji no longer saw the need to fight. The swarm of beasts on the ground almost had them in their mouths before the enemy shinobi realized they were coming because they were too preoccupied with the birds from above. In just a few minutes, Konoha was overrun by fierce animals of all kinds, and the enemy started to fall at incredible rates. A tiger slashed a Sunajunin, and the birds gauged eyes out. The sounds of battle quickly changed to cries of rage, horror, and agony. There was nowhere to hide, and every ninja who wasn't a Konoha resident was doomed. Orochimaru, who took great pride in using the predator prey mind game on others, couldn't help but feel like the prey during all of the sudden chaos as Naruto stared at him. His eyes gleamed with dominance and satisfaction, the eyes of an alpha, a top predator. The birds and everything else that could fly swarmed all over Konoha and around the two only stationary figures, their forms becoming more and more obstructed, but Orochimaru could see the Beast King's hovering form through the haze of winged beasts only 20 feet above him. He avoided Manda's attack after planting the Kusanagi in a tiger's head. He spoke, but the sound of snarling animals, squawking birds, and cries of pain and suffering were so loud that he could hardly hear himself. "I do not know what you are, boy, but I can assure you, your little army will mean nothing once I kill you." Naruto simply smirked once before disappearing in a flash of speed that was impossible for even the Sannin to follow. A second later, he felt the intense pain and the searing heat as the flaming claws tore into his back. Shocked, Orochimaru staggered forward as Naruto materialized in front of him and lifted his arm of the flame gauntlet. "I tell same thing to you I told Sand using pup." As millions of bugs started to swarm around Naruto, a large snake slithered up and relaxed around his shoulder. "I'm stronger than most, not weak. You are included in that." "You have not yet seen my power, boy," Orochimaru said with a scowl. The swarm of insects quickly descended upon Orochimaru after Naruto growled and jerked his normal hand. The tiny irritations of biting, stinging, and pinching were sufficient to create an opening. After driving his fiery claws into Orochimaru's chest, Naruto watched in wonder as he burst into mud. "Near, but not close enough, boy." The Kusanagi slashed out with his tail after Naruto instinctively dodged a beheading slash. Orochimaru screamed in agony as the flaming appendage almost burned off his arm, then gasped when a regular human hand grabbed his throat and started to squeeze. "A snake man. I know frogs that are stronger than you, though." No one ever compared him to those beasts, ever. Orochimaru yelled at this. "Well done. I'll murder you." The Beast King was flung away from him by Orochimaru's attack, which came with speed and ferocity that had never been used before. The Kusanagi was a blur of blue and gold, and Orochimaru's remaining arm moved like something possessed. Naruto avoided every blow and kept laughing at the man in front of him. "You're worse than Snake Man, the sand user. I'll kill you if you don't give me power now." "Stop talking, boy. You have no idea who you are interacting with." "You're sure? Because I believe I am currently dealing with a puppy." "You dare? I am Orochimaru, the Snake Sannin, the strongest ninja to ever emerge from this pitiful village. I'll be respected by you." "The strongest ninja? I don't give a damn. I'm stronger than you. I am the king of beasts." "You Snake Man, I'm more skilled than you. I am the Alpha." The beasts around Naruto were swept away by the fire that erupted from him, but they were not burned. As the animals tripled in size and parts of them turned into fire a euro, legs, tails, claws, or wings a euro, Orochimaru and the Konoha shinobi once again watched in awe as Naruto displayed yet another bizarre ability. I'm finished with Snake Man. Return when you're more resilient, if you live. After that, he and the flaming beasts disappeared and began destroying Orochimaru's defense from every angle. There were too many to stop and they were all moving too quickly for him. The attacks came in a never-ending chain, leaving his body covered in searing slash marks and blood dripping from bite marks. Orochimaru used jutsus, attempted to flare chakra, but was unable to fight back. Like Gaara, he was overpowered. A number of beasts were killed by Orochimaru, but 2 more were killed for every one that was killed, and Orochimaru was manhandled. The Sannin's mind was racing. This shouldn't be possible. This boy shouldn't be able to fight him. He was the strongest. He had all the jutsus, all the resources, and all the kenjutsu skills. He tried to blow him away with a wind breakthrough. He countered by turning into an elephant and using water jutsu, thinking that they could douse his fire, but the water evaporated in seconds. He tried to use the Kusanagi, the Beast King's flaming claws. He countered all of those attacks as well. The boy then supercharged the animals, making matters worse. His men were fleeing in fear as they attempted to escape the wrath of the innumerable beasts that were sweeping across Konoha with leaf ninjas by their sides. His invasion, his plans were falling apart in front of him. He realized then that this was the Lord of the Animal, the Beast King, and that this individual had more potential than any human he had ever encountered a Euro, even more so than the Uchiha. Beast King, I'll have your body. Suddenly, with a sudden new desire in his mind, he shouted. He produced the special poison, made the hand signals, and grinned. Hee, you're mine. Orochimaru's neck jutted out and stretched out at a startling rate. Naruto's hands tightened into fists and his eyes glowed once more. Serve me. As his teeth approached the Beast King's neck, the insane Sannin yelled. They had been running for a while, even when all the animals suddenly started to run at Konoha, and they knew that somehow the Beast King had gotten involved. Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara ran from Konoha as quickly as they could at Gaara's command. The order came so suddenly that the other 2 didn't know why their brother had ordered such a thing, but then they saw the reason in his eyes and couldn't help but go with him. They were a little relieved to be leaving because they didn't want to confront the Beast King. Temari's eyes widened as she saw who they were, and she pulled out her fan, ready to fight, while Kankuro did the same, opening 3 puppets from scrolls on his back as they hit an open plain. Sakura spoke after a few seconds of Gaara's aquamarine and emerald eyes locking. Where do you anticipate traveling? Gaara, I've decided that I do not feel like attacking Konoha, so I took my siblings and left that place. I understand. Thus, you intended to attack Konoha at that time. You participated in it the entire time. Gaara crossed his arms and nodded. So, why did you change your mind? Sakura sighed. Gaara's second personality materialized as black sand that appeared out of his gourd. Shouldn't the solution be apparent? Sakura? It inquired. Sakura let out a sigh as her hourglass opened and her sand emerged, taking on a shape of its own. Now, what on earth are we going to do? Gaara, tell us why we shouldn't take you out at this moment. But, Sakura, there's no reason I can give you, Gaara shrugged. Do not overestimate yourself and underestimate me if you want to fight me. With a scowl, Sakura said, let's settle this, Gaara. Fine then. Everyone else was thrown back as the pink and black sand exploded outward, colliding in the center. Temari leapt back up and brushed herself clean. Women are such a pain. Do you not agree with dessert flour? Temari gasped and whirled around to see Shikamaru, his yellow panther eyes and claws gleaming in the sunlight, looming up out of her shadow like some kind of specter. I mean, she hardly acknowledged me when I caught up to her. She became so preoccupied with getting to your brother that I lost all significance. Temari opened her fan and stepped back. You're the catboy. Why are you here? First of all, I'm a panther, Shikamaru said, letting out a sigh and flicking his tail in frustration. Not just some damned cat, and secondly, as your brother's sand stated, shouldn't it be clear why I'm here? The panther Nara simply leapt to the side and sank into another shadow as Temari tensed up and swung her fan, sending a tremendous gust of wind exploding forth and directly at her. Don't fuck with me, asshole, Temari exclaimed, leaping high into the air as she turned to glare at Shikamaru. I'm here for you, she said, gasping as the whisper got into her ear and sent chills down her spine. Ninpo. Jutsu wind sighed. Shikamaru dodged the wind's lethal blades as they crashed into the ground by jumping sideways, then backwards. I sigh. You know, I never would have engaged in anything like Thesa Euro, training, fighting women, and making my own jutsus a Euro, before I met the Beast King. Simply put, It's not in my nature. Do you know? My personality has changed, to be honest. Not since I turned into this. Tamari didn't know why he was telling her this. Was he preparing for something major, or was he merely trying to get her to talk while they were fighting? But what do you know? Shikamaru started making hand signals and said, I'm happy I met him. When he was done, he slammed his hands into his shadow. Because I wouldn't have been able to stand out if I hadn't met him. And I would be too lazy to pursue possible partners. When Shikamaru's shadow spread out in all directions and engulfed everything within a 5-meter radius of him, Temari's brain shut down at his words and she didn't react at all. Shino Aburame has always been a stoic and analytical individual who has always been conscious of his surroundings and has a tendency to question strange occurrences. For example, he raised an eyebrow when Sakura appeared among the group of genin watching. Then Neji appeared with angelic powers, and he watched Shikamaru emerge from the shadows with the sound kunoichi, wondering how someone like the Beast King could do such things. He was also aware of Sasuke and that lovely girl with the wings and 8 tails. He wasn't sure if any other genin had noticed the transformed Uchiha and his winged companion, but he did, and he had a lot of questions. Neji talked about fate as if it were a living being. Was there a goddess of fate, and if so, did she give Neji those powers? Who was that girl with Sasuke? Why do his destruction beetles talk so much about the prophesied king of beasts and call him their lord? What was Naruto, really? Since Naruto's arrival, strange women and transformations had been occurring all over Konoha. He couldn't quite make sense of it all. He wanted answers. He knew that Naruto was the link to all of this, so he followed the thing that was closest to that link in the hopes of finding out. His Kiki beetles left to help the Beast King, but now, as he stood in front of his opponent, he was only thinking about how to win this battle, disregarding the black and pink sand swaths that were washing over the area and the female sand nin's terrified struggles against Shikamaru's shadow. When Kankuro noticed Shino's disability, he expressed his opinions. Now why don't you just move away? I am aware that your buds have temporarily abandoned you, and I don't see any reason to argue with you. I don't have any issues with Konoha. Shino sighed, wondering what to do. Should he listen and back off? Should he engage the puppet user? He didn't see any of the cockiness or arrogance that the Suna Nin had shown during the preliminary stages. Instead, he appeared preoccupied by Sakura-san and Gaara. A glimmer of annoyance ignited inside of him, and he assumed a taijutsu stance. He said, I don't like being disregarded, and Kankuro simply sighed and got his puppets ready. Suit yourself. After a second, they both erupted into action, leaping above the 2 sand users below and at each other. How? How can this be? Bravo! What have you done? Orochimaru had few emotions, some of which had even completely dried up. A man like Orochimaru felt he needed only 2 emotions. Excitement and pleasure. He also couldn't get rid of anger. He was still shocked at what had happened just microseconds before his teeth pierced the Beast King's flesh, but now one of those emotions was coming back and getting stronger every second inside the snake Sanin. In fact, he was so overcome by this emotion that he didn't even notice the fangs sinking into his own neck until it was too late. When Orochimaru performed the jutsu required to apply a curse seal to the Beast King, he thought he had him. He had finally discovered the ideal body, one with powers that no other creature could imitate. However, as his fangs, dripping with the purple-black poison used to create the curse seal, approached Naruto's neck, a silver and orange tendril of energy rose up and slammed into his face and forced its way down his throat, disintegrating his teeth and knocking him back a few feet. But that wasn't all. Naruto roared a powerful roar and hurried after him, clutching his clawed hand around Orochimaru's neck and staring into his eyes, which were filled with blank orange void sayuro. No pupil, white, or iris. When Orochimaru looked into those eyes, he felt like a fish trapped in an osprey's talons. You serve me now, Naruto said with a sly smile as he withdrew his teeth from Orochimaru's neck. He then dropped him and turned away, his gauntlet, tail, helmet, and wings all disappearing as he moved. It flooded his entire body, overwhelmed his chakra, banished all the various chemicals flowing through his veins, purged him of the other souls locked away from his previous body snatching, and purged him of the other souls locked away from his previous body snatching. Orochimaru felt something moving throughout his being and was powerless to stop it. Everything about him was literally and figuratively torn apart and rebuilt into something else, something that the snake Sanin did not want. Naruto turned and stared at him blankly as he collapsed to the ground, screaming as his entire makeup was rearranged. Now, Snake Man, you leave the village. This is your only opportunity. Orochimaru was unable to do anything more than scream a curse at the boy in front of him. His body was. I'm going to kill you. Buddy, mark my words, Beast King Naruto, I am going to have your head. Naruto simply grinned and disappeared behind a group of bears. The words, AARRRRRGGGGHHHHHH. With his remaining strength, Orochimaru stood up and staggered out of Konoha. Brat, watch your back, because if you don't, it will be filled with shuriken and my word. Otto and Suna, for that matter, were now merely figments of power, and the Konoha ninja watched him leave without doing anything to stop him. Orochimaru had been vanquished. The animals became quiet and subdued as Naruto passed them. They all bowed to him and a number of young ones joyfully gathered around him. The shinobi were only able to gaze, none of them were able to speak. Without saying a word, Naruto returned to the Hokage's bed and knelt down to examine his wounds, which were healed but not quite right. Hokage Jiji? He inquired. He was blind to the Shinigami's intense gaze. Or the clear tattooed hand that drew the soul of the Hokage away from his body. I apologize, young lord. As he started to disappear, one of the underworld lords muttered, but the pact must be fulfilled. Naruto kept trying to get the Hokage to talk, but he was unsuccessful. All he got out of him was a weak, "Thank you Naruto," a smile, and then his eyes went dead. Neji-kun, take care, said Fate, who was also fading away. Something has come up, but I swear I'll see you again, she said. Neji nodded, comprehension shining in his eyes. It's about Naruto, isn't it? My brothers and sisters must be aware of his existence, the goddess said, nodding. The angel's declaration caused Naomi to scoff. Pompous Tenchi. Be sure to give the Beast King enough time to adjust to being bothered by various lords on a constant basis. Demon, what is that meant to mean? I promise he's going to go tell his brothers and all three of them are going to approach the Beast King within the next 4 days, the Hashimata said, pointing down to the Shinigami's waning form. He probably doesn't want to be bothered by a group of lords who are always showing up and judging him. How about the other demon lords and you? Like you, I just came here because a certain mortal has caught my attention. A cute handsome boy with powerful red eyes, Naomi said, looking up thoughtfully. Let the Beast King be the concern of the other demon lords. With a nod, Fate turned back to Neji, who was becoming increasingly perplexed. Neji-kun, a major event is about to happen, and the Beast King will be at its core. Just keep an eye out, okay? Why? The only thing that Fate did was smile and kiss Neji's cheek, saying, not many lords will want to recognize the Beast King as an official new lord. Conflict will result from it. The demon then simply turned and flew in the direction of the arena after Fate vanished, leaving Neji and Naomi to stare at one another. Listen to the Tenchi and don't underestimate the Beast King like your lords will, the demon said. I will locate Sasuke-kun. Neji was left to think for himself. Many questions had been addressed, but now there are still more. Gaara, meanwhile, stood smirking and holding his arms crossed over Sakura's hunched figure. Are you finished? Listen, I didn't attack Konoha, he said, and the girl with the pink hair gave him a feeble punch in return. Gaara sighed and knelt down, staring into her green eyes. Isn't that sufficient for you? Sakura scowled. Stop talking. You played with my emotions, you tricked me. Gaara sighed once more and took a seat. If I were playing you, I would have killed you and many others. You are similar to me, which is why I approached you. Do you really believe that I would waste the emotions of the one person who might be able to fully comprehend me? With tears visible in the corners of her eyes, Sakura raised her head. Why don't you mean it? You're reverting to that crybaby of a girl from a month ago, Gaara said, smiling warmly as she brushed a tear that had fallen from her eye down her cheek. Stop talking, anyway. The battle appears to be over. The forest is being repopulated by the animals. Sakura glanced around and saw that the familiar sound of the wildlife in the Konoha forest was indeed resuming its usual cadence. Gaara smiled slightly as his sand retreated into his gourd. Sakura, get up. You can walk back to your village with me. When Sakura linked her arms with the one boy who had recognized her as valuable and a friend, her doubts vanished and she smiled and leapt to her feet, her sweetly scented pink sand filling the hourglass on her back once more. Gaara didn't react to Sakura's affection on the outside, but he was taken aback on the inside. Thanks Gaara-kun, she said, resting her head on his shoulder. Gaara just nodded, and despite his extreme lack of experience with such intimate contact, he began to like this pink-haired kunoichi leaning on his shoulder. Sakura grinned and cuddled up to him, thinking that Gaara was having a hard time saying that sentence. You're welcome Sakura-chan. It was adorable. Sakura's smile got bigger. Come on, Gara-kun. Let's move quickly, HN. Nobody knew that meetings and activities were happening in 3 different realms. It is said that animals are incapable of experiencing grief or loss when a loved one passes away. They claim that they lack the mental capacity to experience such emotions because their minds are too overwhelmed by their innate instincts. How do we explain the behavior of geese, ducks, and swans if that were the case? 3 species that are lifelong partners. For the simple reason that they will not leave their fallen mate's side, they will also die if their partner does. To be with their partner forever, they will kill themselves. When a dog loses a loved one, they cry for weeks, their ears and tails dead, and their large eyes wet. The same is true for wolves. One can hear the pack's mournful howls to the moon in the dead of night when a member goes missing, as though pleading with Kami to bring them back to their fallen comrade. In actuality, humans know very little about animal cognition, despite their belief that they do. This may help to explain why so many people were staring at the Beast King in bewilderment as he gazed sorrowfully at the Hokage's body. Everyone was saddened by the funeral. Their leader was gone. Their glimmer of hope was gone. In an otherwise dark village, Sarutobi was the light. They watched as Naruto stared at the body with his long bangs hiding his eyes for 10 full minutes without saying a word. He had his moment with the Hokage, but no one dared to approach him. Naruto finally raised his head to look at the people. Like a black-clad army, they were all arranged neatly and stood ready to lay a white flower on the coffin. His words were, sorry, many of them looked perplexed. I failed to protect Elder, you without Alpha now. The Beast King interpreted the silence as their attempt to deal with the death of their leader. His words, I cared for Elder, went on. I pained to see him go. I hope he happy now. At that moment, a few people started crying, but Naruto didn't appear to notice. When he said, be strong, continue on. Then he grew big wings and took off into the gray, dark sky. The Hokage and the others who were killed by Orochimaru were honored as the funeral continued for a few more hours. With tears in their eyes, Hana and Sume each placed a flower on the Hokage's chest while ignoring the onlookers who were focusing on their tails. Although the public didn't exactly accept Sasuke as a demon, they were forced to tolerate him for the time being. But when he approached and laid a flower on the Hokage's coffin, many backed off. Next was Sakura. Without a word, she set down her flower and quickly moved back into the crowd. Holding hands, Shikamaru and Kin also set down their flowers. Next was Neji, who also chose to ignore the looks from onlookers. Since the invasion had ended 2 days prior, the situation was undoubtedly tense. Shortly after the Beast King had soundly slapped Orochimaru's ass and promptly encountered some difficulties, Gaara and Sakura had returned. Gaara did, in fact. He had to defend himself after being attacked by the Konoha shinobi. Gaara retreated after Lucille Sakura managed to calm both sides down sufficiently. He told her to go on with her training and promised to return after they resolved the issue. Shortly after, Shikamaru returned with an unconscious Tamari slung over his shoulder. He was immediately confronted by Shinobi, who not only took Tamari away to be imprisoned but also told him to proceed immediately to the council chamber. He saw Sume and Hana there, as well as Kin, Sasuke, and Neji. The following arguments, of course, were not pleasant as the council attempted to demand when Sulk believed it was a good idea to transform into a demon and the Hyuga clan attempted to subjugate Neji to another caged bird seal, which also led to a major altercation. When Shikamaru and Kin declared that they now serve Naruto, they were labeled traitors, and Shikamaru had to spend hours talking to his upset mother, who obviously disapproved of his changes. In contrast, his father appeared to be very interested. 5 shinobi had been taken prisoner by Konoha, 3 from sand and 2 from sound. Just before Orochimaru grabbed the Hokage, Jiraiya, who had been thrown out of the cage box, discovered Tayuya and Hirobu still unconscious. Shino's father, Shibi, discovered Kankuro beside Shino, and Tamari, who had been brought in by Shikamaru, was also present. Last but not least was the Junin Baki. Although the council had sent out a notice for Naruto to report, none of the shinobi felt like fighting the Beast King, and the knowledge that doing so would lead to that and possibly their deaths kept them even more at bay, but the notice remained visible. Hana and Sume were currently embroiled in a major dispute. When they returned with their new features and their renewed devotion to Naruto, the Inuzuka clan flatly rejected them. Kiba and 2 other people were the only ones who had joined them. The dogs were giving the impression that they were about to leave the clan, and the others refused to interact with them in any other way. The 2 women were saddened, but they were aware that such a thing could occur. Everyone slowly made their way back to their homes as the funeral came to an end. with rain beginning to fall from the sky as though the heavens were crying over the death. It was time for the village to recover. The beasts were waiting for Naruto when he returned to his forest. When he emerged from the bushes, they all let out various animal cries of joy and they also appeared to relax. "Master Naruto, where were you? We grew worried." Grinning, Naruto placed his hand gently on the tigress's head. He smiled and said, "You didn't think I was in danger, did you?" He stumbled after being bumped by the tigress. "Yes. The humans are unpredictable and violent." Naruto gave a nod. "I know." He was surrounded and approached by other animals, all of whom were eager to receive some attention from their king. He cherished his subjects. He would do him anything. He didn't feel particularly inclined to tell them that he had observed multiple distinct presences lurking around while battling Orochimaru. He did not wish to cause them any concern. However, he was still curious about who those presences belonged to. The tigress became concerned after noticing the contemplative expression on his face. "What did you see, Master Naruto? Was it another lord?" She hoped it was an animal, kind everything. A city of impossible size is concealed in a cavern of even greater size, deep within a dimension at the very center of the world, shrouded in death and darkness. The air is one of rot and stagnation. Death, decay, corrupted souls, and passing judgment are all part of this. The river Styx snaked and swerved its way across the bottom, glowing green and made entirely of ectoplasm and dead souls. Stalactites hung from above, dripping lifeless water all the way to the floor. The city's otherwise empty streets were filled with walking skeletons and deceased souls waiting for their judgment. In the shadows above the buildings, the enormous three-headed figure of Cerberus, the gate guardian, could be seen, looming like a judgmental entity ready to attack the undeserving. The wind whispered the final thoughts of millions of people, and the city and river reverberated with the incessant groans of the dead. The air was filled with screams of pain coming from behind the walls of many imposing-looking buildings. Souls who have been condemned for their impurity and deemed unworthy of salvation. This city is not a place where one should live. If one were unlucky enough to end up here, grief would drive one to madness in a matter of hours. With a massive tower in the center, the city was constructed similarly to Konoha. The tower resembled a huge skeletal face that was attached to the cavern's ceiling. The eyes of the face glowed blue, illuminating the spacious mansion that was concealed within. The underworld is this. Hell. The location where people are judged according to their merits for entering heaven, reincarnating, or suffering for all eternity because of their sins during this life. Two figures were seen examining two souls in the mansion concealed in the tower. One had glowing red eyes and hair that blazed blue fire, while the other resembled a bipedal jackal brandishing a massive scythe. One of the souls belonged to a child, and the other to a man. Hisano Kusahajiri, age 35, died due to a kunai in the back of the skull. Killed by one he thought he controlled, said the jackal. Not daring to speak, the man nodded despite shivering. "You were a bandit leader that caused the pain and suffering of hundreds of innocents. You have raped, you have pillaged, you have murdered and stolen. You are a very corrupted soul. A foul creature unworthy of salvation. You are doomed to stay here and suffer." He let out a gasp. "No, please. Give me another chance. No, please." The jackal glared as he drove his scythe into the ground. "Begone, tainted soul." The bandit's soul was pulled to the Styx River by the 6 skeletons that leapt out of the ground. All the way there, he screamed. Before he spoke, the blue fire-haired figure gazed down at the trembling child soul for 2 full minutes. Suki Subinkatsu, age 10. Killed by a bandit after you threw a kunai to the back of Hisano's head in order to save Yuka-san. You are worthy of salvation. You can choose reincarnation or heaven. What'll it be? After a minute of silence, the young girl finally regained her composure. I choose heaven. The figure gave her a smile. "Very well. Enjoy your afterlife. You definitely deserve it." Then he drew a talisman and used it to stamp her forehead. She vanished, disintegrated into 1,000 tiny specks of light. After 3 minutes, the jackal turned to face his brother. "I'm done for today. You continue if you want." The firehead flashed pointed teeth in a smile. "No thank you. That was like 6,000 souls in a month. I'm talking my well-deserved break." The jackal gave a little laugh. "Me too. I wonder what happened to the human who summoned Shinny." Just as the jackal was about to react, a Rashomon gate exploded from the ground and opened, revealing a red vortex of death swirling around it. Now brothers, don't tell me you were worried about the almighty Shinigami, were you? Because a human has managed to summon me?" The jackal let out a sigh. Get over yourself, brat. Yeah. It's not like you have anything good to show for it. The human world is so dull these says. With a sly smile, the Shinigami took his dagger away from his lips. Actually there are a couple. His two brothers raised their eyebrows as he began to heave for 2 minutes. The fire-headed man said, so you brought a soul to be judged. Big deal. But he remained silent in shock when the Shinigami threw up 3 souls. 2 of them had souls that looked very familiar. They collapsed to the ground, covered in stomach contents and unconscious. The first and second Hokage. How the hell did you get them? And is that the third as well? The jackal started examining the 3 souls after Shinigami laughed at his brother's outburst. How? With a sly smile, the Shinigami said, Orochimaru. The other 2 snarled. Orochimaru. The idiot who wants to live forever. He called the first and second back from the dead and had them help him kill the third. The third called me to stop them, but he only managed to get these 2. He then continued to fight Orochimaru until something else happened, something that really caught my attention and will definitely catch yours. What is it? The jackal inquired. Shinigami hesitated. Well, as the third was fu filling his payment for summoning me by offering up his soul, Orochimaru was attacked and soundly defeated. By the one called Uzumaki Naruto. Who is Naruto Uzumaki? And where is he? The jackal was tempted to go and give the human a reward for putting the snake fool in his place, so he asked. The predicted one is Uzumaki Naruto, the Shinigami said with a smile. Bringing honor and prestige to the social outcast is the fate of the legendary mortal. The Lord of the Beasts is him. People gasped. Are you sure? You're absolutely certain? Shinny, be truthful. The fire-headed man urged. Yes, you are undoubtedly a fool. I saw firsthand the power he possessed. The Beast King is still alive and is already starting to have an impact on people. Both brothers gazed up thoughtfully. Jackal said, so it finally begins. Indeed, the Shinigami replied, and that is why I brought these 3 here. The 3 then noticed that the cages were waking up when they looked back down at them. Why return such strong spirits to the Tenchi Lord's control? How come we could make so many more? With a cunning grin, Tei Shinigami asked, and his fiery brother grinned back. Shinny, you're a genius. With a groan, the 3 cages awoke. The first and second gasped as the jackal looked down at them and smiled. Hello again, mortals. It was the first to speak. Holy crap, I hoped I wouldn't have to see you 3 ever again. All 3 of the brothers chuckled. Well, you're back here, what irony. The third stood up and glanced between the first and second cages of Konoha and the lords of the underworld. Getting straight to the point, the Shinigami said, I suggest you 3 get comfortable here because this is where you will be living from now on. Hold on. What? You are not judged undeserving of salvation, so calm down, Hokage. We just have a different route for you to follow. You have 6 hours to decide what to do. On what? Wait. The second shouted. Placing his hands on his bewildered brother's shoulders, the Shinigami started to fade along with them. We'll notify you when we get back. You are in for something far bigger than a lifetime of inactivity in heaven, so until then, acquaint yourself and your wits. 3 stunned and perplexed Hokages were left behind when the Shinigami disappeared along with his brothers. It was a difficult day for Sasuke. The Hokage was dead, people were staring at him with fear and hatred, and he never got to fight Neji. The young new demon wanted to test his skills against Neji as soon as he saw him because he was a powerful Hyuga and an angel now, and he was excited about the idea of actually fighting something like an angel. He could use Neji as a rival, and he was certain that the Hyuga wouldn't mind because he too had a desire to be strong. But then there's that lazy ass, Shikamaru. Perhaps he would also enjoy a spar in the future, but he wondered what an ordinary beast creature could be capable of. Sasuke had been shocked to see Shikamaru during the council meeting that had called all of the transformed ninja together. The Nara also appeared more active and stronger, and he had even caught himself a decent-looking girlfriend. It felt good to be alone, free from the ridiculous shrill cries of his fangirls and the foolish bigots and fangirls trying to exorcise the demon spirit out of him. His thoughts were interrupted as he pulled into the Uchiha grounds and headed home. Sasuke-kun. How could you? You became a demon yourself. We loved you not as a monster but as a human. He opened his door and muttered, absurd. And was immediately pulled into a bone-crushing embrace by Naomi. Hi there, handsome. When she pressed herself closer to Sasuke, she said, "'Bout time you came home." The Uchiha wondered if the girl was intentionally slamming her breasts into his face, but he did nothing to stop her. Come on, who would not? Naomi was a powerful demon lord and a very attractive woman. He was always drawn to power and, therefore, girls who could fight. Whether she was a demon, human, or beast, he simply wanted a strong female companion, which is why he detested and rejected his fangirls at every opportunity. After 2 minutes, she finally let go of him, but she continued to hold his shoulders. Sasuke nearly lost himself in her golden eyes, but he was able to control himself. "Why are you in this place?" he asked out of curiosity. She shrugged, an action that caused her perky breaths to bounce a bit. Sasuke fought to keep staring into her eyes, though she seemed to notice and gave a sultry grin. Dunno. I reasoned that since I had nowhere to go and there was a handsome dragon demon living by himself in an EMTY clan neighborhood, I might as well try to crash with him. With a shrug, Sasuke said, I really didn't mind her staying with me. If anybody had a problem with it, they were getting a windmill shuriken up the ass. He looked into Naomi's eyes for 30 seconds, noting that she had a slight flush on her pale cheeks with a hint of amusement. Letting a tiny smile cross his lips, he leaned forward and kissed her, making her blush darker. I think I just found a new hobby, he leaned back and thought smirkingly. Sure. That was sufficient. Naomi sprang forward and seized him in a second embrace. I'm grateful, she shouted as loudly as she was able to. Sasuke just gave her a few back pats. He's still not entirely accustomed to this kind of contact, but he might soon adjust, especially if he sees that adorable blush once more. Oh, I see. How much do you know about the Beast King's prophecy, Sasuke-kun? Out of nowhere, the Hashimoto was asked. Not much, shrugged Sasuke. The only difference is that he was once a student at the Ninja Academy and is extremely strong. Additionally, I am aware that he has had animal control since birth. Naomi smiled slightly sensuously and nodded. Sasuke-kun, please sit down, because I believe it's time for me to update you. I'll tell you a lot of things, like why Hyuga has angelic abilities and why Nara and his girlfriend are now part Panthers. Naomi sat on Sasuke's lap and giggled at his sudden rigidity as he sat down. Sasuke-kun, you can unwind. I won't bite, unless I'm asked to. With a flush, Sasuke turned his head away and said, just tell me more about Naruto. Naomi grinned. Although no one really wanted to pursue fusing their second personalities with an element of nature, the clan had no problem with her sand and actually enjoyed the fact that their first ninja had brought such a gift to the clan. Sakura smiled as she entered her clan compound and made her way home. For the time being, though they were civilian scientists and doctors, she recognized that they would eventually give it a try because they believed there were too many medical risks. The Haruno clan likes Gaara because they are similar to Sakura, so he would likely feel less alone if there were more people like him. She wondered if Gaara would like his technique being passed along in that way, but he probably wouldn't mind either. She grinned a little because she always smiled when she thought about the Suna shinobi. She still couldn't believe he took time out of his busy schedule to help her in her time of need, and she felt like she owed him everything. It also helped that he was attractive. The day had been exhausting, and she needed to sleep, so she waved to her mother as she made her way to her room. However, a wave of sand that did not belong to her or Gaara slammed her into the wall as soon as she opened her door and entered her room. Hey! What the devil? A pair of glowing star pupil eyes emerged in the shadow of the far corner, and a dome formed around her hourglass as the sand completely encased her up to her neck and pinned her to the wall. Hey, you tiny mortal bitch. I'm happy you made the decision to bring your apologies home at last. Sakura's eyes widened as a stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the shadows, wearing a milk-white skirt that hung down to her mid-calf and had revealing slits up the sides, high-heeled shoes with little tanuki heads for buckles, a white business suit jacket that was half-buttoned up, exposing so much cleavage that Sakura almost had a nosebleed at the sight of her. A single tan and blue-veined tail, a pair of blue-tipped tanuki ears on top of her head, and her eyes, which looked like demonic stars, bored into hers as she spoke in a voice that was barely above a whisper. I must admit that I've been keeping an eye on you and your little boyfriend for a while. I'm furious. Bitch, do you want to know why? Sakura gave a scowl. You're not even someone I know. The woman lunged forward and gave her a forceful punch to the face, saying, don't mess with me, bitch, I am positive that you are aware of who I am. Sakura felt her second personality raging inside her head as she spat out a little blood. God damn it, let me be a bitch. I will tear you to shreds, coward. I don't know who you are, she yelled, only to be punched again. The wrong response, bitch, Sakura. What's going on, Sakura? Sakura. Her eyes widened at the sound of her mother banging madly on the door she was now pressed against, and her clan was becoming aware of the commotion. "Consider it," the woman said, sneering and leaning so close to Sakura that their lips were actually touching. "Apart from your boyfriend, who else has the ability to control sand? I won't take another wrong response, so think carefully, bitch." After that, Sakura only needed 2 seconds or so to figure it out, and she gasped when she did. "God damn it. You are the Ichibi. Shukaku." Her tongue jammed past Sakura's lips and swung around her mouth like an eel, giving her a mind-blowing kiss that lasted a full minute before the Ichibi retreated and slapped Sakura across the face. The woman's smile was sadistic. "You inform your partner that both of you are on my shit list. I'm coming for you too, so watch your back, bitch." Sakura was left stunned and terrified, her pink sand swirling around her angrily as Shukaku teleported away in a violent swirl of sand, taking all of her sand with it. When Sakura's mother saw her daughter, she screamed and rushed in. Whatever happened to Sakura? Sakura's only thought was, "What the hell? I've passed away. I'm so dead. It is the Shukaku's desire to murder me. I must visit Gaara-kun." She never noticed the demon lord standing outside the window wearing a somewhat subdued expression. "Go to him, bitch, while you can. When you are facing me, I need you both by my side." As he leaned back to sleep against the tigress, Naruto yawned. The past few days had been too much for him, and all he wanted to do was sleep. He wondered why he had to endure so much drama, but he figured it was probably because he was the Beast King. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Sume, Hana, Shikamaru, or Kin since before the invasion, and he hoped they were okay. He is aware of the dangers that battle can bring, having watched ants and wolves sparring. Before closing his eyes, he stretched his muscles one last time and yawned once more. He and the animals immediately leapt to their feet, only to snap them open a moment later when the land shook violently due to an earthquake. "What's happening, Master Naruto? I'm not sure." A massive gate erupted out of the ground, destroying his hut and leaving his lovely valley scarred with earth, as the earthquake continued for another 30 seconds. "What is this?" When the gate ceased to rise and the earthquake ceased, he let out an angry scream. Naruto became tense as the gate shuddered and began to open. He told the animals to hide, not wanting to put them in danger of having to battle something so big and strong. The tigress remained motionless, standing erect beside him. He sighed but said nothing. At last, the gate was completely open, and Naruto's fire started to emerge as a massive hand covered in black fur and claws grabbed the doorway. 3 hideous forms emerged, and Naruto suppressed a gasp. The first appeared to be a 13-foot tall, ferocious-looking as hell, wearing a thick, golden-hanging chest plate from Egypt that was adorned with an emerald scarab beetle. He had golden bands on his upper arms and forearms. He wore a beautiful loincloth made of turquoise, gold, and silk. He wore a pharaoh-style headdress, and he carried a glowing scythe with a pure gold blade. The scythe was rather plain-looking, with gold eyes and tall, pointed ears that faced forward. Naruto immediately realized that this creature was beyond his control. He was not a beast. The second appeared more human, despite having blue skin, being large, approximately 8 feet tall, and wearing a robe that resembled living shadows and black flames. His face was rather feminine, but its lower half was covered in a metal mask, and he had a scar that ran from his upper right forehead to somewhere on the lower left side of his jaw. Naruto could tell that he was a very well-built man, with red eyes, blue fire for hair, and a huge battle axe slung to his back. A spectral creature with pearl skin and horns, he hovered above the ground like a powerful ghost, his black and yellow eyes projecting death, his clawed hands appearing to be itching to grab something, and his mouth seemingly frozen in a twisted grin with a dagger clenched in pointed teeth. He had long, wild hair, a white robe, and thick brown prayer beads on his right arm. All Naruto could do was stare. Who were these guys? As though reading his thoughts, the jackal raised his voice. "The common beast's young lord, hello. It is truly a privilege to meet you at last." "Who are you?" he inquired. The jackal chuckled. "Hee. Even your speech is rudimentary and savage. I enjoy it. What about who we are? Let me introduce you to us. Hades has the fire hair, I'm Anubis, and I think you've already met Shinigami." "No," the king of beasts said. "Well, whatever. We are Hell's rulers. The guardians of the deceased. We are the underworld's lords, Beast King." Naruto's gaze expanded. Animals that are prone to feelings like shock are not considered beasts. Even the weaker species, like rodents or small birds, only experience shock when a predator strikes unexpectedly. The bigger and more powerful animals hardly recognize shock. Almost nothing can surprise them because of their acute senses, and even if something does manage to get close, all it takes is an attack, a bewildered growl, or a call. Stunning a top predator would require something extremely strong, unusual, and frightening. Naturally, every beast in the various hearing ranges was shocked when Anubis, Hades, and Shinigami revealed their status to Naruto. Naruto was one of them. After 3 minutes of staring like a deer in headlights, the blonde boy managed to regain his voice. He had said, "Lords a Euro of Underworld." His gaze was fixed intently on the 3 enormous creatures in front of him, as though he didn't want to let any of them go. When Anubis saw this, he remained silent. The king of beasts had paranoia, and he certainly ought to be. If he weren't extremely cautious, he wouldn't be a beast. After that thought crossed the jackal's mind, he nodded to himself, and Hades laughed as he started to respond to Naruto's query. "That's right, kid. We're the kings of the dead. I, Hades, am responsible for maintaining the flow of souls coming in from the living world. My brother Shinigami is the one who comes to the living world to collect them, and finally, Anubis governs the souls waiting to be judged. Our combined job is to determine where the souls will end up in the end depending on their actions while alive." At first, Naruto remained silent, but he was startled out of it by the tigress's gentle prodding of his legs. Naruto sensed the energy emanating from all 3 of them. It was enormous and so dissimilar from the energy he was accustomed to. The wild, free, and cozy aura that he and the beasts displayed was completely different from the aura that Anubis, Hades, and Shinigami radiated. No, their aura was icy, dreary, and lifeless. The surrounding area appeared to cool a few degrees, and all of the positive energy in the area was drained away. They were actually the embodiment of death. Both Naruto and the other animals in the forest, who were concealed in the underbrush and out of sight, were aware of it. Clearing. He took his time getting to know all 3 of them. He had no idea what they wanted yet, and he had no idea when they might show up again. "Now that I think about it," he asked, "what do you want?" With a sudden tenseness, the beast prophecy blaring to life in his mind, and all sense of shock and fear vanished in an instant. The 3 of them laughed and gave the young king of beasts their whole attention, as if this was the question they had been waiting for. Saying, "Ah, now we're getting somewhere," Hades casually flipped his ink, black robes. "Indeed we are," Shinigami said, his smile growing more savage. Anubis stooped to examine Naruto more closely, his enormous hand extending toward his head. The tigress growled a little and the blonde instantly leapt back. Anubis grinned. Any other creature would be terrified by that look. Heh. Cautious, jumpy, typical of any beast. It's an admirable if yet a Euro-primitive characteristic. The eyes of Naruto narrowed a little. "But, young beast king, we weren't here to discuss your demeanor. We are just visitors from our own world. As it happens, my brother was quite impressed when he saw your blossoming power. We came to observe your character for ourselves." And, something about the way Anubis phrased that made Naruto uneasy, and he wasn't sure if he believed him. "It was Shinigami, not Anubis, who spoke, and we came to gouge your power, beast king." Naruto was not a fool. He shook his head and sighed as soon as he said those words, knowing exactly what was happening. "Why?" he inquired. Anubis laughed at this and lifted his left hand, causing a sickly black-purple flame to burst from his body and spread like a sludge throughout the forest, freezing Naruto in place as a new sense of dread rose within him. He could only watch in disbelief as the ground started to split apart all over and the rotting corpses of hundreds of dead beasts and some humans emerged from the ground, filling the air with the stench of death and decay, their hollowed eye sockets glowing red or yellow, and the spectral form of their souls flashing around them briefly before seeping into their partially resurrected bodies. The living beasts were at Naruto's side in an instant, prepared to fight and protect their home and master. Anubis laughed once more, a sound that was rapidly becoming annoying to Naruto. "Because we want to see if you're worthy of the Titli Euro Lord." The 3 Death Lords and zombies then launched an attack. Her eyes opened slowly as she rubbed her temples and moaned, "What the fuck happened?" Slowly, with her vision blurry and her mind still hazy, she asked herself. "You're awake at last, huh? At the very least, it's surprising, I must say. A normal person would have died from those burns you sustained." Her eyes cleared immediately with the desire to see the person she was about to verbally abuse, and she glared as she turned her head to face the source of the voice. She noticed that she was also chained up and that her burns had healed, but her eyes widened when she saw the 4 pigtailed Suna bitch chained to the wall next to her. What on earth went wrong? The Suna girl laughed when she said, "You mean you don't remember?" When the Beast King emerged and let the animals loose on everyone, the invasion was thwarted. She closed her eyes and tried to recall, then she gasped as it all returned to her. One moment she was supporting the barrier that kept Orochimaru, Sama and the old jerk Hokage apart, and the next she and Jirubo were fighting for our lives as a blonde boy who was almost nude blasted everything with fire. She had never experienced anything so strong in her life, and the thought of it now made her breath catch in her throat. Holy shit, the girl from Suna laughed. Yeah, that was my reaction too, but it wasn't nearly as surprising as Gaara deciding to abandon the mission to attack Konoha because of some pink-haired kunoichi with a split personality. The girl abruptly stopped thinking and faced the Suna kunoichi, asking, "So, what's your story? If you weren't even engaged in combat, how did you end up captured?" The Suna girl looked down in embarrassment and blushed slightly. "My brothers and I were cut off by 3 Konoha shinobi." The pink-haired girl went to confront Gaara. Kankuro fought the bug user. Iyayuro was forced to fight one of the Beast King's subordinates. His name was Shikamaru, the Panther Boy. She gave her fellow inmate a raised eyebrow. "That's not all you're telling me, there's more, huh?" The Suna girl's redness deepened. "Iyayuro, he said something to me that stunned me and allowed him to ensnare me in his shadows. Then that was it. That was all it took for Tayuya to start laughing uncontrollably. Oh my fucking god. Ha 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 ha. Are you telling me he said something like, 'I wanna fuck your brains out,' or something, and you became too shocked to do anything? Ha 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 ha, I think I like this Shikamaru person. That's classic." Tamari let out a gasp and flushed. "He didn't say that, Budayuro, oh god, I'm blushing." Tayuya kept laughing even more. "Shut up bitch, it's not funny." The 2 Anbu standing guards perspired outside their cell. "Girls are having way too much fun in there," Dove said. Tiger gave a nod, but beneath his mask, he was grinning. Tayuya had calmed down and was staring at the ceiling when they returned inside. Her question was, "So what now?" Tamari gave a shrug. "They'll probably let Kankuro and I go. You and your friend though I wouldn't be so sure about." Tayuya laughed. "Whatever, I ain't scared." However, Tamari noticed Tayuya's eyes. They were terrified and apprehensive. What Konoha would do to her was unpredictable. After all, she was a prisoner of war. They could harm her in any way they wanted. Tamari let out a sigh but remained silent. She felt fortunate to have chosen to forego her mission with Gaara because she was aware of what happened to prisoners. "I do have to wonder what kind of fucking crazy strong person you have to be able to make Orochimaru. Sama looked like a jackass," said Tayuya shortly thereafter. Tamari couldn't suppress a smile. "I don't know. I thought the same thing when he made Gaara look like a jackass as well." Tayuya just sighed. As his mother, father, and a few other clan members examined him and Kin from head to toe, Shikamaru flipped his tail impatiently. Children harassed him, prodded him, patted him on the head, rubbed his ears, and poked him, but they didn't seem to be satisfied. For the 10th time that day, he said, "Sai, are we done yet? This annoying exam is pointless. I already told you I'm fine." Kin patted a 6-year-old girl's head while giggling. Shikaku was thinking while resting his fingers on his chin. He started, "Thesa Euro is remarkable," while examining his son's ears. Shikamaru let out another sigh. As soon as Shikamaru and Kin entered the compound, the whole Nara clan was captivated by them. Although Yoshino was still angry that Shikamaru had changed so drastically, she quickly came to terms with it. No matter what changes Shikamaru underwent, he remained her son. She did, however, wish he hadn't made such a drastic change. Shikamaru underwent a series of physical examinations to ascertain the extent of his changes as soon as he got home. To their surprise, they discovered that Shikamaru was now actually partially panther. All the way down to the DNA. Shikamaru actually had more panther in him now than human. Kin was the other way around. She was more of a human. Now, Naruto piqued the interest of every Nara. What else could he do if he could actually transform people into animals? Not all of it was good, though. It was now forbidden for Shikamaru and Kin to approach the deer in any way. By the deer themselves, not by the clan. They were still deer even though they were aware of the Beast King. Furthermore, when the Beast King was not present, even partial panthers who lived with the clan that looked after them could not be trusted. Hell, unless the Beast King required the animals to fight for him as a single race, they couldn't even be trusted while he was around. Up until that point, it was the circle of life, and during one of the Nara clan's tests, Shikamaru did admit that he liked raw meat. Naturally, Shikamaru was a little saddened by this, but he didn't bring up the subject because he understood it completely. With narrowed eyes, Shikaku said, "So then, to Kin, who winced and seized Shikamaru's arm. Like the others, the clan head had clearly finished examining Shikamaru. With a cheeky grin, he concluded, "When are you going to give the clan a litter of panther cubs?" Shikamaru's response only made it worse. Whenever she wants to or goes into heat, he had said with the same cheeky grin as his father. Kin turned so red that a tomato would look pale in comparison to her face. Shikamaru sounded very serious. Kin screamed and attempted to bury her face in his own shirt. Yoshino and 2 clan elders gasped. Shikaku said, "Of course son," turning to leave. "Just make sure to keep it down if and when you decide to Euro mate." Kin could take no more than that before she flinched. "Troublesome woman," Shikamaru muttered as he carried her to his room, grinning and picking her up bridal style. He wasn't entirely serious with his father, as he still had a few things to do before he began attempting to conceive. The only people remaining in the main living room were Yoshino and the elders. An elderly woman said, "You know, that panther DNA could be considered a new bloodline limit." With a smile, an elderly man said, "I wonder if he'd be willing to take more than one mate." Yoshino scowled. "He won't do that. It's his choice," the 2 elders sighed. In addition, his animal ancestry will probably trigger instincts to mate with more than one person. To begin, if you will, a pack. With a more intense glare, Yoshio said, "Panthers do not travel in packs." "Yes, but humans do. Put the 2 together and—" Yoshino let out a gasp. "He wouldn't," she said, still unsure. Shikamaru had a wind mistress's heart to win, and he couldn't help but smile as he slid through the darkness towards the Anbu prison cells. Little did she know that was exactly what he intended to do. He had put Kin in bed and tucked her in before disappearing into the shadows. "I'm coming, Desert Flower." He occasionally questioned why he was so receptive to this daring new attitude of his, but he dismissed it. Without it, Tamari would probably end up with some idiot who wouldn't value her or support her in becoming stronger because he didn't want his pride to suffer anymore. Furthermore, regardless of her beauty, Shikamaru would be too lazy to approach her. Since there was no turning back, he dismissed his doubts and embraced his new identity with the same ease that he had accepted Naruto as his lord. After telling her mother and the Haruno clan where she was going, Sakura hugged and kissed her with tears in her eyes and said, "I swear I'll be back very soon. Just don't tell anyone that I fled. I just have a quick thing to do in Suna, and then I'll be right back." Her mother nodded and tightened her grip on her daughter. She didn't like anything about this situation, but she accepted it. She was her own woman now, and if this Gaara was so important to her, then who was she to get in the way of that? In addition, the Haruno clan owed Gaara a great deal for making their first ninja and their heiress so strong in such a short period of time, and they were certain that Sakura would bring along a weighted amount of glory to the Haruno clan, even though she had virtually no chakra. They could have built it up like any other, but they never tried. They were constantly called weak by ninjas, and that was never good for a clan with pink-haired males and split personality disorders. As a result, they avoided the shinobi life for years, until Sakura turned 5. Since Sakura was the only person in the village with the courage and strength to join the ninja, the clan did nothing to try to stop her from going to Suna for a while. They were far too grateful to care what the rest of the village thought, and they would do anything for her. Her mother smiled tearfully and said, "Go on then, and make us proud." The second personality was likely also somber at the moment, and Sakura nodded as she strapped her hourglass to her back, the pink sand in it oddly still. "You've already made this entire clan proud, Sakura," her mother murmured as Sakura turned and left the room. She went back to her room after that. It was getting late in the day, and Sakura moved quickly and silently through the increasing shadows cast by buildings by the evening sun. She was actually a little surprised because just 2 hours before, the Ichibi was backquote. She sighed as the Hokage tower came into view. "Should I go to the council and ask for a visit to Suna? How strange that this much time has passed already." Must have been more caught up with her clan than she thought. Slapping and making out with her while threatening her and Gaara at the same time. She gave the tower one last glance before continuing on, thinking, "I hope they find a new Hokage soon," as she floated over the wall using her sand and into the forest, unseen by anyone. "I hope they find a new Hokage soon," she said, adding that the council would not only flatly refuse but would also become suspicious of her, likely even accusing her of being a Suna spy. Jiraiya, the Sannin, stood expressionless in front of the council and said, "You want me to assume the role of Hokage, Eh?" After a few seconds of total silence, he inquired. Jiraiya shook his head at Himura's nod, saying, "I apologize. However, I am unable to accept your offer." His response was not well received by the council, who exclaimed, "What? Why not?" Jiraiya, you must. There is nothing for me to do, I'm not the right man for Hokage, anyway. There are two people that come to mind who are better suited than me. Explain, said Kaharu, raising an eyebrow. Jiraiya sighed, these old fools were way too sure of themselves. She said, to speak to a Sannin with such disrespect is not a way to garner his favor. Well, my teammate Tsunade is the first, she is a far more capable leader than I am. But Toad Boy, she hasn't been seen in years. One of the council members shouted, please don't yell at me when I'm only answering your questions, Jiraiya said, glaring and freezing the elderly man with deadly intent. Kaharu interrupted Hamura just as he was about to speak. I apologize to Jiraiya, but some of us have grown too accustomed to power and some of us are still tense from what happened 2 days ago. The third's death was most likely caused by it. Instead of cooperating as we ought to have, we were too preoccupied with arguing with him. It was enlightening to see the pain in Kaharu's eyes and to realize that, of all the people, she was the most affected by Sarutobi's death. Jiraiya smiled at the woman and said, it's okay. I think I should also be a little more respectful. Anyway, as I was saying, it's either Tsunade or that Beast King kid, he said, changing the topic. His leadership abilities and strengths are unlike anything I've ever seen. Hamura surprised the council by speaking up after a few gasps. That is true, he said. This village wouldn't exist at all without that young man. We have a lot to repay him. But for 2 reasons, we are unable to have him as a Hokage. What are those reasons? With a sigh, Hamura declared, only he would benefit from having the Beast King as our Hokage. That boy is not human. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Jiraiya. He has the power to turn humans into animals and rob us of our allegiance. If he were to become Hokage, he would have far too easy access to the populace. We can't allow that to occur, or not as quickly as it would be if he were to become Hokage. As implied by his title, the Beast King is just that, a beast. An animal. He has little regard for humans, the species that regularly demolishes the homes of his kind in order to construct our own and hunts them for fun. Furthermore, I am aware that some of us would have more disagreements with him than we did with the third because he is accustomed to controlling everything. Jiraiya hadn't considered it in that way. I understand. Then it's Tsunade. I'll have her back here in a month, all right? Jiraiya shunned out as Kaharu nodded. Kaharu turned to the other council members and said, now then, we have much to discuss. A few of them were reluctant to talk. Temari and Tayuya sat in silence, waiting for the Konoha Anbu to enter and administer their punishment. Neither girl knew what exactly was in store for them, and even though the invasion had only been a few days ago, Temari wasn't sure she was leaving anytime soon. She knew that Konoha was still in the process of repairing and recovering, and she knew that they would be very angry with Suna for breaking their alliance and joining forces with the traitorous Sannin Orochimaru. She felt a little sorry for Tayuya, but she was fairly certain that Konoha would release her and Kankuro, and she was certain that Gaara was already gone, and that nothing in the village could hold her sand. Using brother for long, she was certain that Konoha was going to show no mercy to her and the other Oto shinobi that had been recovered, because who would spare a servant of Orochimaru after they had drained her of all the information she had? With a sigh, she avoided looking at the other girl. Tayuya's pink, red hair cast a shadow over her eyes. Her body was still, her head lowered to the ground. Her attempts to break free from the chains that held her arms above her head had long since ceased. She had not benefited even from that strange seal around her neck. She would have kept examining Tayuya if the girl hadn't glared up at her out of the blue. You mind, bitch? Your staring is making me very fucking uncomfortable. Sorry, Temari said, blushing slightly in embarrassment. With another sigh, Tayuya turned back to the floor, only to give a little yelp when something arose in front of her out of nowhere. As the mass of darkness started to take shape, she exclaimed, "Whoa, what the fuck?" The crouching form of Shikamaru was left behind as the blackness burst like a balloon, leaving Temari herself to stare with wide eyes. He said, "Hello there, desert flower," to Temari. He had his back to Tayuya. "It's good to see you again, even if it was a troublesome situation in which we saw each other the first time." She got up and walked confidently toward Temari, who was swishing his fur cape in the stillness. When Shikamaru effortlessly cut through the chains securing her and lifted her up bridal style, the Suna Kunoichi remained silent. "But I must admit this time it's a bit troublesome as well." He flashed his teeth in a savage grin. When she finally found her voice, it was a stuttering mess, and the look sent chills down her spine. Shikamaru didn't do anything like that. What did .y.ud doing? P put M.me down. He just glanced up and down at her instead. Temari turned crimson at this. Haven't they been feeding you in here? Troublesome Anbu. You'd think they'd at least have the decency to keep a pretty woman fed when she doesn't even belong in here. Tamari was at her breaking point. She screamed and fought her way out of Shikamaru's embrace, her blush burning brightly and steam literally bursting from her ears. A moment later, a tendril of shadow covered her mouth. What's wrong with you? She exclaimed. Shish. Do you want this place flooded with Anbu? Keep it down, will you? Tamari glared as he jerked out of his shadow. No, you stay away from me. Shikamaru let out a sigh. Placing his fingers on his chin, he gazed up thoughtfully. Perhaps I've gone about this the wrong way. How do you win the heart of a beautiful woman you barely know? Shish. Shut up. Just as Shikamaru opened his mouth to reply, a loud snort came from behind him. He was shocked to see another girl in the cell when he turned around. She had harsh but attractive brown eyes and long red-pink hair. She was observing Shikamaru with mild amusement and interest. However, that expression soon changed to one of rage. She growled, "The fuck you staring at dick face?" Shikamaru turned back to Tamari after raising an eyebrow. He said, "Friend of yours?" Tamari scowled. The Nara turned back to Tayuya after shrugging. There was something off about her, and he could smell it. However, he could also see how stunning she was. Even behind that tough, obscene Fa section aide. He questioned why she was in here with the desert flower and who she was. Was she a Kunoichi Suna? As she glared at Shikamaru once more, Tayuya's face blushed slightly. Yo catboy, keep your perverted fucking eyes off me. Shikamaru averted his gaze and grinned, saying, I'm sorry. Finding another attractive woman with the desert flower in here surprised me. I couldn't resist looking at you as well. Tamari became enraged behind him. Hey, I believed that you were interested in me. Then she gasped and covered her mouth. Shikamaru chuckled and turned to Tamari again, shadows already dancing all over the cell. Oh. However, I am. Why am I doing all of this, in your opinion? Or the reason I initially pursued you? Tamari tried to conceal her blush as she looked down. Gosh. Get yourself under control, she cried in her head. He had found the source of the strange sensation and decided he might be able to help her. Tayuya stumbled straight into Shikamaru, who held her gently until she came out of her daze, causing her to blush again and swing at him. Hands off, pervert. Shikamaru raised his hand, and the shadows immediately rushed at Tayuya. Before she could yell in shock and a little fear, her chains had been reduced to metal scraps and the seal on her neck contained. The Nara laughed as he sidestepped her blow with ease. Is that how you would treat the man who is saving you now? He inquired. Stopping, Tayuya said. Saving? How come you would save me? I'm an absolute sound nin. Shikamaru's eyes briefly widened at this point before he shrugged. So, I serve Naruto Sama as a panther, and I enjoy staring at packs. Surprisingly, I no longer fully adhere to Konoha. He didn't explain why, but he was confident they would find out eventually. I will do what I must in order to strengthen beast kind. You both grab hold of me now. I would like you to meet two people. As she connected an arm with Shikamaru's, and now, interested Tamari asked, who? His other hand had been seized by Tayuya. As the shadows engulfed them and started to eat them up, Shikamaru grinned. You'll know soon enough. I just hope this doesn't become a Euro too troublesome. The three of them then vanished, leaving absolutely no indication that anyone had ever been inside the cell. Together with the 7 dogs that comprised their partners, Sume, Hana, Kiba, Kuro, a middle-aged Inuzuka man, and his 5-year-old daughter Nami were traveling at a leisurely pace to the Forest of Death to become a permanent member of Naruto. Only 3 of the Inuzuka clan's human members were willing to accompany Sume and Hana to Naruto, which made them feel both sad and angry. They were aware that the Inuzuka clan was preparing to disintegrate. If their partners didn't learn, the dogs would leave them, and those who blatantly disregarded their instincts would wind up fighting with those who didn't. When Hana and Sume went back to their clan compound to try to recruit more members, it almost turned into a major altercation. The only sensible ones among them were Kuro and Kiba, and Nami's daughter followed her father everywhere and believed it would be really cool to actually be part dog. The young girl was adorable. Kuro started, so a Euro, he was not accustomed to talking to any of the heirs or the clan leader. They didn't think he was inferior or anything. He was simply too preoccupied with his own activities. After all, the Inuzuka clan is quite large. He inquired, what's Naruto like? He had already asked that question, but he couldn't really recall it. But he was also nervous and anxious. However, he instantly regretted his question after Hana and Sume both sighed with longing. He's perfect, they both exclaimed, grinning half hiddenly. Kiba stepped back from them, wrinkles on his nose. Around them, the pheromones were becoming a little too thick. Kuro gave a headshake. Don't remember I asked, he said. Kuro was irritated by the looks they were receiving as they descended to the Forest of Death. Many of them had accusatory expressions on their faces as they looked disapprovingly at Hana and Sum's tails, but he remained silent. After 10 minutes, they arrived at the Forest of Death and simply gazed at it for a moment. It's eerie, said Kuro while Nami was bouncing up and down excitably. I recall taking my Chunin exams here. Kiba gave a nod of agreement. For him and his generation in particular, this place was eerie because they had to do it while keeping an eye out for the Beast King at the time. Hana and Sume remained silent. They simply shrugged and turned to face the other members of the group. They nodded together and got ready to jump over the fence. However, they were stopped. They were frozen in place by a sudden surge of power so immense and terrifying. In an instant, it burst from the Forest of Death and swept across the whole village. No one had ever experienced such a terrifying power. Death itself was the sensation. At that moment, all Konoha activity ceased, and many people immediately fainted. Animals, humans, and ninjas. This aura did not spare anyone. Not even the plants. Kiba finally regained his senses and exclaimed, what is that? The death aura washed over them again, sending chills down their spines. Already, ninjas were flocking to the Death Forest. Everyone in the council room fell silent in astonishment and terror. What a euro is this terrible aura? Sasuke gasped as he suddenly woke up at the Uchiha compound. Naomi's face was already expressionless as she turned to face the Forest of Death. She declared, it started, the lords are beginning to show themselves a euro to Naruto. Neji's aura flared at Team Guy's training ground, but it was ineffective in warding off his own fear. He asked himself, what is this terrible feeling? Is Thesa Euro a demon? The village of Konoha was filled with similar inquiries. Furthermore, very few people were aware of the precise situation. Something outside of this realm was fighting Naruto. The group could only watch in a state of uncertainty as another wave swept through the village, kicking up light debris and wind with them, forcing them to shield their eyes, and making their bodies fight desperately to get over their fear of this aura. At the first pulse, the ninja of Konohagakure no Sato had hurried to the Forest of Death. At the second, they reached the forest's perimeter. A third one, 3 times as strong as the first 2, gushed forth from the forest, paralyzing them in fear as they attempted to jump over and into it. In fact, it killed every smaller plant in the area as well as 6 people. 30.1 pulses into it, the entire Konohagakure ninja population stood motionless, encircling the edge of the Forest of Death but unable to approach it. Many were unable to even begin to understand their feelings. A trembling Kiba murmured, what a euro is this? As the forest echoed with another shockwave. His voice was unable to contain his fear. Kuro, Sume, and Hana were only able to shake their heads. They were also in the dark. All of a sudden, there was silence. Everything froze as the shockwaves ceased. The village's ninja looked on, focused on the woods. It was impossible to divert their attention. What was happening? They failed to grasp it. Then, it took place. A second before a swarm of walking corpses exploded out of the forest and crashed into the fence in a horrifying display of rage and bloodlust. A terrifying undead howl ripped from the forest. They all jumped back in horror. They had passed away. They were dead, dead, dead. The villagers appeared to be staring as the zombies eyed them with glowing blank voids for eyes. Then the zombies were attacked by living creatures that rushed out of the woods. A battle raged in front of them, and they watched in morbid fascination. Then the shockwaves started up again, each one coming faster and with more force. Zombie cries soon followed the howls that rang out from the forest. The entire forest turned into a massive battle that was heard but invisible to humans. In the midst of all of this, they reached a conclusion. That something inside was being fought by Naruto. However, what? An orange streak emerged from the forest and into the sky, followed by a howl that sounded a lot like the one Naruto used during the invasion. When Hana and Sume saw Naruto with his wings spread and his flame gauntlet ready, they couldn't help but exhale in relief. He was safe, at least. Then something much larger blasted out and struck him squarely. A howl rang out, followed by an even louder clang. However, WHHHHOHHH from that point on, it was clear where the shockwaves were coming from. Because the figure released its energy as it slammed a massive axe into Naruto's gauntlet. Naruto's own wild animal ferocity and free aura, along with a sickly black and blue aura infused with that sense of fear, death, and despair. The power of whatever Naruto was fighting was on par with, or even significantly higher than, that of the Beast King. And that frightened the people of Konoha. What, really, could have a distinct aura that is both as strong and so dissimilar from that of something as special as a king of beasts? They had no desire to find out. They cringed as the sound of splintering wood hit their ears, and they watched as Naruto was hurled back into the forest by the force of his opponent's blow. As she and her dogs pushed their bodies toward the fence, Hana exclaimed, "Naruto Sama, there was trouble for their master. There was danger to their alpha male." Her instincts prevented her from cowering in terror as he engaged in combat with an unidentified foe. Kuro called out, "Hana, wait," but it was already too late. Hana jumped over the fence and ran into the forest with her 3 dogs. The humans watched in astonishment. "Shit!" exclaimed Sume, jumping over the fence herself. Kuromaru interrupted Kuro when he attempted to stop her, saying, "Leave them. Those two were bound to go. They're the packmates of Naruto. Sama. You cannot stop them from going to aid him." Despite his somber and anxious tone, Kuromaru had a surprising response to the question, "But we don't know what's in there, what could be controlling the dead?" The prophecy of the beasts states that the lords of the other realms will come forth to meet the lord of the beasts. What entity do you think governs the realm of death? Kuro and the other ninja both gasped. One ninja yelled, "We have to help him." Not even 3 days had passed since the Beast King had done something for Konoha that he was all too familiar with. Other ninja were starting to tremble in fear as they prepared to approach him for assistance, but Kuromaru's voice stopped them all. "Unless you want to either join the ranks of the beast or become one of the dead, you will stay here. This is between those two realms." After some hesitation, the ninja withdrew. As the sounds of conflict between the dead and the beasts continued to assault their ears, all they could do was listen. Anubis put his foot in the Beast King's stomach, and the Shinigami laughed aloud as he avoided an overhead slash from Naruto's claws. "Ha ha 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 ha. Good. You've gone beyond what I expected of you, beast." With a growl, Naruto charged once more, traveling at a pace that only a select few could match. The Shinigami's head was struck by his claws as he lifted his gauntleted arm. Hades' axe stopped him in his tracks. The groups of zombies and beasts were flung aside like toys by a shockwave that ripped outward, but Naruto ignored it. In the exact moment that Anubis' scythe arched through the air where his middle had been, he leapt straight up. Naruto made another attempt, growing a massive scorpion's tail and trying to use it to impale the Egyptian jackal in the stomach. It was successful. Then, in a sea of meat eating ferocity, the Lord of Death exploded into scarab beetles, which swiftly dispersed and attacked Naruto's creatures. His heart and ears were hammered by his subordinates' anguished cries, and he dared not look to see how the beetles were killing the beasts. But as his anger increased, fire erupted all around him, bright yellow and more powerful than before. He lunged at Hades with a roar. Smirking, the fire-haired lord slapped him away with his axe's flat. "You're too predictable, boy. Just like a wild animal. Huh? You're all instinct and no brains. You beasts are pathetic." This time, Naruto roared and lunged at the Shinigami. With a smile, the Death Lord drew his dagger. However, Naruto instantly shot to the left after sprouting the wings of a housefly. The ferocious claws danced across Anubis' chest, but he was too shocked to block them. He did, however, recover sufficiently to throw Naruto aside after parrying the kick in the scorpion tail. With his wings a blur, keeping him suspended above the ground, and his face stone, the Beast King glared as he hovered, his eyes dancing with smug satisfaction. Anubis appeared somewhat taken aback that Naruto had been able to hit him, and he was breathing heavily. Hana and Sume discovered them in this manner, and they gasped in surprise. They were familiar with tales of the Shinigami, about how he used his uncontrollably large power to steal the souls of people who made agreements with him. Their hearts skipped a beat, though, when they hurried into the clearing and saw their lord glaring at not one, but 3 distinct Shinigami. Hana rushed to him and exclaimed, "Naruto! Sama!" A massive axe embedded itself in the ground in front of her, stopping her. Hades smirked and said, "Ah, little beast. Your master is ours now. You have no place here." All Hana could do was look up at the lord in disbelief. Could she do anything else? What a lord! A Shinigami! God of decay and death. In his eyes, she was nothing more than an ant. Sume didn't believe that. She sprang forward, leaping over the axe. The moment Hades said, "Your master is ours now," all illogical thought had vanished from her mind. Her eyes glowed with primordial rage as she started to spin, shooting straight at Hades. "You're not taking him anywhere, Gatsuga." She turned into a whirling tornado with agonizing wind and lethal claws. As she slammed her full force into his chest, causing him to skid 2 feet across the ground, Hades' eyes actually widened in surprise. Then he smirked and gave her a backhand with a hand covered in purple aura, causing her to crash into a big tree. She fell drowsily to the floor. He turned his attention away from Sume's almost unconscious form and remarked, animals should learn their place in this existence." Then, with a wave of death aura, he ducked beneath 3 more spinning tornadoes and slapped them all, knocking Hana's dogs unconscious or dazed into the trees. "Ha! Is that you got?" When the Lord of Death wasn't looking, Hana jolted out of it and hurled multiple kunai at him. If Anubis hadn't used his scythe to block the weapons, they would have struck his skull. Before Hana could even gasp, a huge foot that resembled a paw crashed into her abdomen, causing her to collapse to the ground in quiet pain as the air was suddenly forced out of her lung. Without showing any emotion, he stated, "You would be wise to stay out of this, girl." Everything started to change from this point on. The battle restarted as Naruto growled and lunged forward. He yelled, "You not hurt pack mates anymore." He was worn out from fighting, from these 3 lords, and from having to watch other animals being killed by already dead things. He was particularly enraged to see Sume hit in that manner because it was a mockery of his kind. She was the first human he had added to the ranks of beasts, along with Hana. He had adopted them as his first 2 females. And he considered them his, despite the fact that he had not yet mated with them. And nobody harmed his women. He thus launched more intense, powerful, and passionate attacks on all 3 Death Lords. "Oh. And what are you going to do to stop us, beast? You have no power. You're weak and driven purely by instinct and primal urges." With a purple aura already starting to swirl around him, Hades grabbed the handle of his axe and yanked the weapon out of the ground. Despite preparing their own weapons, the Anubis and Shinigami remained silent. However, Naruto could see the expressions on their faces. Dismissive, cocky, and conceited, the eyes of a person who denigrated others. They were the eyes of lords who did not accept him as a fellow lord or one of their own. And he soon discovered that look was too much for him. "Don't," he said, his voice hardly more than a whisper, and the 3 Death Lords arched their brows as his body started to take on an orange aura. Hades was mocking. "Don't what? Huh, speak louder, beast," he said. A growl escaped Naruto's throat as he bent over. "Don't a euro under a euro est a euro mate me." Hades almost laughed again when he didn't finish the word, but Anubis's grave expression stopped him. However, without Naruto's knowledge, primal wrath resurfaced in his brain along with his intelligence. He sensed that his body was changing into something he had never changed into. "Oh, finally getting serious, are we? About time?" Naruto growled and roared once more. However, this one rocked the forests themselves. When Naruto's roar caused the animals to go crazy, everyone outside the village froze in wonder and terror. All over Konoha, excited cries of all kinds broke out. Then they sensed it. Naruto had returned with a more powerful, untamed, and intense aura. It was also expanding. A positively amazed Sasuke mumbled, "What a euro is this?" as the aura enveloped him. Naomi appeared even more amazed by it. The Beast King's hair turned wild and orange as fire whirled around him. From his gums, fangs longer than any animal known to Mana Euro, aside from perhaps a walrus or a saber, toothed Tajiri Euro, sprang up and glistened with saliva. His once scorpion tail vanished and changed into something else. It lacked scales but was as thick as a reptile's. Although it wasn't round, it wasn't appropriate for a fish. Surprisingly, the fur that covered the end grew to resemble a spade. In addition, the fur was orange, the color of fire. His fingernails started to grow and his muscles started to protrude. As Naruto's power swept over them, Hana and Sume gasped and started to transform as well. They experienced a surge of power that gave them strength they had never used before. They were supercharged all over. When the 3 Lords of Death finally saw Naruto's partially changed body, they smiled with satisfaction. Before the Beast King could attack them, their aura abruptly diminished, the zombies abruptly fell into heaps of bone and dust, and the slain beasts abruptly resurfaced, unharmed and still very much alive. When the aura subsided, Shikamaru, Tamari, and Tayuya all relaxed. They were positioned at the Nara home's entrance. When Tayuya's heart stopped thumping in her chest, she yelled, "The fuck was that shit?" Shikamaru appeared preoccupied with his own thoughts, while Tamari appeared to be thinking the same thing. "Iya Euro don't know," he finally admitted. Both women became tense at the tone of his voice. His arm was pulled by Tayuya. Well, let's get out of sight before whatever the fuck it was shows up here and eats us alive or something. After giving a nod, Shikamaru opened the door. Oddly, his compound was deserted. Probably headed towards the source of that aura, he believed. In any case, this simplified his situation. Come on. I have someone I want you to meet, then we can all go see Naruto. Sama. Each of the two girls took an arm after nodding. At this, Shikamaru grinned to himself. Maybe this will be easier than I thought. However, Kin was shocked when he opened his room door, and it took him only 2 seconds to notice the two other girls clutching an arm each of their mates, at which point she yelled, "What the hell is this?" Then the other two began to shout. Or maybe not, he pondered. There was no doubt that this would take some time to simmer down. As he forced himself to stop, Naruto fell on his face, staring at his body changes in confusion as they vanished in an instant. Saying, "There now," Anubis fastened his scythe to his back. "Impressive," Shinigami remarked. "Not bad, I guess," Hades remarked. Naruto just kept looking at them. "What a euro you mean? What happened?" Anubis regarded him with a savage smile. "The latent power you possess is astounding. To witness even a fraction of it and still feel the power behind it is very, very impressive." Naruto's brows went up. "Explain." Hades laughed. "He means, kid, that this was a test to get a feel for your power. I'm sure we told you this in the beginning. We came here to see if you were worthy in our eyes of the title of Lord, and we also came to see your true form's power." When that sentence was said, Naruto's perplexity only increased. True a Euro form. That's right, young beast lord. You have a true form, a shape unique to you and you alone. Every lord does. Naruto's gaze expanded. Hana and Sume each positioned themselves at Naruto's sides. They also had wide eyes. Hades laughed and started to glow. "Be happy we're pretty much neutral towards you in this whole affair, young beast lord. Otherwise this knowledge would never have been given to you." The other two lords also started to glow. "It's been fun, young lord, but our time with you is coming to an end. Remember what we said and stay on your guard." As the three underworld lords started to disappear, Naruto, Hana, and Sume watched. However, Hades laughed just before they were gone. "We'll be seeing you again, Beast King." Then they were gone forever. Naruto simply gazed at their location. His head was still spinning from everything that had just transpired. Then, at last, he passed out from exhaustion. On either side of him, Hana and Sume knelt down and gazed at him worriedly. The blonde merely smiled a little before fainting. He just said, "Sleep," instead. As they waited, the two women grinned affectionately. When the aura from the Forest of Death finally subsided, Neji felt at ease at the Hyuga mansion. He wasn't sure he wanted to witness whatever it was that had caused it. His halo ceased to glow as brightly, and his wings were neatly tucked back against his back. In his heart, he was relieved that he hadn't brought his sword to life, because he would have had to deal with the already suspicious Hyuga council and clan head harassing him. He had already been involved in a minor argument with a number of the Hyugas as it was. The members of the main branch regarded him with open animosity. Well, the majority of them did. For the most part, they were unable to accept that Neji had acquired such a power, though there were a few exceptions. The Hyuga council had attempted to have him rebranded with the caged bird seal, but both Heishi and Neji had vehemently objected. The leader of the clan was both an opportunist and a reasonable man. One could mark Neji's new gifts as a new bloodline limit. Neji might be tempted to, in a sense, spread the wealth, if they could win him over. In contrast, the council had declared that Neji had no say in the matter, that such authority shouldn't belong to a lowly servant, who then attempted to use force. "I'm not that weak child you branded before. Try it again and I will retaliate," Neji said in the coldest voice he could manage, blasting them all back with a pulse of his angelic chakra. The council ignored his warning, but Heishi intervened before they could kill themselves, and he stated that his desire to kill outweighed Neji's. "Enough of this pointless infighting. Neji is to be left alone from now on, or I will deal with you myself." No one knew how long the council had backed off, but it was a wise move. At the moment, Neji sat in front of Heishi, his face expressionless. Heishi had a serious yet inquisitive expression. "Neji, we have a Euro much to discuss." Notwithstanding his past, Neji didn't feel resentment rising within him. He didn't feel the need to be angry now that the caged bird seal was gone. And he has a much more open mind now that he is acquainted with the goddess of fate. He then bowed courteously and said, "I agree, Heishi, Sama." The three Hokages of the underworld glared at the three lords of the underworld as they emerged in a whirl of purple flames. Hades laughed. "Hello humans," he said, letting his axe fall carelessly to the ground. "I assume you have some questions, am I right?" "Of course we do," the first Hokage stoutly explained. "I mean, 1 second we were in heaven, enjoying our afterlives, then the next we're fighting Sarutobi, then we wake up once again in hell with you three saying we're stuck here. What's going on?" Anubis sat on a throne composed of dead people's bones and laughed at this. "We did indeed say that this was your new home. But only if and when you agree to what we offer you." The second glared slightly and said, "And what makes you think we'd agree to anything you have to offer us?" 3 pulsating, pitch black scythes materialized in front of the Hokages in a flash of blue fire after Hades waved his head dismissively. An aura of decay and death emanated from the weapons. All 3 stepped back, eyeing the weapons wearily as a result of the sensation. "What are these?" inquired the third Hokage, looking thoughtfully. "For the first time since they got back home," Shinigami said, "if you decide to stay here and service, those are your weapons. They will help you whenever you need them and are incredibly strong." "In any case, why the sudden interest in us?" the first person asked, wanting to return to heaven and stay with his loved ones, but he was also starting to become more curious. Anubis declared, "A prophecy that will bring all the realms and their lords into a war is coming true. Something significant is coming. Everyone is expanding their forces and bolstering their allies." The first and second stared in confusion as Sarutobi nodded his head in comprehension. "The Beast King," he said. "Correct," Hades grinned. "Mind filling us in?" At the same time, they both asked. Sarutobi sat down, nodded, and started. "A boy named Naruto Uzumaki was born 15 years ago, and the animals began acting strangely, as if they were celebrating and happy. The boy is the son of the Yondaime, and not even the Yondaime could understand why they were acting strangely, but that isn't the main problem. The main point is that Naruto Uzumaki is a destined child, the lord of the common beast, and he is destined to elevate his kind to greatness. And numerous other lords will have a problem with this," Hades stated. "The Tenchi lords of heaven in particular will likely be the Beast King's largest obstacle because the demon lords are dispersed and isolated, and 1 or 2 of Tama Yuro, especially the strongest Oniya Yuro, may pursue him because she is drawn to power." Sarutobi gave a nod. "I have reason to believe that a demon lord and a Tenchi lord have already been in the village, however they made no move towards Naruto. I can't really say for sure, but they may have been in the village for other reasons, seeing as how the demon transformed the last loyal Uchiha and the angel transformed the Hyuga branch house prodigy." Anubis gave a nod. "Then it has already begun." The second Hokage questioned, "So what does all of this have to do with us?" His gaze was pierced by Anubis. "Become reapers. Join the ranks of death and hold up our banner when the time comes for the conflict. Ride with the beings of dark fire and retribution," said Hades. "Embrace the cold feeling of the underworld and gain powers you would never gain as a Tenchi," said Shinigami. Stunned were the 3 Hokages. Their offer was more than they could have imagined. It was enticing. But they were being held back by something. The first one asked, "What about our loved ones? Would we ever be able to see them again?" Hades smiled after the 3 death gods exchanged glances. "In time," he replied. After exchanging glances, the 3 Hokages decided as a group. It was, "We accept," they declared. The scythes were then seized, and they were forever altered in that instant. A giant fox stirred and stood up deep in the depths of the demon realm. Her yawn shook the ground and caused the other demons nearby to stare in wonder. "So," she started as she sensed the death god's auras fading. "The other lords are already beginning to contact him." Her blood-red fur seemed to glitter in the maroon. Dyed sky's perpetual sunset as she smiled and waved her 9 tails lazily. As she started to glow with her yukai, she excitedly licked her lips. She said to herself, "I wonder how he's been." She was also unable to control the excitement that was shining in her eyes. Her body trembled with desire at the thought of Naruto. She had to have this new lord, this strong creature born of mortals. She would also have him. She would assist him in realizing his potential, shedding the shameful moniker of beast, and guiding him to his proper position as a demon lord at her side. She appeared to disappear and was replaced by a very attractive woman with a very curvaceous body and a well-endowed chest, and yukai exploded off of her. Her eyes were narrow and crimson, and her hair was long and red. Her kimono did nothing to conceal her stunning figure, and the lower portion of her face was covered by a mask resembling that of a shinobi. "I'll go see him," she said, smiling and licking her lips unconsciously. "I'll go see the king of beasts." She vanished as the fire engulfed her.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.